Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 415, only 5 away from 420. Exciting.
Oh.
My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, it's good to see you today, my friend. How are you?
Good to see you too. It's I don't know, man. I never know how to.
Yeah, what are you gonna say?
The hell?
What do you
am I
even say?
say?
Yeah, what do you even say?
I haven't even been awake that long.
Yeah, right.
Relative. So like, I'm trying to think about like if anything happened throughout the week. I mean, I lost my voice and I got it back. Kind of.
Yeah, that's good. Good. You're like Ariel in The Little Mermaid.
Yeah, except I gained nothing.
Yeah.
but yeah, that was weird. I've never had laryngitis before, or at least to my memory. I don't think I've ever been aware that I've lost my voice. I've had like sore throats and been sick, and like had trouble talking because of it, but like never been like, oh shit, I straight up can't hit the same registers that I used to. I can't talk the same. Weird. So that was an experience.
Well, glad you're back on the mend.
Yeah.
And welcome back to the show, of course. Dustin Furman, executive producer, here for his very last time.
Forever.
How are you today, my friend? Good to see you.
Bow out.
Your anticipation must be through the roof.
Yes. It's been a good week, a little bit of a weird week. We've been like Lockmort has been doing basically all the production and scheduling this week. I've been meeting with him every morning, training him up. I'm feeling good about that. And as he said, Colin, it's very strange to know, like, okay, Monday morning you're going in, and you're having the baby. Like that's the time. So it's kind of weird, but I'm excited. There's like a small part of me that on a much grander scale than ever before, when it's like you have something important coming up and you're like, what am I supposed to do with my time right now? You're just kind of waiting for that to happen.
Well, think about how the baby feels. He's probably ready to go. Yeah.
Well,
he's like, get me out of here. He's knocking.
He is ready and he's not ready because the C-section is a few weeks before his due date. So like he might kind of be like, yo, like, what are we doing here?
He's the guy waking up meme.
Exactly.
Which is one of my favorite memes. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Because he's a little early, they like prepared us in advance. They're like, he might need oxygen when that's normal for earlier C-sections. Like he might need oxygen. Because Holly's on Zoloft, he might be a little sleepy when he comes out. So, but yeah, it's, everything's good and, feel good.
Cool, man. Well, we have you for one last show until you go away, and then we replace you with Radic.
Oh, shit. That's the decision.
Yeah, that's the decision.
I didn't know what the verdict was.
Yeah. Well, we'll do it, and then we'll bring in maybe Sandeep one episode, and we'll make it so that we have a bunch of really great talent on here so that when you come back, people will be like, oh, I don't know if I didn't know you were coming back. I thought this was Sacred Symbols with Radic and Sandeep, Ryan,
yeah.
Mystic Ryan.
Just don't bring Brad on.
Yeah, Brad's not.
That's my only request. Here's why. If Brad's on, it's really over for me.
Yeah, but also, I'm a little upset with Brad because I didn't even think about it until people were talking about it. But the Lockmore episode I did of Summon Sign with him, where he like had Locke prepare all this stuff, and then he just like, well, we're not doing that. We're doing something else. I'm like, what kind of bullshit is that? What the fuck are you doing? Yeah, get it together, Brad. Get it together. Don't you ever disappoint me. Not ever. But this is Sacred Symbols of PlayStation Podcast. It's good to be here with you today. We've been going live each and every week since the middle of 2018, and you've joined us here in 2026. So glad to have you here. We go live early and ad-free over on Patreon each week, patreon.com/laststandmedia, where you can get early ad-free access to all the episodes of this show and all the other shows in Last Stand Media's podcast network, the ability to submit inquiries to this show and all the other shows in our network, Discord access if you want to deal with some of the biggest degenerates you've ever seen in your life, RSS and Spotify feeds for those that don't want to deal with Patreon but still want to get your early ad-free audio, and so much more. Sacred Symbols Plus is a major perk over there as well. That's our weekly supplement to the show. We actually published 2 episodes last week. Saros interview with Gregory Loudon, the director of Saros, as well as Michael Haveri, who's the longtime brand manager and a friend of mine over at Housemarque, and I think helped me get that interview. So I appreciate that. Good to have that up there. Plus, we did the Saros spoiler cast and review discussion, so that's live as well. So Saros Mania, as Alinea reveals that they've probably sold a little more than 400,000 copies. So getting up there. Not good, but getting up there. And hopefully steadies and solidifies the team's future. I have Pragmata written here. We still haven't done it, and I don't know if we're going to get to it. We decided this week, so Dustin had a chance to record once, one extraneous episode, and we've decided that we're going to do the 007 episode instead, because we can set that all up. So Chris and Dustin will be on that with Ben, and that will be led by Atari's own Jason Polanski, who's a huge 007 stan. So that will be fun, and we'll look forward to that. We'll publish that next week. This week, I'm sitting down, me alone. I'm going to do a crossover with Defining Duke with Maddie and Cog, and I'm sure the copium is going to flow. So that will be a lot of fun for everyone. Everything's going to now. It's going to be different. Now it's going to change. Everything's going to be great. I'm sure. That'll be a fun episode. I'm looking forward to seeing those guys. And Tyler T wrote in about that. He said, hey guys, now an inquiry. We need a Sacred Cross Duke soon. Asha Sharma just dropped some brutal truths about the state of Xbox's business only days after hyping fans with new exclusives. And maybe pissed off Sony by pulling the Halo trailer from State of Play last minute. We are eager to hear you hash it out. Oh, we will. We will. I want to create a bunch of true or false questions and have them answer them. And we're going to get deep into it. I'm going to prepare. I'm going to do a nice little thing. Please look forward to it on Saturday.
It sounds a little antagonistic, Colin, but usually our Sacred Duke, Maddie's kind of like, yep.
No, I know it is. They're totally, they know a lot. They're a lot better than a lot of the people out there. You got to play to your base a little bit, right? Sure. But nothing's going to change. We'll leave it all for the appropriate venue, but it's what are we doing? It's just all spinning and going. And it's come on, man. It's done. Sacred streaming every Monday. I apparently will be doing this by myself now, so we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if I stream or not. Now we did a couple of things. Dustin and I, and Micah even was involved. Micah used to be an IT person for people that don't know, so she's pretty good with computers and tech, and so she was also tuned in. So it's a lot, but it's not a lot. I'll figure it out. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah. So I'll see you on there. I'll probably start with a solo stream, and we'll just stick around for a couple hours this Monday, and then we'll get a little more comfortable, and we'll go from there. Merch, laststandmedia.store. T-shirts, sweatshirts, stickers, hats, etc. We appreciate your support. All right. Before we get any deeper into this thing, there are a couple of things I need to do. First of all, I wrote a letter for Dustin. Did you write your letter, Chris?
I did.
Okay, cool. So this, we were told to write a 500-word letter about Dustin. This is exactly 500 words. You can count it if you want, because I'm a little OCD like that.
No more, no less?
No more, no less. Now, for people that don't know, this is 2 states of play ago, I guess. The bet, right? Yeah. The big state of play that everyone liked.
This is a while ago, yeah.
Yeah. We never fulfilled the bet with Brad. The losers, on our betting specials for the state of play, the loser of that particular one, or the 2 losers of that particular one, had to write a nice 500-word letter about the winner. And then we just never did it. But we got to close this loop because Dustin's never come back to the show after this. Mm-hmm. All right. It's fair to assume that without Dustin, Last Stand Media wouldn't exist in its current form. While it's true that I started Last Stand and Colin's Last Stand without anyone at all, Dustin was the first person I trusted enough to work with me, and to whom I ultimately gave the keys to the kingdom, as it were. Remember, back when we did Fireside Chats and Knockback, and then beginning in 2018 Sacred Symbols, I did each and everything that needed to be done on my own, not because I wanted to, but because I didn't think anyone could or would do the stuff the way I wanted. Owning a small business is all about trust, and I trusted no one. I edited every podcast and every video, posted everything, dealt with all the extraneous noise, vendors, and ad people, and so on. It was a lot. And he walked in and slowly took all of that away from me. It allowed me to think about what was next for Last Stand, and, well, everything that has unfolded since he joined me as a result of our partnership. You have no idea how grateful I am for that very fact, as I had no idea Last Stand could be what it has become. Honestly, part of me didn't want it to grow because I was content with what I was doing. I left Kind of Funny to do something smaller, more intimate, and frankly better. But when I look around these years later, I realize I had my cake and I ate it too. We did things our way, just more efficiently. And then we grew, and then we really grew. And now, here we are. Of course, Dustin is more than just a worker and an employee. He's a good person. He's decent and kind, warm and funny, understanding and patient. He comes from good stock, and it shows. His parents, as young as they were, raised a fine person. Ironically, a quest Dustin himself is about to undertake. I love Dustin's enthusiasm, his nerdiness, his interest in a wide variety of art and entertainment, and his keen knowledge of so many gaps in my own understanding of the world around us. I also know that Dustin is an extremely loyal person, and I've done my best to reciprocate. Like when I scorched the earth and hired his friend because his friend's friends were dickheads to him, thus blowing up their company. It's perhaps little things like that which bind us together. And while I know people in life come and go, it is my sincere hope that Dustin and I are lifers, even if we don't always work together. Dustin, you are loved, cherished, and appreciated as you undertake this new, most important journey in your life. Please know I will always have your back for whatever you need. You can always rely on me, and know this: there is no Last Stand Media or Sacred Symbols without Dustin Furman.
Wow. That was nice. That was very nice.
500
Thank
words.
you.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly 500 words.
I'm rethinking this whole winner and loser situation.
What do you mean?
You know, because I feel very appreciated. That was very nice. It is very uncomfortable though to have someone say nice things about you.
Yeah, you feel like
on
a
a
loser
platform
kind of,
for
don't you?
tens of thousands of people. You know, it isn't quite what I expected. Overall, I say very good, Colin. Thank you. I appreciate you. I love you.
I love you. Yeah, you got to say it like Trump. Like, we love you.
We love you. You're a really great guy.
You're a great guy.
Oh man,
Chris, would you like to go now?
Yeah, so I'm gonna be real. I totally forgot the number count. I wrote 300 words.
Oh, that's okay.
But we'll see if this fulfills the spirit of the deal.
Yeah, we will. We'll see about that.
We'll see about it. What is there to say about a man like Dustin Bartholomew Furman? When he isn't gallivanting across this marvelous country of ours, collecting obscure PlayStation 1 games, or blessing the undoubtedly underpaid staff at Cedar Point with his convivial demeanor, he's tirelessly burning the midnight oil to keep the Last Stand Media ship afloat. There's really only one mind that comes to mind when I think of Dustin Furman: admiration. Let me tell you how much I've come to admire Dustin's dedication since I began to know him. There are 237,000 feet of nerve fibers in the human body that make up the nervous system. If the word admiration was engraved on each nanoangstrom of those hundreds of feet of nerve fibers, it would not equal 1/1 billionth of the admiration I feel for Dustin in this micro instant. It takes a special kind of discipline to meticulously sit through several hours of a relived conversation you literally just concluded and not go absolutely insane. As an editor myself, the suffering does not go unnoticed. There's a meme in this community that Brad cares more about Last Stand Media than anybody, but I think we all know who the real MVP is. It's unfortunate that he'll be gone for a while because, realistically speaking, Dustin could very well carry this show by himself. He's easily the most well-rounded player of the three of us. He knows the back end better than and he knows the back end better than anybody. He isn't allergic to Kingdom Hearts like I am, and he actually engages with multiplayer, unlike Colin. I'm honestly wildly impressed that he managed to complete Marathon's endgame before I fucking did. I still haven't, by the way, despite having, I think, 100 more hours in that game. It's going to be weird not having him around, but he deserves the best, and I hope he enjoys his time off, and I hope he rests well, but please come back soon. We need you.
Yes.
Very
well
good.
said. Very well written. Very well written. I love that.
Good.
Some good words in there.
Oh, which ones?
Did you use the word angstrom?
Nano, that's a bit lifted, but yes, nano angstrom.
Nano.
I love that word, dude. I try to put some words in there. I like convivial a lot. I feel
Convivial,
like
that's another good one.
Convivial a lot.
What if you like called my bluff and I'm like, oh, all of them?
Yeah.
Oh, allergic.
Very good.
Very
Dustin,
good.
you feeling a little misty-eyed now?
Oh, I like I said, a little uncomfortable. I feel appreciated. And yeah, it's gonna be weird to be gone again for a little bit. But the company is in good hands across the board. Everyone knows what they're doing. And I will be missing you guys, of course. I'll be missing you guys as my co-hosts, everyone else on the team. I'll be missing the audience, but I won't be too far away. And it won't be too long, really.
Well, Godspeed to you, my friend.
Thank you.
All right. The other thing I wanted to do here, and this is why I was 5 minutes late to recording today, as I told the guys, was I wanted to get together. Like, we get things to our P.O. box. I promised you a few weeks ago that I'd go through a few of the things just to acknowledge people publicly. I can acknowledge them privately, but I feel like it's more fun to be acknowledged publicly. So I've gotten some of the stuff together. This isn't going to be a huge episode, I don't think. We'll see. I guess we'll see. So I wanted to just go through a few things, if you guys will indulge me, just to show thanks. So I got this letter from a guy named Greg Stevens. Oh, he actually says at the bottom, postcard, please just let me know it arrives safely. No. To Colin and Micah, he writes, my wife is a big fan of Downton Abbey, so I took her on a little weekend trip to Highclere Castle, where it is filmed. And I thought it would be fun to grab you a pebble for you and ship it over to America. I'm pretty sure you've mentioned being a fan. Otherwise, this is a useless stone. Either way, enjoy. Well, so I'm a huge fan of Downton Abbey, like mega fan of Downton Abbey. So yeah, you got it right. I've enclosed a few photos. By the way, his F's look like J's, so it says I've enclosed the Jew photos.
Oh.
As Pruge. It really was a stone I picked up drum there. So Geel Dree to display them on your dridge.
Oh man.
Here is the
I'm not gonna. That was. I felt like maybe I was having a stroke.
A stroke. Yeah, like a stroke.
Right.
And I got really worried because I've not been drinking enough water. You know.
So we sent this picture of him and his lovely wife. That's Downton Abbey in the background, of course. And then he sent this picture of him holding the rock in front of it to prove it. And then he sent it in this thing. This little.
Oh, what the hell? It's like a fucking terrarium.
Yeah. So I got a little rock out from outside Downton Abbey, which is pretty cool. Very cool. One of the coolest things I think anyone's ever sent me. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I need.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for that. And funny pictures as well. Another one comes from Nade Sticker, who writes into us sometimes. He says, Dear Colin and Micah, hope all is well. Micah's my wife, for people that don't know. I don't know why they're addressing everything to both of us. Hope all is well. I'll try to keep it short and sweet this time. I know, Colin, you say not to send you anything, but I thought I'd finish the trilogy at least. As I might have mentioned before, I collect old strategy guides for video games. Fun. That's a fun idea. And the last time I sent you one was for Resistance 1 and 2. We went over those on the show. Well, in my hunt for more of my collection, I came across Resistance 3, so I thought I'd send you that. In addition, I wanted to gift you some Magic the Gathering cards. Last time I sent you some from a special set they did with Horizon Zero Dawn. Let's just say they recently came out with a set that includes your favorite ex-hockey player. Hope you enjoy them. He's talking about Casey Jones in that regard. It's a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Finally, recently was Free Comic Book Day at my local comic book shop. I don't think I've ever heard you talk about reading comic books too much, and I know leaving your neighborhood is a rare occurrence, let alone going to a comic book store. I'm not even sure where the comic store is around here, but you know what? My nephew goes to one. It must be somewhere on the main road here. Therefore, I picked up a couple of free comic books with IP I think you'll like. And then he wrote to Mike as well about some stuff. So he got this Mega Man, which is actually pretty cool because it's base on the cover with Proto Man.
Oh, cool.
Oh, yeah.
And then the Street Fighter with Ryu or Ryu if you're fucking annoying. And then the Resistance 3 strategy guide. Now, what I liked about this, I always like to see who wrote the strategy guides. This is the thing you have to like go to the back page and then read this thing in the back. I only know this because I used to write strategy guides myself, because a lot of people in the industry would secretly write these when they were not supposed to. It's one of the little known secrets. I won't say who. Well, yeah, I will. People like Jeremy Dunham and Chris Carl, who I used to work with at IGN. They're both long gone at IGN. Jeremy Dunham is has like tens of millions of dollars now because he worked at Psyonix when they got bought. And he was the VP of Psyonix, so he'll be fine. They worked at IGN, and then they used to moonlight and write these under pen names. So I went and looked. You'd get about $5,000 for a book, and you'd have about 3 days to write it. They would send you to like a hotel with an early build of the game. It was very interesting. So I went and looked. Now, Chris won't know this person, but I wondered, Dustin, does the name Sam Bishop strike a name with you?
Yes, it sounds very familiar.
So it says, written by Off-Base Productions, authors Dean Lang and Sam Bishop. You won't be able to see it, but it's written here. And it's Bishop with a U. His name was not spelled with a U. Sam Bishop used to run this PlayStation fan site, and he wrote for IGN for many years, and he works at PlayStation now, I think, to this day. But I'm like, that's so funny. You wrote this, and then you just changed one letter of your name to try to hide it in some slick way, I guess. So funny then, cool. Resistance. We'll add that to the collection as well, of course.
It's funny you mentioned looking up the names, Colin.
That's a tough name to probably find.
Well, when I was playing Silent Hill 2, I was on a plane on the way back from Japan, so I downloaded a guide.
Yeah.
The original guide.
Yeah.
And it was from a guy named Dan Burlew.
Yeah,
so I looked
yeah, go ahead.
I looked him up on Twitter, and I just was like, "Hey, I'm using your guide," and he's still doing stuff. He has
He wrote a
YouTube
shit ton of
channel.
guides. Yeah,
yeah. So, and he follows me, so we've made like a small connection. But I was just like, "Oh, it's kind of funny that."
Yeah, he wrote a lot of stuff. I know that name. And then the magic cards are here. All right, what else do we have? Let's see. We have another letter. I think this might be the last one. Oh, this is from Pair of Shoes.
Oh,
Says Micah and Colin. Just wanted to send you some fun and one stupid little things. I hope you both and the pets are having a great year so far with much to look forward to the rest of the year. Things have been extremely rough the past couple of years, and in my darkest times, even if it was only a little, thank you for even the small glimmers of hope. I went into almost a 2-year seclusion beside work, which was something I never thought I would have done. I'm naturally an introvert, but could be very outgoing if I wished to. I'm a pharmacist, so at least you'll make a lot of money in your seclusion. But I like to think that he's when you have a pharmacist and they're like, would you like to, like, you go to the side and you talk to the pharmacist? You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
When you get new medicine, they like want to tell you. He just dead up looks at you.
Right.
Until you leave. He doesn't even say anything because he's in his period of seclusion. I'm a pharmacist, so I've always been people facing. So having voices to listen to at home surprisingly helps when you are by yourself a lot. Medical problems can really fuck you up. So always cherish even the smallest of things in people, even if it feels mundane. Enough of that, though. Should be a fantastic year of gaming. I know you hate suggestions that don't pertain to your likes, but I really recommend East 9 or even East 10. You don't need to recommend me East. I used to play East. It's one of those things that I had to kind of let go because there's no time. Micah, maybe try Ark the Lad. I wonder if she would like Ark the Lad. PS1 strategy RPG series. Blah, blah, blah. Well, enjoy these little gifts, and you can literally burn the shirt. So did I show you guys the shirt already?
I don't think so.
This is for Micah. I wish he sent me this, but this is not. It's LGBT. Oh. Let's get biting these hot dogs. All right. So that's for Micah, which I appreciate.
That's awesome.
And then I think these are the right things. He sent me a bunch of little Mega Man tchotchkes, which is cool. And PlayStation stuff. So he sent me this thing. This is Rockman 2's box art, but it's a fake cartridge, and it's actually like a holder for, I think, like SD cards or something. So it's like the actual cartridge, but it's in Japanese, and it says we translated it because it's all in Japanese. It's not one of those things that's made for American or Western audiences. And it says like, this is not a game, because it does look just like the cartridge.
It's like an SD card like holder thing.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, weird.
And then a few other odds and ends. Let's see. Some new Mega Man 1 coasters, which is kind of cool with the actual sprites. It's like Gutsman, Bomb Man, my favorite, Iceman, which is pretty cool. And then he sent me these, which a few other things as well, but these are my favorites because I already have one of them. I already have this Crashman one. I think you bought me this, Dustin. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. That looks familiar.
So I have this, but he got me Bubble Man and Woodman.
Yeah. Those are from a gacha capsule in Japan. That's where I got it, at least.
So I think that covers about everything. Actually, there's one more thing. I'm going to go get it. Can you guys give me 1 sec?
We'll give you 1 sec.
Late.
Now what do we do?
Yeah, it's over.
He's mentioning a pharmacist. I had a pharmacist give me a shot the other day.
Oh, what? Really?
I was at Target because you have to get a shot for your baby that's like for whooping cough. And I was like, I'm sitting in the corner of the CVS at Target, and this guy's sticking a needle in my arm.
It feels off to do like important things like that.
Oh, actually,
at places like that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay, go ahead.
He also, I forgot that he also, I think this is from him. I should have kept better notes. I think this is a PlayStation 1 bag.
Oh,
interesting.
That you like wear on a satchel, I guess. So it's pretty cool.
Weird.
The final thing I wanted to show is not one of these things, but it's Sandeep sent me this new book, Sony Personal Audio from Obsolete Sony. Hardcover. I don't know, man. Like, it smells so good. They're killing it. Match made in heaven, these two. That's so funny. I had a mini disc player like this. I returned it because I didn't know how to use it. However, the most important thing for our purposes is there's a little advertisement for On the Go, the complete unofficial history of the PlayStation Portable, which is going to go on Kickstarter soon. So let's go support and show support for our friend Sandeep Rai, if you're interested, when the time comes. And by the way, he announced that he's doing I saw this too late. Like, I didn't see it when it was announced for some reason, but he's doing a PlayStation kind of retro podcast. I guess I'm just his muse, you know? Hey, I have this idea for like a retro PlayStation magazine. Hey, I have this idea for a retro PlayStation podcast. But you know what? I'm never going to do it. So someone's got to do it. Now, if you do the strategy guide thing, I'm going to be upset.
Your partner.
I don't care. I love Sandeep. He's awesome. He's a fucking grinder is what he is. You know when you meet one of those people that burns Dagan's one of those people, burns it at both ends.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of those guys for sure. When I talk to him, I'm like, how do you even have time to do any of this? Because he works a real job and he has a family. He has kids. And then he's just like writing prodigiously. Like all of this. I'm like, what is going on? Who? He's like the Stephen King. He's the Brandon Sanderson of PlayStation. See, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not. There can only be one Brandon Sanderson of PlayStation. And unfortunately, it's got to be Sandy Bry.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Yeah, he is a nice guy.
A year or two ago, I ordered some of the retro PlayStation magazines. And the next morning I woke up and my order was canceled.
He refunded you?
He refunded, messaged me. He's like, hey, I refunded your order. I'm going to send them to you. And I was like, all right. I was trying to pay for him. But so yeah. And the retro PlayStation magazine is sick. It is awesome. Maybe one day, I'm going to throw this out here. Sandeep, I'd write an article for it.
Oh, I'm sure he would have you do that.
I would do it. Maybe Mega Man Legends. When eventually it gets remastered.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Just throwing it out there.
It doesn't have to be remastered. I mean, they do also. I mean, they do.
That's true.
You can just the time might be now. Well, not right now, because we have to do the show, and then you have to have a child. So
yeah,
but soon. So yeah, thank you for indulging me. I wanted to get through that because they've been lingering, and I want to acknowledge people as they send things in. And then I usually sometimes people send me things, and I do email them or try to find them so I can reach out to them privately. But then I'm like, isn't it more exciting to talk about it on the show? But then I forget. So then it just looks like I get your shit and I don't say anything.
Yeah.
But then again, I tell you not to send me things.
Yeah, it's kind of on you at this point.
Thank you guys for thinking of me and my wife.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Shopify. When we started our merch store at Last Stand, it felt like we needed to figure out everything on our own. Setting up a website, managing inventory, shipping, everything was new to us, and even figuring out where to start was a challenge. Finding the right tool that makes everything easier is a game changer, and for us and millions of other businesses, that tool is Shopify. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the US, from household names that you know, like Last Stand Media, to brands just getting started. Get started with your own design studio. With hundreds of ready-to-use templates, Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand's style. Best yet, Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping to processing returns and beyond. And what if I get stuck? Shopify's always around to share advice with their award-winning 24/7 customer support. Start your business today with the industry's best business partner, Shopify, and start hearing. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/sacred. Go to shopify.com/sacred. That's shopify.com/sacred. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Cash App. Buying things online is great, but there are definitely some things to watch out for to make sure you're not getting scammed. A shady seller with a deal that's maybe too good to be true, maybe some questionable reviews. I love using Cash App for an extra layer of security so I can have confidence that if I do miss one of those red flags, they have me covered. When you get the Cash App card, not only do you get access to a ton of perks and benefits, like early access to nationwide concert pre-sales or discounts on popular brands, but you also have an extra security with the power to instantly lock or unlock your card right from your phone in just one tap. If a suspicious transaction pops up in your card, Cash App has your back by automatically declining the purchase and sending you a heads up to confirm. If a suspicious transaction pops up on your card, Cash App has your back by automatically declining the purchase and sending you a heads up to confirm if it's you or not. Behind the scenes, you can rest assured knowing your bank account is protected by 24/7 fraud monitoring. Spend with peace of mind today and order a Cash App card in the app or at cash.app/card. New Cash App customers can earn $10 if they use the code SECURE10 in their profile at sign-up and send $5 to a friend within 14 days. Terms apply. Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Cash App Visa Debit Flex cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC, and the Bancorp Bank N.A., pursuant to a license from Visa USA Inc. See terms and conditions for the Sutton Prepaid Card, Sutton Debit Flex Card, and Bancorp Debit Flex Card. Discounts and promotions provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcasts for full disclosures.
All right. Topics of discussion. Let's get through them. Hayden Glass wrote in and said Dustin does care. Props to Dustin for perfectly timing his parental leave in such a way that he didn't miss one of the biggest weeks of content in LSM history. Multiple streams. I actually think we might have made more money on YouTube this month than ever because of all the streaming. Multiple streams and extra lengthy episodes this week. The work everyone did is truly appreciated. We love the crew, and while he may not care as much as Brad, Dustin cares nonetheless. Little acknowledgement for you, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah, you're right. I definitely perfectly timed. I said, they're like, we need to have the baby come this day. I said, no, make him wait.
Yeah.
I got
Actually,
Summer Game Fest.
You had sex at exactly the right time, which is actually far more impressive than anything else.
True. Right. Yeah. The timing was ideal for that. So you're welcome. I mean, I'm really the winner in the end because I'm the one who had sex.
Can I be honest with you? I don't really like thinking about you having sex. It's not one of the things I appreciate and enjoy about this conversation. And yet I brought it up.
If you said the opposite,
right,
that would be highly concerning.
Right.
So I'm completely okay with that.
Right. Fair enough.
It would be fucking deeply concerning.
Jack Perry wrote in and said, hey, double C and D. Just wanted to flip the script somewhat after last week's addition to the Sacred Symbols divorce saga. I've been with my girlfriend for about a year, and she's always been adamant that she doesn't enjoy podcasts. Since moving in together, I've been driving her around a lot. And whilst I agree that it's a faux pas to put podcasts on in the car with friends, I don't think it's so bad with a partner. We've listened to several episodes of Sacred Symbols and Summon Sign whilst driving around together, and she's actually now taken the stance that she wishes she listened to more podcasts. She says she enjoys your voices and the content, and on top of that, she's no stranger to dropping the retard bomb. Just thought you'd like to hear that there are some outliers to the recurrent divorces caused by this podcast, and that your sparse female audience has found itself a single edition. I believe Brad is a particular favorite of hers. Thanks for all the content, and wishing Dustin and Holly nothing but good luck with their upcoming parenthood. It's very exciting. I don't know why you guys keep doing this to yourselves, but and I'm not saying being in relationships with women. I'm saying showing them this whole side of your life. You don't need to show anyone. No one needs to know.
Yeah. Huge risk that apparently paid off, but
for now, I mean, they're in their honeymoon period. A year? Come on, man.
Yeah, it's just like the payoff isn't even like, I don't know. To me, the risk and reward of this is so low because what does it mean? Like, oh, you get to listen to the podcast off your headphones, I guess. Like that's like the most you get is that like, you know that you're not bothering somebody by listening to something. But like the risk is like crazy in comparison. Especially, and maybe it's just me because I like to have my own things, to be honest.
Me
like,
too.
I don't mind having like a thing. It's like, yeah, this is mine.
Same.
You don't have to like it. I'd actually maybe prefer if you had no interest in this at all. You know? Yeah. So this is my thing. But I mean, you know, different strokes, I guess. You lucked out though, Jack. That could have gone spectacularly wrong.
Well, maybe there is a little bit of foreshadowing in here. Maybe there's a thread we can pull at. It says, I believe Brad is a particular favorite of hers.
Interesting.
What is that supposed to mean?
Yeah.
I mean, we know what it's supposed to mean, but what does it mean long term?
Dive deeper.
Does this mean, is it possible she's going to become infatuated with Brad?
That's right.
Does Brad have the sexiest voice of anyone at Last Stand?
Impossible. I think I don't even know who's
Sexy.
I feel like you know, it's funny. We're in a primarily audio based medium. I don't think any of us have particularly audio friendly voices.
Yeah, I listen to
real
myself sometimes. I'm like, Jesus Christ, why do I want to listen to me?
Yeah,
I feel like everyone feels that way about themselves, though. Obviously, there's some method to the madness, but Cog, yeah, maybe. Yeah, Cog's got a little sultry.
A little smooth.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Cog's
might
probably
get someone
the answer.
going.
Might be Micah because half the audience has never seen or talked to or touched a woman. So,
oh, interesting.
So it's a very new and interesting thing for them.
Yeah, but she says things that of great evil, though.
Yes, she's very unsettling.
Concern.
Yeah,
she's very unsettling. Behind that beautiful face is
fucking Baphomet.
Man, oh man, I learn new things every day. You know, when I hear her talk, I'm like, okay, good, very good.
Yeah,
we're gonna do this for the rest of our lives, I guess. That's fun.
Make sure you still have the receipt.
Yeah. Oh, it's too late. We're doing it. All right. Well, good luck to you and Jack and your girlfriend. Maybe she'll be your fiance and your wife someday. I don't know. Write in and let us know how that's all going in the future. Sam Ward wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC." A lot of people wrote in about this. He says, "I know no one in the LSM family cares about football," and he's talking about soccer. "But is anyone even remotely excited for the World Cup, considering it's taking place in America? If so, do we have any wild predictions? Will the European players complain that it's too hot? I think they already are. Will America shock everyone and win it? I wish. Or will Dustin return from paternity leave with a newfound love of the sport? Thank you." So I think the day we're recording the World Cup begins, but our first game, I believe, is tomorrow. So the day this publishes on Patreon against Paraguay, I want to say. I will say this. I'm a big sports fan, and I love basically all sports. And I want to love them. I appreciate them. I'll watch almost anything. I just like competition. I like athletics. Soccer, I think, is a really great sport. It's incredibly athletic.
Yeah.
I think the average professional soccer player runs like miles a game. In addition to doing it's crazy. It's a crazy sport.
It isn't. I dated a soccer player a long, long time ago, and it was like I would go to the games, and I would look. It's like, I don't know how you're not dead by the end of this, because it's constant.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? It's not like stop go where you have like time to kind of recoup. It's intense.
And it's one of those things too. I only played indoor soccer. I never played in a league outdoor soccer, so it's much different. But it reminds me a little bit of being on a tennis court. Obviously, a soccer pitch is much bigger. But you ever know when a tennis court looks really small until you stand on it? Like, yeah. I remember realizing that when I was a kid, and we'd play tennis at gym, and then I'd play tennis with my friends. Wherever I'm like, this is way bigger and harder than it looks.
Yeah,
it looks
like they're moving inches.
Right, exactly. It's like, and you're standing on there, and you're like, you have to get all the way to that corner to get the ball going 120 miles an hour. Like, and soccer is an even bigger example of that, in my opinion, where it's like you walk out onto the pitch and you're like, holy shit. You know, it's huge. It's huge. The nets are so big, and yet it's almost impossible to score, which I think is so funny about the game. So I think soccer is really cool. Yeah. That said, all four major American sports are way better than soccer. I think soccer is never going to breach that top four. And I'm talking about football, baseball, hockey, basketball. Really, in order of popularity, it would be something like football, baseball, basketball, hockey. And soccer's never going to get into that top four for any American. And well, not for any American. There's plenty of Americans that like soccer, but we have Major League Soccer, which is our professional soccer league, which is like a B tier league compared to what's going on in Europe and South America and stuff.
Yeah.
But every 4 years, yes, I will engage. And it's for what you said. The United States has virtually no prayer of winning the World Cup. Ever.
Yeah.
But how funny would it be if we did? And that's what every time the World Cup begins and we're in it, because I don't think we were in it last time or 2 times ago, but every time it starts and we're in it, I'm like, yeah, I want this bad, because the rest of the world will melt down and it'll be so funny. Like, we don't even give a shit about soccer compared to all these other countries, but we're going to win it. Yeah. And I remember I was in college, I want to say 2006, we got pretty far. I think we got to the last 8 teams or something, which is crazy because I think it starts with 64 teams. So that's when you're starting to like play around with like, oh, maybe we can get a fluky win and keep going. But then you start playing teams like Brazil, you know, or whatever, Argentina, whatever the big great teams are, and you get fucking wiped out by. And this is true, by the way. I don't know if you guys know this. Players on those teams, on like a lot of English team stuff, they get signed when they're little kids. Like to the team.
Yeah.
Like they get signed when they're like 5 or 6 or 7. Then
That's
they
crazy.
go to a school that is run by the team. And all they do is, you know, they're academics and they play soccer. And then when they're an adult, they are like a machine. And we don't do that here. So we can never compete with them. You know? It's amazing.
It's fucking Harry Potter ass rules over there, man. That's really insane. But yeah, I don't know. The World Cup, I can't pretend like I'm that interested in sports, but I will say, just because it's a rare occasion, that Knicks game was crazy.
Oh my God.
I don't even care about these things, but I'm clued in just because it's like the Knicks, and it's like, okay, it's like when the Giants were in the Super Bowl. It's like, okay, I'm paying attention. It's New York, you know? And I was watching, I was like, oh man, they're gonna lose. And that comeback was insane. I don't care about sports at all. That comeback was insane. Like objectively.
No, it was. I've been watching all of the games. I tell people, I say it all the time, I just have ESPN or something on passively in my house, like at night when I'm not using the TV, as we're eating dinner and dicking around or whatever. And so the games have been on and I've been watching them. And I sat down to watch the basketball game yesterday and they were down by whatever 30 at the half.
Yeah.
And I turned it off. I was like, I'm going to go play 007. And so I did. And then I went on Twitter later and I'm like, they won? Like,
yeah. They won by 1 point, I think, with like, I think a second or 2 left on the clock. And it was after like some crazy, I think I can't remember the name of the guy, but he shot like one from half court or something. And then like it bounced off the rim and another guy came in. And, like,
and he
barely like nudged it back in for the win. And I was like, that's crazy. It's weird watching. I don't know, man. That was cool. I was really happy for New York because that was a wild comeback. I don't like watching the Spurs though. I don't like Wembanyama walking around like a siren head. It's really upsetting.
He's some sort of creature, isn't he? I can't put it like that.
Dustin, I think like
he's got weird proportions.
Dude, he's like he's like a modded character in like 2K. Like it makes no sense. Like how is this fucking eldritch creature playing basketball? Like it makes no sense. He looks so incorrect.
What's his name?
Wemby, Wemby. Just look up Wemby Spurs.
Yeah, just look up Wemby, and it's like it really looks like he looks like a meme. I don't even know how to describe it.
He's huge.
He runs around the court. He looks like it's like fucking Jack Skellington running around the basketball court.
Yeah,
it's like,
that's exactly right.
This is
exactly
really unsettling, dude. Like it's.
I thought this picture that I was looking at.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I thought it was a meme, like a Photoshop, but it's from CNN. It's him like this.
Yeah,
but his arms are like,
dude,
so long.
It's really he literally looks like a Roswell Gray. It's fucking insane. The proportions on this guy. No offense, but also like some
of
yeah, he doesn't. His face is totally fine. In fact, he's even handsome. I would say it's the body that's like very long, and his legs are huge. Like his legs are so long. Really interesting.
Spider running around the fucking basketball court. It's crazy. But
he's stretched out, dude.
So that part of the game was a little unsettling. I didn't like every time my eyes would like pass over him. Is like I felt like it's like an uncanny valley thing going on with him. And I bet it plays to their advantage. Not just because he's like 7'6" or some absurd height, but like I bet like for other players going against him, it's like really unnerving. It's like having a fucking Bloodborne boss, you know, like hovering over you. It's probably psychologically distressing.
You know, in watching the games, one thing that I've always wanted to do, and it reminded me, Chris, was I would like to sit courtside at an NBA game at some point in my life. Just a random game. It doesn't have to be an important game. Just because it's so unusually intimate compared to most sports. Like you are right on top of the court. You can hear everything. Like there are people right behind the bench. You can hear everything they're saying to each other. It's kind of cool from that perspective. it's something that I would like to do. I think the game of basketball is awesome. I just think NBA basketball is a little underwhelming, to be honest. I would actually prefer to watch college basketball, but again, people get mad at me all the time when I talk about the NBA. Like, I don't know what I'm talking about, but and I'm not a huge NBA fan at all, or a huge basketball fan, but like one of the big talking points for years is how bad the NBA has become in sports, like how bad it is. And it seems like there's a lot of excitement. And we've said on the show, I'm just excited for my Knicks friends. Like, I don't really have a basketball team, which is kind of weird. Like, I've always refused to root for the Knicks because they play in Madison Square Garden where the Rangers play. And I just feel like that's bad juju. I'm not rooting for the Knicks. And then the Nets used to play on Long Island, but they moved to New Jersey. And then they moved to Brooklyn. And so they're probably the closest approximation to having a team for me. Like, I'll kind of like lean into rooting for the Nets when they're doing well or whatever, but I'm very cognizant that you have to earn the right of being a fan, in my opinion. And I don't want to be like, oh, I love the Nets. It's like, I don't really give a shit, to be honest. It's like, whatever, man. I look at the standings like once a week and I like maybe catch a game or two a year. It's like, I don't really care. But I'm excited for everyone that's excited. And yeah, so the series is 3-1 going back to San Antonio. So they could put this thing away tomorrow-ish, I guess. And so back to soccer. It's happening. It's exciting. We didn't even have the danger of not making it because we're hosting it. So we have to get in. It's an at-large bid. It's like an automatic. And we drew a really easy group, I think. So like I think all the 64 team, I think it's 64 or something like that. They're all split into 4 groups of 4, and then they all play each other. And then the best 2 teams out of those advance, and then so on and so forth. And let's see, our group, I believe, is Paraguay, Turkey, and Australia. So I think it's safe to assume anything can happen. We just have to place first or second in that group. I think we will advance. And then we'll see what happens from there. Not that I know anything. People are barking, or people are barking. The dogs are barking. People must be at the door. You guys go on without me.
Go on without him. Where does the World Cup even take place in America?
I have no. We're the worst people to be left with this topic. I have no earthly idea. Or do we even have soccer field, like big soccer stadiums? Like, I'm sure we must. But like, I can't. Do they just do them in football stadiums? Is that a ridiculous question?
Is a football field the same size as a soccer field?
Yeah, I don't know. I genuinely he left us on a sports topic. That's insane. I only know a little bit about the NBA today because I saw that game and because I just root for New York whenever they're in things. But like, I don't know shit about this space at all.
Yeah, I had no knowledge even about. I mean, I knew that the stuff was going crazy with basketball, but
yeah,
I really knew.
I only knew because I was getting like crazy texts, and I was like, "What the hell's going on?" And then I watched it, and there's videos of like Jerry Seinfeld and like Larry David freaking out.
Yeah,
at the NBA.
Well, you're not allowed to leave us on a sports question ever again.
Sorry, I apologize about that.
We floundered.
No, I
yeah, it's insane. It's insane of you to do that.
Let me present something to you.
Sure.
I have a no solicitation sign on my door.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. It says it. Now, when you go into my neighborhood, it says no soliciting. Okay. You ignore that. It says on my door a sign that says no soliciting. Thank you. Just small. It's been there since I moved in. Because when I moved in, it was solicitor mania because all the houses were new. And so it's like, oh, you need this. Right. You want this. You want that. And then I was like, all right, enough. So I put the sign up and it's been fine. This is now the 3rd exception since I put it up where people are just ignore it. And I feel like that's so fucked. You know, it says it right where you're fucking knocking and ringing the door. What do you say? Oh, so this is like pest control. And so I always try to be polite. I am polite, you know. It happened a few weeks ago. Someone came and I'm like, oh, no, thank you. And I didn't even say anything else. And I just shut the door, you know, like, I'm like, thank you. But this time the guy was like, he was friendly, but it was like, first of all, my dogs are freaking out. So I don't want anyone knocking on my door because it scares them. And then I have to deal with that. And then I open the door and the guy's nice. He's like, hey, he's leaning against my thing. He's like, hey, boss, I just wanted to let you know we're doing some work in the neighborhood. And I'm like, no, thank you. I'm not interested. And I went to shut the door. And he's like, oh, so you have someone doing your extermination or whatever? And I'm like, yes. And I pointed at the sign, like, which is right above the door. And I'm like, it says no soliciting. Thank you. And shut the door. Like, yeah. In other words, I wanted to let it go to be like, no, thank you. And just like move on with my life. But you had to like push and insist and pretend that you're illiterate and can't read the fucking no solicitation sign. Now, the thing that I am cognizant of is that is probably the worst job in the world. I get it. I don't want to hear from you though.
Yeah.
There's no question that you shouldn't be knocking on my door. Why are people putting me in a position and then I have to come off like I'm an asshole kind of? Where I'm like, it says no soliciting, dude. I didn't yell at him or scream at him or anything like that, but I'm like, who do you think you are? Am I wrong?
No,
I
absolutely
hate
not.
that shit. Get off my property.
There was something you can do. Well, local laws may be different. I know that when Ben was mayor, he's like, if someone comes to your door, make sure to ask to see their solicitation permit. And then if they act like they don't have one, tell them that you're calling the police to make sure. But in this situation, you can't do that because you're in the middle of recording a podcast where you left your two hosts to talk about sports. So you need to come back.
I'm just bothered because, right. First, I don't want to leave you hanging with sports. No, and of course, it's like I tried to like get through it without any like, no, thank you. And just, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I can't get over that.
You got to stand your ground.
Yeah. Like I don't want to be a dickhead, but it's like, just, I would like walk up my stairs, like on my driveway up my stairs. And then I'd see the sign and be like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Gotta go.
But no, I'm going to solicit you. Yeah. Dickhead. Sam, thank you for writing in. Brian Lonsdale wrote in and said, now this is an interesting one. I'm curious what you guys think of this. Hey boys, my girlfriend and I have season passes to a water park, but she's been too busy to go lately. She's told me to just go by myself, but I'm paralyzed by the thought of being a 33-year-old man hanging out there alone. I just want to have fun in the wave pool, relax in the lazy river, and mind my own business. Instead, I'm terrified that Chris Hansen is going to drift up in the inner tube next to me and say, why don't you have a seat right over there? Is it socially acceptable for a solo adult man to lone wolf a water park, or am I rightfully paranoid that everyone is going to assume the worst? In my opinion, you're thinking about this the wrong way. You got to go one step higher. Water parks are disgusting, and you don't want to have any part of them. I'm going to throw that out there right now. Water so heavily chlorinated that you basically float. And anything could be happening under the waves. It's not like the ocean. Everyone's pissed in the ocean. Everyone. Well, maybe not everyone. But like, that's fine. I don't give a shit. You can even shit in the ocean for all I care. Think about all of the water just constantly moving around or whatever. It's like, it's whatever, man. Pools. That's why I got my own pool, is because like, I'm not doing that. I'm not sharing water with a bunch of strangers. It's gross. When I went to Iceland, I went to the Blue Lagoon, which is like that famous like tourist trap thing. And it was fucking gross. I'm like walking around with a bunch of fucking like hundreds of strangers in our bathing suits. I'm like, oh, this is fucking disgusting. I'm like, first of all, I'm getting like I'm sucking all of the diseases up probably through my pee hole because that's the only open part of me under the waves. It was just gross. I hated it. So Brian, you have two problems. You have the whole Chris Hansen angle, which I think is a good angle. Bad angle, but a good angle that you brought up. And then the water park thing. You don't want to do water parks. That's it.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's fine. I don't know. Like I grew up going to like public pool. Like there was a public pool that we had kind of close to where we lived that we would go to often because we just didn't have a pool. It's in Yonkers. It was called Tibbetts. I think it was called Tibbetts Brook Park. For anybody who lives in Westchester area or Yonkers area, you might know that. But so I don't have a problem with that aspect. I've been to water parks; they're fine. I get that they're gross, but like to me, it's just like it's so. I don't know. Is it really that much grosser than anything? I don't know. It feels like much ado about nothing in comparison to everything else.
It's water. You can't avoid it.
Yeah, but it's so chemically. It's so like, is it even water anymore?
Yeah, no, it is
like,
some other. It is some. It's some weird chemistry, like like the little formula of something
like
else.
There's got to be something about it. Like, because I bet like if it wasn't chlorinated, it'd be heinous. You know what I mean? Like there's something about like they must do something to it because it presents better than it probably is. And I can't even imagine how it could possibly present better considering the situation where you're just like surrounded by strangers and surrounded by wet strangers. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, man. The Chris Hansen angle's a little odd. Like, I don't know. Like, well, so this might be. Do you look the part? And what I mean by that is like there are some people where it's like it's not their fault, but like you know what I mean. Like
I totally know
they've got the character design of just like someone who's like, you know, people are going to be suspicious whether that's fair or not.
Bad RNG.
So like bad RNG, like sometimes that happens. So like that would be unfortunate. But I feel like if you're not that archetype, I don't think you gotta worry. Like I don't think everybody everywhere is worried about people slurping their kids up at a water park. I think you're fine. My thing is just generally at amusement parks of any kind, I don't know if I would like to go to those things alone. Like movies, I like going to movies alone, actually. Like I really don't mind not having somebody to go to a movie with because I'm not going to be talking to them anyway. You know what I mean? Like we're sitting next to each other for like no other reason than to just sit next to each other in silence while we watch this movie. An amusement park is different because you're going to be sitting next to someone at some point on some ride or something. And it's just like, do I want to be next to somebody that I don't know? Not really. So I would kind of prefer somebody be there. But a water park, I don't know why you would want to go to any kind of thing alone like that, to be honest. I don't know why you would want to go to Six Flags alone or a water park alone. That's a group activity or like a bare minimum couple thing, in my opinion.
Yeah. I'm not a great swimmer. I cheated in high school gym class when we had to swim the mile, notoriously.
You swam a mile?
Well, on paper, I swam the mile.
I don't know if I could. I could, but it would take forever.
How did you cheat?
Basically, the way that they do that is that you have a partner that counts your laps.
Oh.
And my partner was a guy that I had been spending time with at summer gym, and I put him aside. I'm like, listen, man, I'm not going to be able to do this. Like, I know I'm not going to be able to do this. I'm not asking you to give me to go crazy, but just like keep an ear out to the other people around us and make sure I'm somewhere in the
ballpark. Yeah.
Just,
right.
Yeah. Cause I'm not going to be able to do it. So, in terms of water parks, I've been to a few. I like them, but as my lack of swimming ability makes them a little uneasy. Like the wave pools kind of freak me out a little bit. Like about drowning in that. But anyway, that's not really Brian's question here. Should he go to one alone? I think it depends on what you do there. If you're in line for a slide and you are surrounded by children that are in line for the slide, then I could understand the feeling a little bit uncomfy in that situation. But you said you want to have fun in the wave pool and relax in the lazy river. Mind your own business? I don't think there's anything wrong with that, being in the lazy river by yourself, relaxing. I think that would be okay.
Get violently drunk in the lazy river.
Belligerent.
I've always wondered about that. Like when I'm at Cedar Point, I see people drinking alcohol all the time. And I'm like, dude, it's like 90 degrees.
I know. It's too hot.
And you are drinking like crazy and then riding literally the most insane roller coasters on planet Earth. I don't know. It just doesn't seem...
It's a recipe for disaster, it seems like.
Yeah. So, but at a water park, I'm sure a drink would be amazing. So I say, do it. Just be mindful.
Yeah.
You better fucking not do it. We had a water park on Long Island called Splish Splash.
Oh
my God.
That we used to go to sometimes.
Jesus Christ. Splish Splash. There's like Splash. Oh my God. Wasn't Splash Mountain. Now I'm blanking on it. There was like a really budget water park that was around in Wappingers where I grew up in like, in Fishkill or what? Yeah, I can't remember exactly. Splashdown Beach. Yeah, Splashdown. Sucked.
Yeah. We have Sandcastle in Pittsburgh.
Splish Splash.
Yeah, I spelled you splishsplash.com.
It's a really fucking upsetting URL.
This got a Wikipedia. Splish Splash is a 96-acre water park located in Calverton, New York. It has 30 rides and is open for visitors from May to September. It opened in 1991. I feel like it's older than that. But I guess it's not. So I was in second grade. So I was like dude, no wonder I went to Splish Splash when I was like a little kid. That was like I was like the target audience when it opened. I don't think I even realized that. I thought it was older than that.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Thank you, Wikipedia.
It's such a Playland coded place.
Oh, definitely.
Where it's just like, yeah, it's a park.
Yeah, it's like Calverton also is like in the middle of nowhere, like out East Long Island. So it's like you have to kind of go. But people do. They go and apparently still go to this day. Randy's whore ex-wife has the final write-in and says, Colin, please flush your poo wipes. They are doing more harm to you in the trash can than they are in your sewer. Don't flush wipes is the same propaganda that brought you the Hotel Green initiative thing you always whine about. It's about big sewers doing their job, not your house pipes. It's not your problem. Flush away, please. This is nonsense. I've watched so much Drain Addict at this point over the years on YouTube. Come on, dude. There are two things that cause clogs. What are they, Dustin?
Flushable wipes and poop?
Flushable wipes and roots.
Roots
Find their way outdoor pipes. Roots, like especially with like irrigation pipes or like pipes that are bringing water away from your house. Like roots are so attracted to water that they will literally break through the pipes and get into the pipe and just soak all the water up. And then they become so huge that the water can't get by effectively. And it's those two things. Always, every time. It is wipes and it is, you can't fool me because I've literally, Drain Addict's probably done 1,000 videos. I've probably watched 200 of them. Maybe more than that. It's those two things every time.
Yeah.
Occasionally it's like, I should say on rare occasion, mostly at a construction site. So like if a house is being built, it'll be a third thing, which is like sludge, like rocks and like concrete and shit like that you have to like bust out. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at Drain Addict's YouTube channel, which I've heard you talk about, never seen. I like that the titles are Blocked Drain 1207.
Yeah, they
Blocked Drain 1208.
Yeah, that's all he does. And like he just doesn't even I don't think they even have descriptions or anything. And then but now I think people are confused about the poo wipe situation. You don't do the first, the second, or even the fourth or fifth wipe with the wipe. You grab the wipe when you're done wiping.
Right.
To just kind of freshen up. It's not covered in shit.
What, people are starting?
Yeah, I don't know I think people are confused about how you're supposed to use the wipe or something like that. Like they think you're like taking this thing covered in shit and throwing it in a garbage can. It's like, no, you're taking a thing that 9 out of 10 times has nothing on it. And if it does, it has like a little brown, whatever, like little, like not like poop, but like, you know, a little residue. It's the last line of defense. And you should definitely not. Randy's whore ex-wife is wrong. Don't flush them. Because by the way, you're responsible for the pipes on your property. So if like your shit running out to the sewer gets clogged, that's also your problem. Bad advice. Dumb advice, stupid advice. You're banned from writing in for 10 episodes. Of course, you can just change your name and I would never know.
Yeah.
All right, my boys, should we get into the news? Lots of things to talk about this week.
Yeah,
we can move fairly briskly. So here's how I structured it. We did Sacred Symbols last week, and that covered State of Play, and that covered the Summer Game Fest. So that's 2/3 of the battle, basically. Really, it's half the battle because there was also a Nintendo Direct, which we're going to talk about as well. So this episode will cover things that I thought were interesting from the Xbox showcase, of which 24 of 28 games shown are coming to PlayStation. And then the Nintendo showcase, which actually were the Direct, which had a few games. Well, more than a few, but a few that I thought were interesting. So it's not everything. If you want to see everything from the Xbox showcase, watch the State of Play or watch the Xbox showcase VOD.
Mm-hmm.
And the Nintendo stuff will be covered or has already been covered in depth on Punching Up. So you can go there. But these are the things that I thought were interesting for us to talk about. So I just wanted to be clear about that.
Yeah.
Big news of the week for me here is a Halo campaign Evolved has a release date. It's fairly soon. Not a huge surprise. July 28th. Of course, this will be Halo's premiere on PlayStation 5, and that in and of itself is very exciting. There are pre-order bonuses if you're interested, including, I don't know if you saw this, Chris, you can play 5 days early.
I did see that.
If you buy the premium edition. So there are pre-orders for Halo Campaign Evolved. The standard edition is $50. The premium edition is $70, and that comes with the full game up to 5 days of early access. That's July 23rd. the Alpha Halo Armory Pack and the Digital Story and Art Collection. And then there's actually a collector's edition. This is physical. And there are, I guess you can get the others, just the game and the case themselves. But $200 is a 12-inch Dark Horse Master Chief statue, light-up LED Cortana chip, steelbook, 3 original concept art prints, physical version of the reimagined game manual, and a game disc for Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5. That's available on Halo Waypoint at halowaypoint.com. What do you think? Are you excited?
I'm looking more forward to it now that we've seen a little bit more of it. I thought that the trailer that they showed at the Xbox Showcase was a little bit... It missed the mark for me because it showed a bunch of stuff that I just wasn't interested in seeing, really. Also, I'm an old head with this stuff. I'm going to notice shit that nobody cares about. Like, I'm going to notice it's like, that's not the same actor, and it's going to bother me. But it's not going to mean much to anybody else. So, but I thought the deep dives that they did later, where they showed some full levels, they showed off this remix campaign feature that kind of randomizes enemy encounters and weapon spawns throughout the campaign, so you can kind of fuck with it. There's like 42 skulls with different modifiers and environmental modifiers and difficulty modifiers. I saw that there's and this isn't new, but I thought it was cute that they showcased it, because I don't think it's ever really been heavily showcased before, that there's like a skull that gives you infinite ammo that's called the Bandana Skull. Nice little Metal Gear love over there. But I'm looking forward to it. I'm curious about it. I think I have a preference for the older art design for sure, and I think I'll always have that. But whatever they're doing with this remake, it does wipe the floor with whatever the fuck they did in 2011 with the Combat Evolved Anniversary, which I thought was so, and still think is so, profoundly ugly. The profundity of that game's hideousness is insane. It is so fucking gross. So at the very least, although I think it loses, this remake loses some of the liminal design and some of the feel of the original Combat Evolved, I think it's cool to see it looking so nice. And I am looking forward to playing it. I don't know if I'll jump in for early access, really. I'm just I've played this game. I'm fine.
I'm not paying $20 for early access. I'd pay $10.
Yeah,
and even then, it's like there's nothing coming out in the summer, so you'd kind of be eager to play it, I guess. But I'm not paying $20 for that. No way.
There's no reason to rush it, in my opinion. But it's a smart thing for them to do. But yeah, I'm more curious about it. I think my only gripe with it, really, I have a couple of minor gripes, but the main thing that I'm confused about is it seems like they recasted every major character except for Chief and Cortana, and I'm like, you might as well have just recasted everybody. Because now I'm annoyed because I'm hearing my Chief interacting with hashtag not my Sergeant Johnson. I was I'd rather this all be new, to be honest.
I we'll get into that. After I asked Dustin about this stuff, there are 2 things that the audience wanted to know from you, and we will get further into that for sure. About what they're doing in the recasting and all that, and why they might be doing it as well. Dustin, where are you on Halo Campaign Evolved launching July 28th? And unless, of course, you get GOT, in which you can begin playing it July 23rd on PlayStation 5.
I think this looks fun, and I will be checking it out. I love the original Halo, and so I have mostly the same thoughts as Chris. We were having a conversation before the show started that there's some art direction things that it's weird that they still can't get quite right. Specifically, the Forerunner structures are insanely shiny and they look pristine. And so it's missing kind of this ancient technology look to it. But that's if we're being very nitpicky. Yeah. I think it's kind of cool that they're doing the original Halo, but they're adding elements that were added later, the ability to use the energy sword, being able to take over an enemy vehicle. I think that's fun. And it's the thing that keeps me from being really excited about this is the fact that it is campaign evolved. If this had a basic multiplayer suite behind it, even if it was the same multiplayer suite as the original Halo Combat Evolved, but it had matchmaking and was online, it'd be amazing. I would be so insanely excited for this. But
yeah,
that's not what it is. And I'm sure they're working on whatever their Halo live service multiplayer, the next game is. So we'll just have to wait for that. But I absolutely will be playing this my expectations are, I don't want to say my expectations are low, like it looks bad, but I'm just going to play it, have fun with it, and then move on probably pretty quickly.
Yeah.
For me, yeah, I'll pick it up July 28th. I'm curious about it. I really like Halo 1. I have I have a decent amount of nostalgia around it. I wasn't there at launch because I didn't own an Xbox at launch, but I played it for the first time. I bought it in 2003 and I really loved it. And as people know, I only played 1 and 2 back in the day. And then I finally, a few years ago, played 3 as well. So that's where I've stopped. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But there are, it's funny how much of a meteoric thing this is. Like that's why I put it at the top. It's like Halo is getting, we knew it was coming, but now it's like it has a release date. It's in a month and a half, you will have played Halo on PlayStation. It's bonkers when you think about it. I also kind of wonder with like Xbox's perceived new direction, which I think is just a feint. I don't think there is a new direction, but they were so, I've said it a lot, right? Like they were so aggressive that it's, I think, weird. And they sent their community manager out in a PlayStation shirt and said all future Halo games will be on PlayStation. That's what he said. So I wonder. I
mean, that direction would have been fine if they really did commit to just being a third-party publisher. You know what I mean? Like it would have been a smart thing to do. But now it's just kind of like their direction's a broader conversation that we could get into.
I think we'll get into it in the final in the inquiries at the end. Yeah, because it is an important thing to talk about, and I'll definitely talk about it with the Dukes as well on Sacred Symbols Plus. But like, just as a little taste, it's like I feel like this is getting so insane at this point, like the messaging and like the weird shit that they're doing. Where I'm like, this is brutal, man. Like, it's fucking brutal. First of all, shut up. Why are you talking?
Yeah, you don't got to talk this much. Yeah,
they're talking more than ever. Every 5 minutes, I see a new interview pop up with one of these people that contradicts something, or adds like a new talk. It's like, just shut up. What is with you people? Shut up.
I keep seeing news or it's like interview with so and so, and I keep thinking it's just the old interview again because it's like I'm not clicking on all these links. And it's like, no, this is a different one from like 7 minutes ago, and it's like, what? How many of these are there?
It's brutal.
It's getting a little crazy.
It's fucking brutal.
But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I wouldn't say I'm like over the moon excited about it, but I think it'll be no less than very good, and I'm looking forward to playing it. I might try to platinum it depending on what the trophy list looks like, but because that would be a good platinum to have.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see about that when they finally release that.
Yeah.
All right, so all three of us will be playing that, and I'm sure we'll talk about it more this summer. Jason Polite wrote in and said, hey, CDC, the question may be mainly for Chris, but everyone should feel free to chime in. What are your thoughts on the Halo remake having a third-person view? I watched a few videos, and while seeing Master Chief is cool, the lack of cover system looks odd and just a lot of zigzagging around the screen. Thanks for all that you do, and congrats to Dustin and Holly.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's poser energy, I think, being upset about this, to be honest. I think there's a lot of loud people now, and I look at them like, you've never played these games in your life. It's crazy. It's like that dude who was talking about like there's purple on the box.
Oh geez.
it's the bisexual lighting. They're signaling trans, and it's like, all right.
Yeah, it's like they're so fucking stupid. Like it's so stupid that it does seem intentional at this point, and yet imagine selling yourself out like that for so little money. Because that's the thing. Right. That's the thing that I try to remind people. I was talking about this with someone behind the scenes where I'm like, I'm so sick of people saying like, stop giving these people attention. You're just giving them. They're just making a lot of money off you. I'm like, they're not making a lot of money. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You'd be surprised how little money they make and how much more it would require of me to sell out like that and to be a fucking maniac like that. So that's the saddest part. You're wrong.
But it is crazy. But like I saw this was like a weirdly controversial thing. Like the third person, for the people who are unfamiliar, there's a skull, which is a difficulty modifier that you have to find before you can unlock it, that allows you to modify the game to let you play it in third person. And there's many skulls like this. There's like skulls to make headshots turn into confetti. It's like it's very silly stuff. But yeah, I saw people, like a ton of people being like, "Oh, say third person in Halo is so sacrilegious or whatever." It's like seeing Master Chief in third person is so weird. And it's like, this has been a thing for. I mean, not only is vehicle gameplay third person the entire time for the entire time this has been a thing. Turret gameplay has been third person. It's not really anything new. Halo Infinite had a third person mode that people liked when it came out, and it was cool, and that's why it's in this probably. I think it's fine. I saw somebody talking about like, oh, look at this Fortnite hijack animation, and then like a bunch of people being like, oh my god, they don't know how to animate it anymore, and it's just like, it is literally the same hijack animation from Halo Reach from 2010. You don't play these games, so please shut up.
That bothers me a lot too. People talking out of school for sure.
Just the LARPers, man. It's insane. But the third person mode, I don't know, dude. It's an optional modifier. Like, I think it's fine. You're not meant to play the game that way, obviously. So it's not designed for that. I think it's cool that they let you kind of break the game a little bit with these skulls. Like, I think that's always been, to some extent, part of the charm of Halo, is just like doing shit that you're not really supposed to do and seeing how you can do it. So I don't really have a problem with it at all. I do think it looks a little weird, but it's like, it's kind of supposed to in some way. Not that it's supposed to. They could have, I guess, invested millions more dollars into fleshing out the third person animations, but like, I don't really want that. I don't need that. Spend your money and time elsewhere, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see. It's cool for them to kind of have an array of options from the perspective. With the perspective situation, though, I want to play first person.
Yeah, I think it's cool that you have to unlock it too. I think it's cool that it's like I don't know. I miss that when you could like unlock features like that.
Yeah, me too.
Games.
007 has a lot of stuff, like not necessarily there are like a lot of unlockables based on like the in-game challenge system, which I think is kind of cool. It gives the game a lot of vibrancy. It's funny, that same guy that was talking about Halo out of school and whatever was talking about Castlevania. I don't know if you saw that out of school as well, making fun of the female protagonist or whatever.
Oh my god!
And I'm like, you are such a fucking loser.
Poser.
The first female protagonist in a Castlevania game was in 1989. You know, like the third Castlevania game had a playable female in it. And then of course you had Maria and Sonya and all that stuff later. It's like it's just, what you're saying resonates with me, because I just hate when people clearly don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, clearly.
Yeah.
It's just ruining everything. It's like we've ceded the industry to these fucking people, and then everyone's like, no, don't do anything about it.
There was a thing too about like
attention.
There was a thing that was going around of like Cortana being like, you can because you can hijack vehicles in Combat Evolved now, which is like they added that in Halo 2 back in the day, but it wasn't in the original. And so they added a voice line where it's just like, you can hijack vehicles, you know, like Cortana being just basically giving a hint. And people talking about like, oh my god, they're doing hand-holdy dialogue. It's like, that is Cortana's entire role, dude. One of the earliest lines that she has in that game is, "This cave is not a natural formation." And it was a joke because it was a fucking metal rectangular cavern that was not a natural formation. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, it's too many LARPers around. Like, I wouldn't mind, and that's the thing that bums me out, is like, there's legitimate criticism I think that you could have of it. I think, like Dustin mentioned, some of the textures are a bit shiny. Like the ghosts, like the Covenant vehicles are like so shiny, it's like ridiculous, in my opinion. But and little like more substantive things, I guess. But it's all just lost in the LARP of people pretending to have played things. And it's like, brother, we can look up your account history. Like, I know you've played the entire Halo series for less than I've played my least favorite Halo game. Like, I can see this. Stop it.
That's why I think there, you know, people make fun of it, but it's like, I think there is something to like play history and trophies and achievements and stuff like that, just to establish a baseline to check people on the things they're saying. Because I can suss out if a person's full of shit about a lot of things pretty easily in games. And you're seeing that a lot. Well, again, we'll talk about the Xbox stuff later, but with everything being like, there's that specific Xbox messaging about like, oh, we're going to honor our commitments and where games are already announced or whatever, but we're going to change things for everything else. And I'm like, so that's bullshit. You literally announced a bunch of games, like Spyro didn't have to come to PlayStation. Senua didn't have to come to PlayStation. And then people are like, oh, there's like contractual obligations. I'm like, what are you talking about? Contractual obligations? Like, what are you talking about? You don't have to release a game.
Yeah, for Senua?
What are you talking about? It's like fucking nonsense. But like people just like regurgitate shit over and over again, and it just becomes like stuff that literally makes no sense and has no bearing in reality becomes like the norm. And it's because people are too passive and trying to protect the space. Gaming is for everyone, and yet we need to gatekeep. You know, it shouldn't be It should be gaming could be for anyone, but it is not for everyone. Yeah. All right. What else here? Billy, not so talented. Billy, but not so talented. Said, and this is what you're talking about as well before. Said, sup SS crew. This is mostly for Chris. After seeing Timu Johnson and Cortana in the Halo Combat Evolved remake trailer, I kind of want it to fail so they don't touch Halo 2, 3, and ODST, which are some of my favorite games of all time. Do you feel the same way, or do you want them to keep going? I get we still have the old ones. I own them on Steam, but the remakes seem unfaithful. So do you assume they'll keep going? I assume so, right? And this is mostly contract work outside of 343 or whatever the fuck they're called now. So
yeah. So I don't know. Here's the thing. I kind of feel, and maybe Colin might agree with the Last of Us comparison, where I don't. If it were up to me, I wouldn't have wanted Campaign Evolved at all. And I wouldn't have wanted them to go on this route of remaking the entire trilogy, which I think is pretty set in stone that they are doing. I think they even said, like, regardless of how well Campaign Evolved does, like, they are doing it. I think it's a broader initiative to move the games forward to new platforms or whatever, and that's fine. I do think the existence of Campaign Evolved kind of necessitates 2 Evolved and 3 Evolved in a way that had it not existed, I wouldn't care. But now you've started it. You know what I mean? It's like, now you kind of got to do it, because it'll feel like, what? We're going to get 3 remakes of Combat Evolved and none of Halo 3? That's kind of crazy. Now, I wouldn't want Halo 3 remade at all. I think that's like a fool's errand. I think Halo 2 is even harder. Like, I don't know how you're going to manage to recapture that lightning in a bottle. Like, that's going to be, good luck to you. But it seems insane that we like, it's been so long and there's no Halo 3 anniversary, even though Halo 3 is like the most celebrated game. It's like the biggest deal in the entire series still to this day. It's like, it's the shadow that's cast over it. And so to have gone so long without it, but then we're doing CE again, it's like, well, now you gotta, right? You kind of, otherwise it'd be fucking insane. So I want to see Halo 3 given the love that I think it should have gotten a while ago in the way that Halo 2 got. But I'm kind of with you where I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know if you have a hope or a prayer of really living up to those. Like, Halo Combat Evolved is janky. It's the first game, so there's a lot to improve. With 2 and 3, I don't know if there's much you can do to those games to really make them better without really fucking it up. So good luck to them. I don't know. I'm not stoked about it, but I am curious to see like what happens.
Yeah, we talked about it so long when we understood Halo was eventually going to come, about like, why just not do the Master Chief Collection? Like, why not just port, even if you don't want to deal with all the multiplayer fucking fucked up shit going on with that game for many years? It's like, just the campaigns themselves, and just make it easier. This comes off as, it's very transparent, and I think it makes sense. And I think PlayStation will do the same thing ultimately with Uncharted and other stuff. Is like, yeah, they're remaking them because they can make money on it. But
yeah, they want to sell you the games piecemeal instead of, like, they don't want to sell you an $80 SKU of every game that's already there with a multiplayer suite that's really robust, that has no monetization attached to it. My MCC is not, there's no MTX in Master Chief Collection because I think they were scared to do that, which is, fair. But now they can be like, okay, here's $50 to $60 for each individual game, and that's going to net you way more. I would have preferred them do like, I would have loved for them to, if they were going to bring Halo to PlayStation, they should have did the Master Chief Collection, and they should have advertised it with here's Halo 3 Anniversary. That's what I would have done.
Yeah, that would be
cool. Let's do Halo 3 Anniversary like we did with Halo 2 Anniversary, that like brought the collection forward, and we'll do that, and that'll be the PlayStation thing, and it'll get all of Halo playable on PlayStation, and people will love it, and it won't make the mistake of the Gears Reloaded thing where they just chose one game, which like completely stole the wind out of the sails of that, in my opinion. A Gears collection would have gone way hard. compared to just one again. So I don't know what they're doing, man. Like, and also just like, dude, well, now that they're doing this, the whole impetus for this was to kind of bring this to new platforms, and now they're not going to, I guess. Now that's done for the future.
Remember, they want to fulfill their old obligations and promises. Like when they sent their community manager out with a PlayStation cert and said all future Halo games would be on PlayStation. You know?
Yeah. So like, what is and they did say live service is probably going to continue to be multi-platform, which is Halo. I mean, like that is what you're going to do. So like, it would be multi-platform anyway. So like, I don't know, dude. It's a mess.
Yeah, it is.
It's a mess.
It is a mess. It's crazy. It's actually crazy that anyone believes anything's better now than it was a week ago. All right. That's Halo Campaign Evolved, July 28th. We do have Dustin bait to talk about next in the form of Persona 4 Revival release date plus Persona 6 details, kinda. These were both at the Xbox showcase as well. So Persona 4 Revival had kind of leaked already in some fashion, but we now know it's coming February 18, 2027. And they describe it, quote, as a full reimagining of the modern classic RPG. The fuck is a modern classic RPG? Persona 4 Revival, that doesn't even make any sense. From Persona 4 Revival, that literally makes no sense. A full reimagining of the modern classic RPG? Do they mean traditional? The modern traditional? I don't know. Who cares? Persona 4 Revival features enhanced visuals, improved gameplay, modern aesthetics, and quality of life updates that bring the classic to life like never before. So there's that. And then Persona 6 was just shown with a trailer, or not trailer, a logo that has already leaked with some, little sizzle. What do they say here about this? Quote, this is from Kazuhisa Wada, the director at P Studio. Quote, we are delighted to officially announce our work on the next installment of the Persona series and look forward to sharing the incredible efforts that the entire team is putting into Persona 6 for its release after Persona 4 Revival. So there'll be a live stream June 18th that will have more details about Persona 4 Revival, I guess, apparently specifically. So we're going to have to wait a little bit more for Persona 6. Now, of course, Persona 4 originally came out on PS2 in 2008 and on Vita in 2012. It was later ported to PS4 in 2023. Persona 6, Dustin, is interesting, right? Because Katsura Hashino is not directing it. We see that from Kazuhisa Wada is a new director. He directed Persona 3, 4, and 5, as I understand, and then directed ReFantazio. So he's doing his own thing. And so this is kind of a big deal to see like where this all goes, because it was actually Persona 3 and specifically Persona 4, I think that really made the series huge. So what are your thoughts? Share anything you have.
So Persona 4 Revival, I think, looks absolutely fantastic. Persona 4 is my favorite of the Persona games overall. And so seeing it all done up like this looks great. I thought Persona 3 Reload was incredible. So giving it that treatment looks pretty awesome. There are some light concerns, but I think we just got to wait to see how they play out. The main one being, as referenced earlier, I think, is that there's an entire new voice cast for this game. And so it's going to be tough for a lot of the people that really loved Persona 4 Golden, just because you're so used to those voices. They did the same thing with Persona 3. I was fresh going into Persona 3 Reload, so I, had no reference of the previous voices in the game. So that remains to be seen. The other thing that, again, that they did with Persona 3 Reload, now they're doing again with 4 Revival, is that there's a new vocalist for the music, and they're re-recording all the tracks. And so again, this is something I hold very close with this game. And so again, it's a concern, but I think I was talking about this on Twitter a little bit, seeing some of the responses from hardcore Persona fans, or at least ones that say they are on Twitter. I was like, man, you guys hate everything, which everyone hates everything everywhere. I think that's the consensus now that we've come to over the weeks, is that everything sucks. No one's happy with anything.
A lot of people say we don't hate things enough either.
Yeah. Well, we're also too negative, I've heard. So which is it?
I don't know.
Who knows? So my thing with this remake is there are things in this story that when they originally released the game, that I think socially some people may have an issue with. And I wonder if they're going to change it. I won't get into those specifics. Maybe you remember some of them, Colin. 2 specific characters have arcs that some people find distasteful or, I don't know, not socially correct.
I can think of one of them. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's going to be the thing to me. If they change those things, I'm going to be very pissed off because I think that those arcs are very important. And I think a lot of people miss the point of those. So I am reserving any kind of anger towards this remake until I actually play it. And I think the other thing that's important to remember, and this applies to nearly every remake, but not all of them, is that with Halo or Persona, what's nice about both of these games is that they are available on modern platforms in an excellent condition. Sometimes I can understand if you're getting a remake and you don't have the original and you're like, well, this fucking sucks. I only have this shitty remake. That's totally fair. But in this case, I'm like, well, that original version is always going to be there. I want them to change things. I guess that's the double-edged thing about the soundtrack is like, I don't want them to just have the exact same soundtrack. That'd be boring. I don't want them to have the exact same art or, I want to see them revise things. That's the whole fucking point of a remake. So, they're not going to be able to hit on in any remake. Not everything is going to be exactly what you want, but I think it's important to keep an open mind. So I'm very excited about Persona 4 Revival. The collector's edition of that, I want to say it's $250. What are we doing? $250. The figure in it looks great, but I can't do it. I can't do it at $250. Sorry. Persona 5, I have a lot less to say because we really don't have much.
Persona 6.
There was a little bit of Persona 6. Thank you. Persona 6, we don't have a lot to go off of. It's great that it's finally been confirmed, of course, because I feel like it's been years that this has been percolating. Like, when are they going to finally announce it? We got a little bit of taste of the tone in the trailer. This is very traditional for Atlas with previous Persona titles, particularly with 5, that they tease a tiny little bit early. And I'm excited about there being a new director for the game. Not that I think that the previous director is bad, or obviously he's amazing. Persona 3, 4, 5. Those are the games that really made the series what it is today. But at the same time, I think it's time for the series to have some fresh blood in it to take it in a new direction. Just because if we just get Persona 5 2, then it's kind of, I feel like Persona 5 is the ultimate culmination of Persona 3, Persona 4 combined into Persona 5. So I want something new out of this, and I'm very anxious to see more.
I really loved Persona 4. Like I told people I stopped playing at the very, very end, long after the twist, like in the final dungeon, because I fucked the Platinum Trophy up. So I was like, fuck this. I will say one thing is that I'm so stupid that I didn't see the twist coming. And hindsight is like, of course. The music, you and I have talked about this before, is like, I'm not usually tuned too into the music. There are games with great music, especially old games where I'm like, yeah, the music's awesome, but it's not one of the reasons that I would like love it. The music in Persona 4 is insane. Like I listened to probably a half dozen of those songs on my master playlist, Signs of Love or whatever, and things. I'm like, so they're re-recording those?
Yes.
That sucks. Like
not
I
necessarily.
She's awesome. I don't know who she is, but why? Well, maybe it's a rights thing or whatever. Because I've even heard them play. You've been to those concerts, I think. I've heard them play those songs live, and they sound bang on. You know, dude, the bass line in that song, do 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 do. Oh god, I love that. Like I just love the gaps in the bass line, like in that song. It's so fucking good. And then he goes off.
Yeah.
Like midway through the first verse.
Yeah.
God, that song is.
I wonder because for the Persona 3 Reload soundtrack was with a new vocalist and re-recorded. And my theory is that the singer of the original Persona 3 was getting kind of respectfully old. And I wonder if her voice wasn't quite where it was before. I'm just saying that as speculation. Maybe people have kept up with that original singer and maybe I'm totally wrong, but that was kind of my theory about it. But with Persona 4, she was very young or at least looked very young. In seeing like those live concerts that you mentioned, Colin, they have on YouTube, they're amazing. So I'm not sure why that's the case in this one. Maybe it's one of those things where it's just they want to be able to take it in a new direction for the remake. So I am reserving the judgment on the singer and what the soundtrack sounds like, just because Persona 3 Reload, I thought they did an amazing job with the new singer and the new recordings. Though the people that grew up playing Persona 3 on PS2, a lot of them don't like it. They don't like that it's different. So I'm not really the best judge of that, since I didn't play Persona 3 until Reload.
I'm trying to find one of my favorite things about. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, Shihoko Harada.
That's it. Yeah.
It's not that the English is broken in the songs. It's that the English doesn't really. It's like it's not the way we speak. In other words, it makes sense, but it's not. I'm just reading the lyrics like signs of love overshadows my dreams. Baby, don't worry because you ain't alone. Only time run in days without nights. Tears pass through. He said, I'm the one who's got to leave. I said, nobody's really got to leave because I don't hear an explanation. All I need is admiration. Mm-hmm. Like kind of stuff. It's just funny. It's like it's great. Great songs. Great songs.
I think there's a clip in Persona 3. There's like a rapper is one of the vocalists, Lotus Juice. And I think there's an interview with him where he was like, I came in to record and was looking at some of the lyrics of this, and I was like, can I get a crack at this? Because this literally makes no sense. And that's the case in a lot of Persona songs, that the English vocals, the lyrics themselves just are nonsense. But that's okay. They sound fun and good in the song.
All right, Persona 4 Revival in February of next year, February 18. Look forward to that. And then Persona 6, who knows? Actually, we have an inquiry about that.
Yeah.
Pig Stranded said, hey, Sacred Crew, as my favorite series is Persona, I was thrilled to see that it was announced for the Xbox showcase. However, was it announced too early? For comparison, Persona 5 was announced in 2014 with a 2015 release date, but wasn't released until 2017. Has Atlas learned from their mistake, or are they simply repeating it? I'll swallow my plastic Monopoly cash and listen. Plastic Monopoly cash? What are you talking about?
Are they making them out of plastic now?
Do they?
They must have always, right? I guess to some degree.
Well, no, I mean, it's paper.
Well, they do card Monopoly now.
Oh, like with the credit card.
With the credit card.
That is so fucking lazy. You know,
it is.
It kind of it doesn't defeat the purpose of Monopoly's fun regardless, but that must make Monopoly games like everyone's just swiping their cards. I used to play a game with my sisters when I was a kid called what was it called? It took place in a mall, and you like shopped and had a credit card, and you like swiped the card. It came out in the late 80s or something. I don't know, whatever.
That sounds familiar to me.
So I went and looked this up, Dustin. Persona 6 was first acknowledged like by name, as I understand, in 2021 as being in development. Persona 5 obviously came out 2016 or 17, depending on your country, and then Royal 19 or 20. These games, I'm how do I put this? I don't think it's that surprising that there are 6, 7, 8 years between games sometimes in a series these days in AAA space. I just am a little surprised it takes so long to make a Persona game. They're really good, and obviously people love them, but they're not like technically special in any way. It's really more like I've seen extensively. It's more about the splashiness of the presentation than it is about like some technical fidelity of the game. And so you would just think it's like, well, it shouldn't be that hard to make this run or whatever. Like, what are you doing for 8 years?
Yeah, I'm guessing a lot of that time is like artwork, story, writing. I mean, these are fucking long games.
That's true. And they have to
insanely long and so much dialogue.
It all has to harmonize with each other. I do understand that as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So was it announced too early? I guess Higgs brings up the history here. It certainly could feel that way. I guess we won't really know. They said, I believe somewhere, that once Persona 4 Revival comes out, they will be ready to start talking more about Persona 6. So that'll be sometime, early next year. And then we can really get whether or not it was announced too early. I would hope that they learned their lesson, because Metaphor was also announced really, really, really early. We just had that one concept art of the one character for years and years before it actually finally came out. I think that Sega and Atlas have now seen how like the Persona series is huge,
Mhm.
way, way, way bigger than it was when they were announcing Persona 5. And they've gotten to the point now where they're going to have, so many spin-offs of Persona 5. Not that that's them developing them all necessarily, but they also now going to have 2 Persona remakes. So I think that there's hopefully a amount of resource dedication and planning behind this that they're like, they want to keep the momentum from 4 revival into Persona 6. So I'm hoping that's not the case, but I think we'll have a better picture early next year.
I'm fascinated by kind of JRPGs were long dominated by Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest. And over time, there have been competitors, like third place competitors. Tales was that series for a really long time. And Persona, I think, started to become that series. But in reality, Persona's bigger than both Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy in its own way, just on an individual game-by-game sales basis. Persona 5 sold 13 million copies. That's a lot. That's like a lot of copies. That's multiple times more than Final Fantasy 16. Now, granted, it's been out longer, and it's been re-released.
Yeah, a lot of people bought it twice or even 3 times.
Right, but that doesn't really matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, we're not talking about player base. We're talking about sales figures. And Square Enix looks at that, and they probably want to kill themselves. Because they probably spent an enormous amount of money on Final Fantasy 16, which is an immaculate game, by the way, as I say over and over again. And Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth and Remake and whatever the fuck the new one's called is going to be big as well. But I guess what I'm saying is it's not so clear who the big dog is anymore. Dragon Quest has been gone for a long time now. It'll be probably 10 years between games, at least, which is nuts and totally unnecessary and ridiculous. Final Fantasy seems like it's on its back foot. And what's funny is that Final Fantasy 15 was huge. Commercially, it was huge. It wasn't very good, but people did like it. So Final Fantasy had a very vibrant period. And of course, Final Fantasy 7 Remake was big. It's just interesting to see. Plus, you have Falcom, and they're doing their thing. Those games don't sell nearly as materially well as these other games we're talking about, but they do well and they have a hardcore fan base. And I think the thing for them is that they release a lot of games. So you probably have a cumulative number of 13 million or something like that when you get through 3 or 4 of these games of the same people playing them. It's just so interesting to see like JRPGs have been cracked open completely as a genre. And now there's like all these new players. And some of the players, Persona's been around since the 90s. It's not that the players are necessarily new. It's just that they're changing. And Tales has fallen off because they haven't released anything. We're going to talk about a Tales game later, but it's not a new game. However, since we're talking about Square Enix, we might as well stay here with the next piece of Dustin bait, which is Kingdom Hearts reemerging with 2 things. Kingdom Hearts 4 footage and a new Kingdom Hearts collection. Interestingly, appearing at the Square Enix appearing heavily at the Nintendo show. And actually, we'll get into this right in the beginning. Drew's wrote in and said, "Hey, Secret Crew, it has become pretty clear that Square Enix seems to be distancing itself from PlayStation in terms of marketing. Do you think a possible fallout from their high sales expectations could have upset people at Square Enix, or are they simply trying to become known as a company whose games are available everywhere? I find it strange that they couldn't give Sony any trailer for its events while still showing Final Fantasy VII at Summer Game Fest and then Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy Resonance at Nintendo Direct. What do you all read into this?" I noticed that as well, and I do think that there's probably bad feelings between the two sides right now. If I were Sony, I've said this over and over again, if I were Sony, I'd be annoyed. We did the platform, and we as players did the best we can considering the games you were giving us. You gave us Foam Stars, as an example, and Forspoken. I think people kind of showed up as best as they could for mediocre games like that. And then Final Fantasy 16, you kind of shot yourself in the foot by saying that wasn't sufficient enough, even though the game sold millions and millions of copies on PlayStation. So I wouldn't really necessarily blame the two sides for there being some acrimony. And it's, as you said, they had 3 kind of big games, so they could have given Sony one of them, and they chose not to. So I don't think that's not intentional, but that's not what's really important. Dustin, what are your thoughts here on seeing Kingdom Hearts 4 reemerge? There are rumors that the game might come out as soon as next year. Based on the way it looked, I hope not. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I do wonder if that trailer, since it was saying Kingdom Hearts 4 will launch on Nintendo Switch 2.
It was a Switch 2 version.
Is this a stinky Switch 2 version?
Yeah, that would be unwise, I think, for them not to show that version, to be fair, because then you're setting your audience up for massive disappointment when the main one comes up.
Yeah. This was a huge surprise. I don't think anyone really expected that. First of all, that Kingdom Hearts 4 would be re-shown this year and then also shown at a Nintendo Direct of all places. I think Brad and I, one of the two of us said, I think it was Brad, that was like, they're going to keep Kingdom Hearts 4 on ice until after Final Fantasy 7 Part 3 Revelation is done. And that, I think, made a lot of sense. But here it is. It's back. This new trailer looked cool. It didn't look... There wasn't anything crazy about it because it was the same setting as the last trailer. We saw some returning characters show up. But some of the big things that people are still wondering about, like what worlds we'll be going to, have not been shown. We've just seen this
hell.
This one, yeah, dude. Sora, Donald, Goofy go to hell.
Dante's Inferno.
There's been so much speculation about. Oh, Gorsh, it's Satan.
That's fucking
help
crazy.
me.
I would play that.
Yeah, that'd be sick. There's been a lot of speculation about like Star Wars, I think, is probably going to be a lock for Kingdom Hearts 4.
Brutal.
They kind of teased that when they revealed it. It seemed like that's going to be the case.
It's going to be some bullshit Star Wars too. It's going to be like fucking Jar Jar Binks episode. You're going to go to Naboo or some bullshit. Everyone's going to be fucking crestfallen.
The teaser appeared to be the Forest Moon of Endor.
That makes sense. The Ewoks would be good for Kingdom Hearts. And very disturbing as well, which is going to be good. That'll be fun.
Yeah. So, yeah, I was really excited to see this. When are we going to get it? You know, some people are saying maybe next year.
Maybe. The game, so Kingdom Hearts 3 came out 2019, as you know. And Kingdom Hearts 4 was first confirmed to be in development in 2022. So next year would be 5-6 years. I mean, that seems about right. Square Enix can't do anything though, so it wouldn't be. If it doesn't have Final Fantasy in the name, they're fucking bungling something. So look what they did with Dragon Quest. So I wouldn't be that they had to restart a mainline Dragon Quest game is a bad sign for what's going on there. And I wonder if Kingdom Hearts has been kind of immune to that. Hopefully, to be fair, the people that do Final Fantasy 7, this Final Fantasy 7 trilogy are the Kingdom Hearts people, right? So
yeah, so
that's good. That's good news. That seems to be their most efficient team.
The one thing just I wanted to comment on real quick as far as Drew's write-in with the relationship between Square Enix and Sony. I wonder if there's an element, like you talked about, like the sales expectations and maybe those were misaligned and stuff like that. But I wonder if just in general across the industry, and particularly with Japanese companies, if they are annoyed that Sony has really let the Japanese market go. And now I don't want to say it's too late, but remember a few months ago, they released the Japan only PlayStation 5 to try to get the price more in line with what people could afford in Japan. And so a lot of Square Enix's deals with Sony were probably locked in during the PS4 generation, because that's when, you know, the big E3 where they revealed Final Fantasy 7 Remake. And so PlayStation was still pretty strong, and we had a weak Nintendo at that time with the Wii U. And now you see every Japanese company making sure their games are coming out day and date on Switch 2, because that's how dominant Switch 2 is there. Now, Capcom, pretty much all of their new releases are coming out day and date Switch 2. So, and even Final Fantasy 7 Remake Part 3, Switch 2, day one. So I'm guessing there's a little bit of frustration there that's just like, yeah, Sony, we can't sell very well in our home market because Sony's not doing well here anymore. So we need to shift our focus to being multi-platform, and even having a huge emphasis on Nintendo, where they just absolutely dominate in Japan.
Yeah, it is cool to see Nintendo have a more robust third-party presence. Although we've said, and that's really the first time since probably, and I mean in the AAA space, probably since Wii to a degree, and certainly GameCube had a really heavy. You guys might remember, like everything came to all three consoles at that point. There were a lot of games that were exclusive, of course, but The thing with Switch 2 though is that it's probably not going to last. And I don't mean the console, I mean the support. Like it can't. You're going to start getting more and more gimped versions of games as we move into the next generation, and they're kind of stuck with this PS4 Pro level machine, which is great. But I do wonder if they'll be able to keep it up. It's very important right now, and it's unusual that it's happening right now. But I do wonder about that maybe in 4 years.
Well, weren't they doing like and maybe they've stopped doing this, and I'm so disconnected from Nintendo's ecosystem. But weren't they doing for some demanding games like a cloud version for like
on Switch One?
On Switch One, are they? Oh well, yeah. But I mean, like presumably, wouldn't they just keep doing that for like stuff that's like too much for? Because like they did it with Control, I think, and some other things. I don't know how often they've done it really, but that always struck me as like a bizarre thing that they were doing, and I guess like an attempt to not have the hardware be as much of a weight around their neck.
Yeah. The cloud version's like, well, that's part of this Kingdom Hearts story that we'll get into, is they're removing the cloud version from the Switch because they're going to have these new ports available. But to my knowledge, there hasn't been any, like those Switch 1 cloud versions are playable on Switch 2, but I think that that's kind of a thing of the past, which they maybe, I guess, could do later on. But my impression, I don't want to speak with too much authority here because I'm just not knowledgeable enough, is that the Switch 2 is just very surprisingly powerful. That it's basically on par with an Xbox Series S, maybe even better at certain points. And so it's going to be really interesting going forward, Colin, because you mentioned about it potentially being gimped eventually. But I wonder what it's going to look like when we have a PlayStation handheld also that I would imagine is going to be more powerful than Switch 2, but with component pricing and stuff like that, I don't
well,
know.
It must be. I mean, think about it logically. PlayStation 5 is more powerful than Switch 2, right? So how can a PlayStation 6 handheld be less powerful than the PlayStation 5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So I just wonder that with some of these games, like a Dragon Quest game, it's like you're never going to get a Dragon Quest game that isn't, maybe never, but in the current state, you're not going to get a Dragon Quest game that can't run on Switch 2. Or you're not going to get a Capcom game that can't run on the current main Nintendo platform because of how dominant they are in their home territory. So the gimped games won't be for Switch, they'll be for everything because they just won't make them to that degree.
Roku Terra wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Trio, this is more aimed at Dustin and Colin, though Chris can chime in as we know him and Sweeney are closet Kingdom Hearts fans. Sure. What did you guys think of the surprise Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer at the Nintendo Direct? Are we so back, Dustin? Well, we already talked a little bit about this. Do you feel completely lost, Colin? Even though we still don't have a release date yet, I feel this trailer looked very polished and much further along than the original announcement trailer from 4 years ago. If we get more trailers at D23, TGS, or the Game Awards, I have a feeling we may get a release year or date within the next year. If this does come to pass, will this light a fire under your ass to play the rest of the games, Colin? Or will you maintain course and sprinkle one Kingdom Hearts game here and there when you lose a bet in the future? Anyways, I'll go stuff Donald Duck's useless fucking corpse in my trunk and dump it off at Disney World. May your heart be your guiding key. That's not very nice. Gorsh.
Gorsh.
The one thing that bothered me is what I brought up earlier, because Kingdom Hearts 4 obviously is the big news, but they're doing a Kingdom Hearts 1 through 3 collection. I think this is the third or fourth collection they've done at this point. What pisses me off about this is that when I did the Kingdom Hearts bet, I bought the fucking PS4 collection, and that at full price, like 50, whatever it cost, 50 or 60 bucks, because I was like, well, it's a good deal. I'll have the games, you know. And then they add this new thing, this whole new collection, which will be natively for PlayStation 5. And it has all of Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 and 2.5 Remix, HD 2.8 Final Chapter Prologue, Kingdom Hearts 3 and the Remind DLC, and a bunch of other stuff. So it's like, damn, dude, I acted too soon, unfortunately. And I don't know. I mean, I don't see it in the press release, but yeah, go ahead.
There's one thing here, Colin. Players who own digital versions of the games on Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, or Xbox One are eligible to receive a 50% discount on digital pre-orders and digital post-launch purchases.
Okay, so maybe that still sucks. 50%?
Well, my question is, what is different about these PS5 versions?
I don't know. I don't know what you're doing to them at this point. They run at 8,000 frames a second.
So the PS4 versions run at 4K 60.
Right.
So The only thing in theory that I can think of is that they make them 4K 120. Like the PC versions can do 4K 120. But is that worth
Warsh.
Is that worth paying the 50% off price?
Such an
I
insane...
guess if you want a second set of trophies, but I don't know what the point of this is at all.
Chris, are you going to jump in and play Kingdom Hearts?
No, man. Can't do it. Look, God bless. Like, I really, it just never clicked with me. Final Fantasy never clicked with me as much as it did for other people. Like, I liked Final Fantasy VII Remake quite a bit, and I did like 16 from what I played, but it was never this big thing for me. And Disney, arguably even less so. So, like, it's just a combination of things that I just don't really materially care that much about. So, like, it's just like Kingdom Hearts is just never going to really get me. But I mean, I don't know. Does it look all that? Because somebody said, like, oh, it looks like further along than the trailer from 4 years ago, and well, one would hope. but I feel like I remember watching this trailer and being like, I kind of remember this. Like, I feel like I saw parts of this already.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough.
Was it the same set piece, like with like the giant monster in like the city street? I feel like I saw this already.
Yep.
So it is. Okay.
So I don't know. Well, like I guess there's gameplay now, and it's more complete, obviously. But like it looks fine. It's just these aren't my kind of games.
Yeah. So it does show the same set piece with the giant Heartless, but there are a couple shots that show like combat in Shibuya at night, which are new. Technically, it's the same in type of environment, but
yeah,
to me, the gameplay does look a little less tech demo-y than the first one. But I'm not gonna say it looks vastly better. But to be fair, I haven't gone and watched that first trailer since the second one came out. So maybe if I pull that up, I'll feel different.
Kingdom Farts. All right. Next up, Fable has a release date. It is coming in 2027, specifically February 23rd, 2027. So right after Persona 4 Revival. This comes from Playground Games, the Xbox-owned studio. Of course, it's been with them for almost 10 years now, but they're the Forza Horizon studio, and this is their first non-Forza Horizon game. It's actually on Forza Tech. I forgot about that when I was reading about it. I'm like, that's so interesting. So they're making it work. Looks cool. People were surprised about this, but I'm like, I don't care. I just don't give a shit about this game at all. I don't care. But it looks very robust and interesting in like the systems and everything you can do. It's obviously been in development forever, and I think that that's a little weird. It was, you guys might remember, it was entered development in 2019, but it was revealed in 2020, and it entered totally full production in 2023, they say. Of course, they have big shoes to fill because they're not Lionhead, and Lionhead is the studio responsible for the original Fable in 2004, and as well as the sequel in the third one, 2008, 2010 on Xbox 360. And I don't know, where are you guys on this? Chris, we haven't heard from you in a while, so let's stick with you. Are you in on Fable?
Yeah, man, I'm stoked about it. I think it looks cool. I like Fable as far as a systems heavy game goes. It's always been like a very interesting game to me. And so to see a game like this released now that's like very not preoccupied with a lot of the traditional preoccupations of modern AAA, which is just like, you know, a lot on fidelity or a lot on, you know, mocap or whatever. Not to say that there isn't a lot of that in this. Like it looks very nice, and you know the animations are pretty cool and whatever. But I do like that it's a very systems intensive game. There's a lot of life sim elements here. Like there's a lot of AI that like remember what you do and have opinions about what you're doing, and you can start a business and, you know, create monopolies and fire everybody and be a slumlord and be a murderer with like a bad reputation in one town and a glowing reputation in another. I think it's cool. Like I like the experimentation that goes along with that. Like it's nice to have different things to fuck around with in a video game that aren't just, you know, oh, how do I do damage to this thing? Or, you know, how do I advance the plot? Or, you know, any number of, you know, traditional things that I also like. But the life sim elements are exciting to me. I can't wait to be like a real bastard in this world.
Yeah.
But Yeah, I think I think it makes sense that it took this long, to be honest. Like, it bothers me that it's taken this long to exist or to be seen in any real capacity. I wonder if it would have been ready for November if GTA had not. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
I wonder
sure.
I wonder like what the situation is like with it. Like, do they really need that time? I mean, they'll definitely benefit from that time, obviously, but like, I wonder if it's like if they just had to go because GTA would have definitely sucked up a lot of the atmosphere. But it makes sense to me that a studio like Playground would have taken a long time to build something like this because it does look pretty robust. I think there's like 1,000 fully voiced NPCs, and there's like a lot of AI systems involved that they don't typically fuck with. It's arguably a way larger leap in genre than even Guerrilla, going from Killzone to Horizon, a first-person shooter to a third-person kind of melee bow and arrow shooter action open world game. Like, the jump from open world car games, racing sims, to whatever the fuck they're doing with Fable is pretty huge. And so the timeline of it makes a little bit more sense to me. It still took too long, but I'm not surprised it took them a while to figure out how to iron out a complicated game system. Like Fable's a really complicated thing to adapt and move forward. So I don't know. I'm looking forward to it. I think it looks cool. I guess I'm more curious about what the moment to moment story is going to look like, and like what it feels like to play. Combat is my main curiosity. But I'm looking forward to it. I'm pretty much sold. I love systems heavy games like this.
Dustin, will you play Fable in February?
Potentially. I watched the 30-minute gameplay demo, which was pretty cool because almost all of it is focused on the systems that Chris was mentioning. And the thing that stuck out to me the most that they really try to emphasize is that the morality in this game is not just black and white. Like, you do good things, therefore your character becomes good and people like you. They explain in the gameplay that each individual person has their own type of morality or things they care about. So like in the trailer, like the one shop owner doesn't like you because you're rich and you wear fancy clothes. But other people like you because they think that you're very nice and kind and generous. So each individual NPC has their own morality, which I think is pretty interesting idea for this, and showing like buying the houses, trying to go on a date with somebody. It's all pretty cool and fun. And like Chris mentioned, in the old Fable games, like we used to have fun. I remember my one friend, it's like, dude, we're going to get a wife in every town. And then you ask them to follow you, and then you bring them all together just to see what happens. Like, there's a lot of fun sandbox stuff in the Fable games. It looks like this is going to have that. My only thing is at the end of this trailer, show some combat. Looks kind of bad to me, guys. It looks stiff. There's like parts where, and I know that every game has this to some extent, but it just has like the guards standing around while watching you fight another guy. And there's like a lot of weird like walking between your slashes and stuff. There's something about the combat that doesn't look quite done to me. Doesn't look horrible, but my hope is that over the rest of this year, that's the thing they're focusing on, because that was the part of that 30 minutes I was like, doesn't look so hot.
Yeah, they need to iron it out a little bit. Like, I wonder, like, it could feel better than it looks. That's always possible too. But like, Fable's always been kind of like a weird game for combat. Like, it's never been the star of the show particularly. So as long as they can make it like enjoyable and not feel so sluggish or bad, I think I'll be all right with it. Like, I'm not expecting like a really in-depth combat system, but I do hope they can smooth it out a little bit. Get those edges sanded down.
Milo.
A boy called Milo.
That's what he fucked off to do.
Yeah. He remembers you. He remembers where you were January 6th. It's Milo. Dude, I really earnestly think about that Milo presentation once a month still, like since I saw it. What a crazy thing that they tried to convince everybody was possible. He scanned a skateboard into the game with a fucking eye toy. Really? Amazing.
Thank you. All right, so that's Fable coming out whenever. State of Decay. February 23rd, I think it was.
Yeah.
But interestingly, I couldn't find a press release for it, for the release date.
Oh, for Fable?
Yeah, I had to go to like just the actual Xbox
weird.
listing on Xbox.com. I did find a press release for State of Decay 3, though, which has been confirmed to be coming to PlayStation 5. No release window yet, but they do say that they anticipate that they're going to begin testing more widely in 2027, and that will include on PlayStation 5. For people that aren't familiar with this, is a PlayStation podcast, so why would you be necessarily? State of Decay is an Xbox series that began back in 2013 from, at that time, a second-party studio to Xbox called Undead Labs. That was an Xbox 360 game that came out late in Xbox 360's lifetime and it was fairly popular, actually. And then they released a sequel on Xbox One in 2018, at which point Undead Labs was brought into the first party and purchased. That was at the same time that they bought Obsidian and Ninja Theory and Compulsion, which I think Compulsion's probably not long for this world, I would assume, based on the recent news. So that's kind of catches you up. It's an open world multiplayer zombie survival game. And it's pretty cool. I played the second one at an event. I otherwise have no experience with them. State of Decay 3 was first revealed, I believe, alongside Fable, actually, in 2020. Yeah. And it's running on Unreal Engine 5. It actually has been in closed testing since 2025, which is pretty interesting. So people are playing it and have been playing it. Maybe 2028? I don't know. I don't know if I'll play this game. I think it depends on if I can play it, like, readily by myself, because I really don't want to play with other people. I also wonder, Dustin, let's go to you first on this. It's kind of coming out in a different environment than the first two State of Decay games did. It was a little more novel at that time. It's going to be harder to grab people this time around, though I think this game has a lot of promise, and it'll be on Game Pass, so it's going to have a good player base. Are you interested in State of Decay 3?
I'll be honest, I know so little about State of Decay. The first two games, I knew they existed, but I never played them. And so, watching back this trailer from the Xbox event, it looks nice. And I always like a good multiplayer game. And there's always going to be that little bit of nostalgia for games like Left 4 Dead, where you're with your teammates in a zombie apocalypse. But you're right that it is a lot less novel now. There are a lot of co-op zombie games. So this is a wait and see for me. Like if a bunch of my friends are asking like, oh, we're playing State of Decay, you got to hop in, probably. But outside of that, it doesn't have my interest too much.
Yeah, I mean, this is a wait and see kind of, like, how are people going to receive it? What is it like? I don't know. I'm open-minded to it. Like, I'm a hard no on Fable. Like, I just don't want to play it, but I'm more open-minded to State of Decay 3. Chris, where are you on this? Did you ever play the first two?
Yeah. I don't remember how much time I put into the first one. I remember I played State of Decay. State of Decay was originally like an Xbox Live Arcade kind of title back when that came out. I don't remember what year.
2013, I think it was.
Was it 2013?
Yeah.
I'll
verify, but that's what I have in my notes.
I think that sounds about right. It's like tail end of the 360. And I remember really thinking that, like, it's very janky, but like, yeah, there's something here that is kind of cool. I'm very curious about State of Decay 3. I don't know what systems they're bringing forward from the previous games. I don't know if they're doing a bit of a pivot here. Like, you guys are talking about the multiplayer aspect of it, but like State of Decay was, in my experience, with both games, very single player focused. So like, I don't know if I don't know if, yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah. They describe it as a shared world co-op survival experience where players build communities, shape settlements, and survive together.
So it's like Rust.
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. I would have to see more about it. What I really liked about State of Decay was, and people who've played it will know this, it's like, it's a very systems rich game. It's not just, run around and shoot zombies. It's like there's permadeath, there's like RPG kind of leveling mechanics. So like basically you take the role of different survivors and you collect survivors across your time, and each survivor has their own stats, and like one's maybe like a marathon runner, like they're really fast, and so like you might want to send them off on runs for supplies. Another one might be a brawler, so you might want to have them team up in some way to like have some level of defense. And you can assume the roles of these people, but if you go out with those characters and die, then you lose them forever. And that's really interesting. And then that kind of goes along with like there's a resource management, like kind of base building thing, which sounds annoying and sounds like something that I wouldn't care about. But like for some reason, State of Decay really clicked with me in that regard. So it's a very systems heavy game in ways that don't necessarily showcase the best in trailers, in my opinion. Like I thought the State of Decay trailer looked fine. But like what I'm really curious about is like those deeper systems, like the permadeath, the stats leveling up, and the resource management. Like what does that look like if they're even bringing that forward, if they've decided to pivot into something else? I don't know, but there's a lot of promise for State of Decay. I think it is a lot more unique than just go kill zombies, and it's what has, I think, immunized this game from the zombie fatigue that I feel with a lot of other games that kind of come out in that vein. Because I'm not really that interested in just mindlessly shooting zombies. Like maybe I would be if something really clean cut and simple and uncomplicated and really accessible and fun came along, but that has yet to happen. We've only had like things like Back 4 Blood, which pretended to be, but ended up muddying the waters with like, oh, here's 1 million attachments and here's a card system, and it's like you're fucking it, you're ruining it. But this has always been a unique series to me, so I'm curious about it. It has my attention. I am what I would consider a State of Decay fan. But I think I want to wait and see more about like what the deeper mechanics are going to be. Hopefully they're fleshed out. And I hope they didn't like drop anything for the sake of making it a little bit easier for new players, because I do think that depth is really cool and kind of foundational to why I liked it.
You're right. I misremembered this, that the original State of Decay had no multiplayer.
Yeah.
It was State of Decay 2 that added it. I totally misremembered that. And they say here in the interview on Xbox Wire, guy from, I guess, one of the directors or whatever, talks about the shared world specifically, and he says, quote, "The shared world is another huge investment on this title. When we looked at what State of Decay 2 players wanted, what they were really asking for, it was two things: better multiplayer, a true online experience with their friends, and they wanted that shared space." So that's kind of cool. Like a shared world is kind of interesting. I guess you have to opt into that, which is neat, so you can play with your friends and have that and share that world with them potentially. Yeah. But
that's cool. As long as it's not like a Destiny situation, which again, I like Destiny, but like as long as it's like a truly optional, like I want to be able to play that game by myself, because I do like the loneliness of a game like that. So as long as that's available, though, that's fine by me. But yeah, no, go on. I didn't mean to.
No, it's fine. Like realizing now that State of Decay actually really does have single player roots, my assumption is that there will always be a meaningful way to play it single player, even in the third one. So that opens my mind to it a little bit more, because one thing I'm a lot of a sucker for is just post-apocalyptic United States survival shit. The thing that turns me off, and it's at the center of the game, is the zombie stuff, where I'm like, I'm like, it's fine. I'm not offended by it. I don't mind zombies. It's just overwrought. I think it would be more interesting if it was just all humans. That's not what the game is, so I'm not going to try to make it into something else. But we'll see. Sure, I don't think it's coming anytime soon. But
no, it's far away.
Which is crazy, because again, it shouldn't take this long to make this game. But
I agree. It is kind of crazy that it's taken that it's been in the oven for this long. I don't know, man. Like I do love that original State of Decay and State of Decay 2. I think it's great. I remember like in the arcade game, like the first one, like the thing that really grabbed me was this idea that you were running around and you could search drawers and different like canisters, but you could speed up. You could press a button or hold a button to speed up how fast you were searching through, and if you did that, you would run the risk of making a loud noise and attracting a bunch of zombies.
Right, I remember that too. Right. That is cool.
That was a mechanic that stuck out to me. I was like, this is a really dope idea.
Yeah, it's like it's like the reloading functionality of Gear is like something unique.
Yeah, that's like very a very simple, like a very simple thing that just like it's very engaging.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that. I remember that. I do remember that. Good pull.
Yeah.
All right, one more, I think, first-party Xbox game to talk about, and then a few other things to get through as well. Senua, which is essentially Hellblade 3, as I understand, from Ninja Theory, is coming to PlayStation 5 next year. No release date yet, but we know it's coming in 2027. We were talking about how some of these studios like Playground and Undead Labs seem to be working really slowly. These guys, Ninja Theory, seem to be working very fast. They're already getting another Hellblade game out. I couldn't find an official press release for this either, but I did go to our friends over at Gamatsu who had a good write-up about it. It says, quote, a Celtic warrior is trapped between life and death in a fractured vision of purgatory. In an action-adventure set in the Hellblade universe, Senua fights to reach the afterlife and reunite with those she loved and lost, battling forces and threatening all that she believes in. Break through a vision of Senua's mind to confront the threat within and without, mastering tactical combat to overcome nightmarish creatures born of myth and fear. Explore a world shaped by memory and meaning as Senua seeks a path to inner peace and a defining standalone story of defiance, choice, and legacy. So I don't know if it's going to be more action-oriented than the other two games, which were ostensibly action-oriented, but not really. I mean, more about puzzle solving and button prompts and whatever, but people really like these games. Mm-hmm. For people that are not familiar, Ninja Theory created the original Hellblade, which is actually, as you might recall, a PlayStation 4 exclusive for a little while. Senua's Sacrifice in 2017. And then Hellblade 2 came out many years later in 2024, which is why it's so interesting that this is moving quickly. And Hellblade came out to PS5 last year, I think, as well. So you can play that there. They're best known in our space for Heavenly Sword, which of course came out way back in 2007 or 2008, something like that. And then Enslaved, which was a game I never beat.
Oh, yeah.
But I liked that game. Yeah, right. Yeah. And I want to say Bandai Namco published that game. That was in 2010. And then DMC, which was, there seems to be a little bit of revision going on with DMC, like where people like it more now than they used to, because people hated that game when it came out. And then,
I've been assaulted for years because I maintain that's like, that's a good ass video game.
Yeah,
it's not a very good Devil May Cry.
Right.
That I will agree. But like I played DMC and I was like, this is dope as fuck. I love this.
I think they hated the character, right? Like what they did to him.
He's annoying.
Yeah.
But I think I don't know, it works for me. I don't know.
And then I forgot Bleeding Edge 2020. I forgot that they made that game. That game kind of came and went.
I played that. It was not very.
That's Game Pass fodder. It felt like at the time.
It felt that way playing it. Like, and I remember because I was earnestly giving it a shot because I was like, oh, I'm kind of into these games. Like, let's see. And I was just like, there's really nothing here.
Wasn't it like Melee Overwatch?
I don't even really
Am I remembering that right?
It was some sort of multiplayer thing. I don't remember exactly what it was.
I must have played that game for maybe maximum 2 hours. And I was like, all right, that's fine.
Any interest from you guys in this? I don't care about these games, so this is not for me. But I know a lot of people will care. Yeah.
I don't know. I liked Hellblade 1. I don't think I finished it. I got really deep into it, and I think at the time that I was playing it, Doom Eternal came out or something like that. And I was like, it was kind of over. But Hellblade 2 kind of soured me on it. Like, it was just like the tech demo aspect of it and the fact that there's barely really any game there. I didn't even finish Hellblade 2, and it's like really fucking short. You know, like I remember just being like so bored by it, and I was like, all right, I can't do this. So although I liked a lot of what Hellblade 1 was, I don't know. I'm gonna have to hear what people say about this to determine whether or not I want to give it a shot, really. Because 2 really left a bad taste in my mouth. Not because I thought it was like particularly like bad or anything. It's just like it's not what I want out of a video game. But
yeah, when I think about Hellblade 2, like I kind of feel bad for them. They were carrying the promise of the Series X on their back. Like I remember the hype and anticipation, or at least the pushed hype of Hellblade 2 from a lot of people on the Xbox side. And there were so many. I remember like we kept seeing trailers for it, and it like visually looked really cool, and certainly it did. Then when it came out, I played through it, and I was like, man, this is boring, not great. And so this new Hellblade game, or Senua, has a lot to prove for itself. And I think it was really smart that this trailer is so combat focused, because that seems to be the main thing that people with Hellblade 2, they're like, where's the game though? Like, where's the actual video game here? And so this feels like a very clear response to that. But at the same time, it's like you're gonna, when this actually comes out, it's the reviews are gonna need to prove it to me that this is gonna be worth my time. Because after I played Hellblade 2, I was like, I kind of wish I would have played something else, if I'm being honest. So now we're talking about exclusivity stuff later, right? Maybe I'll just save it.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about E-Day and Clockwork Revolution later. Yeah.
I'll save it.
Okay. Next up, I'm excited about this. Crazy Taxi. Looks great. Crazy Taxi World Tour set to come to PlayStation 5 in 2027. Using the track All I Want from The Offspring, which is obviously the iconic track from the original game. Also on the excellent Offspring album, Ixnay on the Hombre, which I love. But I was saying, Chris, on the stream, did we stream this one together?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
we did.
You were there for this one.
I jumped at this.
Right. That's right. I was saying it's such a nerdy thing, but I was thinking, I'm like, oh, the Offspring sold their catalog of song. They can't license their songs anymore. So someone else is making the money off of the license, which is funny when you think about that. Because that song is so intrinsically locked to Crazy Taxi. It's also really short. Like I always skip that on the album because it's like a minute and a half long. So it's like, all right.
It's so good though.
It is a great song. So Crazy Taxi came to arcades in 1999 and was on Dreamcast in 2000. It later came to PS2 and GameCube, as people might recall. I forgot about this. You remember when it came digitally to PS3 and 360 in 2010? It like removed all of the license shit and stuff like that. And it was like this totally bare bones game. And then I forgot about this. Crazy Taxi 2 was on Dreamcast only. I was like, I had it on Dreamcast, but I'm like, it never got ported off. And what's interesting about this game, and I don't remember this piece of lore about it, is it was launched after Dreamcast was already discontinued. So it was like them kind of like releasing a couple final games, and that was one of them. It was the spring of 2001, and I think Dreamcast was discontinued in March that year or April. And then I do remember this. Crazy Taxi 3 was an Xbox exclusive.
Yep. That's the one that I had. Crazy Taxi 3. High Roller,
right. Exactly. And it later came to PC. And then Catch a Ride was a Game Boy game, a Game Boy Advance game that I remember. I never played it, but I remember looking at screens of it. And I looked it up too. And I'm like, this looks pretty good for there were people like doing weird shit on Game Boy Advance where it's like, like not so bad. Yeah. And then do you guys remember Fair Wars on PSP? That was the last release of Crazy Taxi. That was the kind of the remake of 1 and 2 in one package on PSP. And I don't think people really liked it. So that kind of killed Crazy Taxi. But the foundation of Crazy Taxi has always been awesome. It was a perfect arcade game. And this looks like it's adding kind of new mechanics and more fun. And some of the new licenses are fun too. Do you know one of the licenses is Five Guys, which is
are they doing?
Yeah.
Wait, so this was I tweeted this. Take me to Raytheon. Yeah. Dude, I always forget that that's like a Crazy Taxi. So I tweeted out like it's like I don't know if it's a hot take or nothing, but this is like one of the few video games where like I want to see really blatant product placement.
Definitely. It's perfect.
Like I want somebody to be like, take me to IHOP. Take me to the Pizza Hut and the KFC were always so iconic to me. I want Five Guys is awesome. I wasn't sure if they were actually going to do that or if they were just going to just rest on their laurels and just like make fake things, because like that to me like doesn't feel right. I want to be in real spaces with like, I think that it's that juxtaposition of like real places with like the absurd, you know what I mean? Like you're driving through San Francisco and like driving off the hills and like landing and like speeding through like, but like you're dropping people off at like a place that you have been to. Like I always loved that juxtaposition. And so I'm happy to hear that they're doing that again. Fill that game up with ads. I mean it.
Yeah,
like, I think it'll add to it.
A Panda Express is another one of them.
That's awesome.
So that
makes me happy.
Yeah, there's a few of them. Video Games Chronicle wrote a story kind of like they like paused it and tried to find all the license references. So that'll be fun.
That's dope.
Dustin, are you a Crazy Taxi guy?
Yes, I can't remember which one. I know I had the first one. Maybe I had it on PC of all places. And I think I played Crazy Taxi 3 as well. And dude, the arcade experience of Crazy Taxi is amazing. I remember playing it and it like being so loud because the speakers are right in the headrest, if I remember right. So I love Crazy Taxi. I was very disappointed after this announcement. I went to see, I'm like, okay, where can I play Crazy Taxi now? And it's like, oh, you can't. The Steam version was delisted. So you can download from like My Abandonware, the PC version, but it doesn't have the songs in it, as you mentioned, Colin. Apparently the best way to play Crazy Taxi now, if you have the hardware, is to emulate the Dreamcast version. So
easy enough.
Yeah. I may end up doing that.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to this. 2027. I'll play all over this game. I'm sorry, go ahead, Chris.
No, I'm just so stoked. I mean, I'm earnestly like very excited about it. I love Crazy Taxi so much.
It says here, I didn't know this. Quote, helmed by original Crazy Taxi creator Kenji Kano. Crazy Taxi World Tour will take players on a high-octane adventure around the globe. In the World Tour story-driven campaign, players will play as Axel, chasing down mysterious masked villains who stole his beloved taxi, all while tackling extreme missions and challenges. So, new maps and missions across 5 unique cities, multiplayer modes, new vehicles and customization, and a classic mode. That's just the arcade, the old like Crazy Taxi arcade mode, which is awesome. So, very, very excited about this. Crazy Taxi is a really... It's funny. I always talk about how I came to Sega really late. And like I had a Dreamcast at launch. I didn't care about Sega until I had money to really like kind of, I had a job and I started spending money. And Crazy Taxi might be like the game, along with Power Stone and a couple of others, where I was like, yeah, this shit's kind of dope. Like Sega's kind of got some cool shit going on. And you guys might recall Dreamcast controllers were really easy to break. And the trigger movements on this game caused many a broken Dreamcast controller. Famous for it. Infamous for it, actually. Because you had to like jam like on the triggers to like, it was, and people just broke the shit out of their controllers playing it.
So cool, dude. I was so happy to see this.
Yeah, me too. Zach Capuzzo wrote in and said, take me to the data center. Thoughts on Crazy Taxi's AI disclosure? On one hand, it's great to see transparency around its use. On the other hand, why do devs need AI at all to remake a game? The example is right there. Yeah, I saw this. This is happening more and more. I think I don't want to get too deep into it because we're all tired of AI. One thing I'll say is that these companies need to be very careful and I think deliberate about the way that they present their AI disclosures, because it's actually making them look incompetent and making them look stupid. Where it's like, oh, we use AI just for like placeholders and inspiration. We go over them later. It's like, so you're just tracing the AI. Like, you got to think carefully about what kind of shit you're putting out there. And it is a good question. Why do you need AI help in a remake or like in a reimagining of a game? Like, you don't need this. You're not doing hard. It's not that hard. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the technical skill is not hard. Of course it is. It's not hard to come up with an idea of like, what do you want to do in a Crazy Taxi game? I mean, come on, dude. Either like you have a creative fucking bone in your body or you don't. And it's kind of getting pathetic, actually, and annoying.
Yeah.
And I saw some interesting theories that like, I wonder, well, I don't know where I saw this. It must have been on social media or something. This idea that like Expedition 33 kind of got away with the AI shit last year. And I think that made other developers and publishers comfortable, but they're not Expedition 33. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta be careful. This is going to come back to bite you, I think. Not you, them. All right. A few more to get through here, my friends. Join us. I just wanted to bring this game up because I thought this game looked awesome. This was at the Xbox event. It is a quote-unquote doomsday cult open world survival game. And it says, quote, have you ever dreamed of starting your own cult? Now you can, right from the comfort of your own home. Imagine the respect you'll receive as an up-and-coming cult leader. Issue weird teachings to your followers, expand your territory, build a base of operations, perform sacrifices, oversee a growing stockpile of military-grade weapons. In this sandbox survival game, your most valuable resource isn't stones and wood, it's human beings. Every character in the world, from civilians to enemies, is a potential recruit for your growing cult. Turn the game world into your personal follower farm by spreading propaganda, managing infamy, and making the cult worthy of joining. Once a new follower joins your flock, you can put them to work, play as them, or enlist their support on missions. All of your followers have strengths and weaknesses and are best used in accordance with their abilities. Farmers, smooth talkers, doctors, etc. Followers are your most important resource, but also your most volatile. If you don't keep them happy, they'll quit the cult. And remember, a cult leader without any followers is just a lonely weirdo. I thought this game looked brilliant. Now, I was researching more about it, and it's been announced for a while. I never saw it. But it's coming in March 2027. The developer is called Wolf House, Wolf Haus, which I think is kind of a nice name. And I just thought it was fun and deserved a little bit of recognition. People should go look it up if you have not seen it. Are you interested in this, Chris?
Conceptually, I'm interested in it. I love the concept. It reminds me of like Destroy All Humans, like that kind of like idea where it's just like, all right, we're gonna do something very weird. It looks a little janky though. Like it's one of the things where it's like, I don't know. I think it might be a better idea on paper than it is in practice, but I am going to be keeping an eye on it because I want ideas like this to do well, and I want them to be implemented well, and I want them to hit. So I'll be paying attention to it, and I think I'll definitely check it out. If for no other reason, just for the novelty of the idea. I think it's a really dope idea.
Yeah, it reminds me.
It's a great name.
It is a cool name, and it reminds me of, I mean, they're very different games, but it reminds me of like novel ideas like the Escapist and stuff like that, where it's like, oh, this is kind of like a new, interesting idea. Yeah. I like it. I'm definitely going to check it out. What do you think, Dustin?
Yeah, I'm very interested. It reminds me a little bit of that game last year's Schedule 1, where you were a drug dealer and drug manufacturer. And me and the boys had a lot of fun with that, setting up our drug empire, the management of it, doing the deals. And so applying that to a occult simulator sounds pretty cool. So this trailer was really, really fun. There's like, I'm looking at the trailer now at 34 seconds. There's something that reminds me of like the Nemesis system that has everybody lined up. So I'm curious what the extent will be, but this looks like the type of game that's going to be awesome for multiplayer.
Next up is a new 2D HD Final Fantasy game, Final Fantasy Resonance. Although it's maybe not quite as new as people think, although I have no problem with it. A lot of people do. This is a game. Well, let's see the description in the press release first. Quote, the first HD 2D game in the Final Fantasy series, Final Fantasy Resonance is a celebration of classic and modern Final Fantasy that evokes the beloved titles of yesteryear. This tale of crystals features a strategic turn-based battle system with a modern twist, the return of chocobos, espers, and airships. Espers, speaking to my heart. In addition to appearance from beloved Final Fantasy characters such as Cloud, Titus, or Titus, and Warrior of Light, all presented in stunning retro-inspired HD 2D graphics that push the limits of pixel art. Final Fantasy Resonance is based on the first story arc of the mobile game Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. Far from just a direct port, it has been refined and extensively rebuilt as a full-fledged console-quality RPG experience. It launches on PlayStation 5, no PS4 version, on October 22nd for $50. I think it looks pretty good, although some people don't. Tony Soprano showing Chris Chan to his therapist. I wonder what Dr. Melfi would think about Chris Chan. Wrote in and said, hey, gents, we are finally getting a 2D HD Final Fantasy, and it looks awesome. I've seen some people hesitant due to the fact that it is built on the bones of a gacha game, but by all reports, I've seen that game was actually good if you dodge the predatory pricing. Feels like these next 12 to 18 months are going to be overflowing with JRPGs. P.S. Dustin, best of luck with the delivery of your child. Fatherhood is a great experience, and I'm sure you will love it.
Thank you.
So Brave Exvius is a mobile game that indeed did come out back in 2016. It was only discontinued, I think, last year or 2 years ago, so it was going for a while. I personally have no problem with the connection. It doesn't bother me at all. I think it looks really nice, and I'll definitely check it out. It's coming out at a bad time, so I don't know what that will look like. September's so stacked that I'll probably be getting through some other things at that point. And Castlevania is coming out around then as well. So we'll see what happens, but I think it looks great. Are you going to play it, Dustin?
I'm interested in it. I have no problem with it being based on, it says here, based on the first story arc of the mobile game. So it's clearly vastly different, not a gacha game. And it looks really cool. Maybe this is unfounded concern. It's just that I really was not into the Octopath games. And so I'm wondering how much of that HD 2D DNA is in there. Not in terms of visuals, but just how they play. So I'm curious. I think this is a cool idea to take one of these mobile games and make it a real game. Because like that's one of the things with the Nier mobile game is that people really like the story, but they hate the fact that it's a mobile gacha game. So to be able to give these games new life as a real fucking game is cool.
Chris, I'll skip you on this one. I know you're probably not interested.
I'm still thinking about the name, to be honest with you. I can't even. This guy's talking about a dimensional merge. You're saying his Sonic's arms are the wrong color. That's crazy.
It's pretty good.
I love this idea. I love him. He's such a versatile. You could throw him in any situation. I think it's just like it's immediately entertaining. The memes are so good of him just talking about video games.
Yeah,
it's good shit.
And that Elden Ring one was awesome. That video that we watched.
Yeah, it's an iconic. He's great at impersonating all of them, which is crazy. Like that's the thing. Like,
yeah, he does Christopher as well. Yeah.
Hey, Tone.
Do you hear what I said to you? Final Fantasy Resonance is coming out. Stupid.
I wanted to give a shout out to another game I thought looked great at the Xbox showcase, which is Magicians, the Devil's Deal. This is being published actually by Focus, and I'm going to decline the cookies on this website if that's all right with you. It says, quote, in this first-person action game set in a twisted world inspired by 19th century London, stage magic becomes real. Focus Entertainment Publishing and Uppercut Games are thrilled to announce Magicians: The Devil's Deal, planned for release in 2027. In this new narrative-driven FPS, players step into the shoes of Jacob, a gifted stage magician drawn into a nightmarish descent through Theaterland, a distorted reflection of Victorian London ruled by powerful masters. Driven forward by rage and supernatural tricks, Jacob must confront these enigmatic figures and claim their power as he journeys deeper into a world shaped by ambition and deception. A dark tale of illusion and revenge awaits. It's a magic shooter. We don't get very many of those, and I do love me a good magic shooter. It's too bad more of you didn't play Immortals of Avium. Maybe you'll let Magicians: The Devil's Deal die on the vine too, you fucking bastards. What do you think, Chris? Are you going to play Magicians: The Devil's Deal when it comes out next year?
Yeah, I'm stoked about this. This looks awesome. This looks, it's got a bit of a BioShock kind of look to it as well, which I always appreciate. But yeah, the magic elements look cool. They do start with kind of what feels to me like, you know what I mean? Like a CG representation of what the gameplay is. And that kind of made me worried because I was like, oh no, we're doing this again. I thought we kind of moved past this, but it quickly transitions into actual gameplay, which is nice. So you get to see a little bit of what it looks like. And I think it looks really great. It feels really, it looks really polished. There's a scene particularly where like he does something with his hands and he twists the map upside down. They got my brain lighten up. I was like, "Ooh, okay, cool. I like that." But yeah, no, I'm stoked about this. This looks cool. A nice surprise. Although I will say a lot of these. So I don't know how you feel. This is probably like a really minor fucking thing, but I feel like there's a lot of games coming out with this style of logo. And I don't know how to exactly, because I feel like Clockwork Revolution has this exact same kind of.
It's like BioShock Infinite.
Yeah, it's very like BioShock Infinite. For whatever reason, it took about 13 years for BioShock Infinite to have like a lasting impact on things that are all coming out around the same time. Because I see a lot of it in Clockwork and I see a lot of it in this. Weird.
Yeah,
but
it's
it looks cool.
It does look cool. Yeah, and you're right. The logo, yeah, it is becoming a little conspicuous in that regard either. Also, I think it's interesting too. There's like a Mega Man component to this. It seems like where you like get the.
Oh, really?
It says. Where did I read that?
Oh, do you get like magic? Do you get like spells from the bosses that you
Yeah. Jacob must confront these enigmatic figures and claim their power.
That's cool.
Yeah, so that's pretty neat.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, it is. Dustin, are you going to play yourself a magic shooter?
Yeah, I think this looks really fun. Chris and I are thinking on the exact same wavelengths because I immediately was drawn to the upside down shot as well. And you're right about the BioShock Infinite like thing going on right now. There was that game that came out earlier this year, Crystal Theater of Idols, that I checked out, and unfortunately I did not like it all, but it had that kind of BioShock Infinite feel to it. So I'm excited about it because I think that look and feel is awesome and hasn't been utilized enough. So I'm interested. Looks pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know. Uppercut Games is a name that was familiar to me. I went and researched them a little bit. Like they haven't done very much that I know. Here, I'll give you guys the URL. They did 2 games in this series called Epoch, EPOCH, that I think are cover-based shooters that were on iOS. I think they did some of these other smaller games. 2 games in the series called Submerged. So I don't know much about them, their pedigree, but we'll see. Jobs, are they hiring? Let's see. Nope, no jobs right now. All right. Next up, just a quick piece of news about Castlevania Belmont's Curse, which looks excellent. And I'm very, very excited about. It takes place in 1499 with a female protagonist. The first time in the series ever there's been a woman protagonist. Comes to PlayStation 5, no PS4 version, October 15th, the day after my birthday. Very, very exciting as we play Rose Belmont. And let's see. This takes place 23 years after the events of Castlevania 3 Dracula's Curse. Rose Belmont, daughter of Dracula's. So she's Trevor's daughter. I wonder if she's Sypha's daughter too. Interesting. Very exciting. Are either of you guys going to play this game?
Yes.
More than likely. I'll check it out.
Absolutely. I really loved Dead Cells. I didn't get around to playing the DLC for Dead Cells, or at least not too deeply, just because I played so much. Dead Cells was weirdly like a really heavy Switch game for me. Like I played the shit out of it on Switch. I think I have like an absurd amount of hours in it. But the DLC just came at a point where I was like, I've played all I can of this really, but I'm looking forward to more from them. And Castlevania is just a great fit, in my opinion.
The art on the Steelbook is insane. Did you guys see the castle? It's just a really poster of that would be amazing. Just without any logo or anything like that. The one thing I will say is I'm not crazy about like there's like cables coming off the castle, which I guess are like maybe support cables or something. I'm not crazy about that because I like the whole supernatural, like how it's not supposed to work. Like it shouldn't be able to stand that way. And it just does. Mm-hmm. Like the turrets that go off the turrets that go off the turrets. Like it's just insane. Like it doesn't make any sense. I love that. God, it looks so good. Can't wait. Castlevania Belmont's Curse. October 15th.
Imminent.
And then we have a new Spyro game that was announced at the Xbox showcase as well.
Yeah.
This is an Xbox property now because of the acquisition of Activision, but of course this is coming to PlayStation as well. The game is called Spyro: A Realm Beyond. It is being made by Toys for Bob. Toys for Bob, you might remember, was an Activision studio that broke away when Xbox bought Activision. They were allowed to walk away and they entered a deal for a publishing arrangement with Xbox to work on a game. This is that game. Spyro, of course, began back on our beloved Insomniac game studio back in 1998 with the original Ripto's Rage. The sequel came out in 99, and Year of the Dragon, the third game, came out in 2000, all on PS1. Insomniac moved on to Ratchet and Clank at that point, in which part Spyro kind of entered years of decline. Enter the Dragonfly, 2002, led all the way, blah, 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 to Dawn of the Dragon, 2008, which was a PS2 and PS3 cross-generation game, you guys might recall. And that was the last time we ever saw Spyro in that form. Of course, Skylanders ran from 2011 to 2018. Toys for Bob had something to do with that, of course. And the Reignited trilogy, which I loved, came out back in 2018. So Spyro will live again, and Toys for Bob will help make it happen. And Toys for Bob, of course, they did a lot of the late Crash games, Skylanders support, a bunch of Disney Infinity stuff. They were just kind of hopping around. So anyway, I think I'll play this. We'll see. I'm not like a huge Spyro fan. I'm not going to pretend like I'm the biggest Spyro fan in the world, but it looks cute. And I like collected on 3D old school platformers, which I assume this will kind of be. So very attractive to me. Chris, are you going to play Spyro when it comes out in the spring of 2027 on PlayStation 5?
Yeah, almost certainly. Like I have such a deep, these are the first games that I really, really got super into was on PS1. It was Crash, Spyro, Medieval, and these weird platformers. And so, yeah, Spyro has my heart. I didn't play the later Xbox PS2 games. Yeah. And I certainly didn't fuck with Skylanders at all. I remember when Skylanders came out and they had that pug version of Spyro that just looks fucking disgusting. Do you remember when they like completely redesigned him? He's all small and he looks like he has like, no offense, dwarfism. Which is fine, but like
it's fine.
It's fine. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but yeah, I'm stoked about this. I thought the Reignited trilogy was great. I think the Reignited trilogy is actually better than the Insane trilogy as far as like a remake of a PS1 classic goes. So I'm stoked to see them continue with this, and it looks nice. Definitely early what we saw, or not particularly in depth like the gameplay that we saw.
Yeah, they're moving pretty quick. I mean,
field or whatever, but
they seem to be that might have taken 3 years by the time it comes out, which is great. That's good. How fast you should be getting these things out. Dustin, will you relive your childhood with an old Insomniac gem being reimagined?
I'm very interested because I love the first 3 Spyro games, and I loved the remake collection that they did. I have a hair concern for this game. And it comes from both the trailer and the description, which is probably the same as the press release that they put. Like I'm reading this off the PlayStation YouTube channel where they have the trailer posted. The main thing I want to point out from this is that it just says, feel the freedom as flight as you soar above vibrant landscapes, weave between treetops, dive off, blah, blah, blah. And it says, wing your way through the new realm in Spyro's boldest evolution yet. And then later it says, crafted by Toys for Bob's. This is a new evolution of Spyro built to send the purple dragon soaring higher than ever before. To me, this reads that this flying mechanic that you see in the trailer, the actual little gameplay segment, is the game.
You think it's knights?
I don't know. It sounds like from what they're saying that the game is really emphasizing flying.
That would be so fucking corny if they basically made a knights game. No wonder they made it in 3 years in that case.
I don't know if it's going to be. Let me restart. I am cool with them doing a new kind of Spyro game, but I wanted Spyro to have its Crash 4 moment first, where they're like, we're making a new traditional Spyro game that is of the legacy of those first 3 games. And from what I'm reading and seeing, that is not the case.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I saw that. I saw that too, and I was like a little bit like, I don't know how I feel about it exactly, because they did such a good job with everything that they've done lately that I just kind of implicitly, I have no reason not to trust them on some level, where it's just like, I trust you with Spyro. Like, I don't know who else, if not you, then who really? And I can't think of anybody else. I do think there's room for Spyro. I mean, he should be able to, like, there should be verticality to him. Like, you should be able to do more than just platform, but there should be platform, like, it should be. You know what I mean? Like, they should still, I don't know. That's a tricky thing to do, but I think they can do it. Crash 4 was so good. They did Crash 4, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did.
Dude, Crash 4 is like, that's a hardcore fucking game, dude. That is a hard game. Like, it is. Do you remember that article that came out? It was like, oh, Crash Bandicoot is Dark Souls or whatever.
Yeah.
Crash 4 is Dark Souls, dude. It's fucking insane. But yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic, I would say, for Spyro. I just think he deserves it. What a great character. Striking design. They look so good together, too. It's crazy. Like, I'm at the Toys for Bob website or whatever, and I see like Crash and Spyro next to each other, and it's like they just fit together so well. It's kind of crazy that they're not even remotely related.
All right. A few more to get through, my friends, and then we'll be done. The original Thief game, The Dark Project, is getting a remaster from Night Dive, which I thought was pretty interesting and worth bringing up. Thief was a 1998 PC release from Looking Glass. Looking Glass, of course, is famous for System Shock as well, and System Shock 2, of course, which came out the following year, and Thief 2 the year after that. And who else but Ken Levine worked on the original Thief as well. So pretty cool to see that. It was funny because Thief had kind of been revived multiple times. You guys remember the 2004 Deadly Shadows Thief game, which I was reading a little bit about in preparation for the show, and I forgot. That never came to PS2, which was strange at the time. And then the Thief revival in 2014, the ignominious year 2014 for video games. That was like their attempt to revive it as well. So Thief has kind of been bopping around. What's cool about this is that it's Night Dive and Atari. So Atari owns Night Dive now. And then Eidos Montreal is working on it as well. Now, Eidos is owned by Embracer. I think the Thief franchise went with them when the Embracer acquired them from, an Eidos and the brand and a bunch of Crystal Dynamics and all that stuff from Square Enix. So they all have to work together probably as a licensor. I don't know if I'll play it or not. I really don't know, but it seemed relevant and interesting. It will come to PS5 and PS4. So you can look forward to that, I guess, sometime next year. I don't know if they've said. No date. Either of you guys interested in this?
I know nothing about Thief, so I have nothing to say.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I'm a big stealth guy. People have been telling me about Thief for a really, really long time. A lot of people say I'd like it, but I don't know what it is. I've just been either too intimidated to jump into what was available, or I just remember playing a little bit. I remember playing a little bit of that 2014 revival and just being like, this ain't it. Like, it just wasn't very good, whatever that game was. I barely remember any of it. But I'm open to it. I think I have to do a little bit more research on it, because I do end up liking a lot of these games when I go back. Like Deus Ex, I got like really, really into when that came to the PS Classics or whatever.
I remember.
And I know it's not the same kind of game necessarily, but like, I think I could potentially get into this, but I need to do a little bit more research.
A game.
Looks cool though.
I'm sorry to interrupt. A game that I'm excited to talk about here just briefly is Muramasa Revenant Blades. This is it seems like they call it a reemergence, which is a quote, elevated revival of Muramasa Rebirth. Now, Muramasa the Demon Blade was a Wii game that came out in 2009 from Vanillaware. And then that was ported to Vita as Rebirth in 2013. And now this is that version of the game being reworked again. Vanillaware, of course, is known for their incredibly beautiful action games. And Grim Grimoire, Odin Sphere, Dragon's Crown, arguably my favorite. They did 13 Sentinels, which I played very briefly and never finished. I have to do that at some point. And they've remade a bunch of their games as well. Muramasa is really, really good. And I highly recommend it. It is gorgeous. And it's a side-scrolling action RPG. It's really, really fun. Just wanted to throw that out there. Have either of you played it, or are you interested?
I'm interested, but I know very
the
little.
Vita version's really good. You should pick it up if you ever see it, for sale.
The Vita?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, Muramasa is good stuff.
Looks interesting.
Well, yeah, because it came to Wii, and by 2009, people were kind of getting over. And the Wii existed, for years after that. But by 2009, the hardcore attention to Wii was kind of waning. Because I was thinking about that generation recently, in that there was such a stark comparison between the Wii and the PS3 and 360 that it really remained hard to remain on the Wii for me at that time. Where I'm like, this seems so old and archaic. But then occasionally a game would come out like Muramasa, and I was like, damn, this is fucking good. But it just never got much attention because of where it was published. And then of course it comes to Vita, so again it doesn't get much attention. So it's a game that is very much flown under the radar, but now will be available because it's coming to PS5 and PC, but also Switch and Switch 2. So it'll be much more widely available. Oh, early 2027 for this. And then one more that I wanted to talk about here, and then we have just a couple other quick news items, but Tales of Eternia was announced during the Nintendo showcase as coming out. This isn't a huge deal, but I'm a big Tales fan, and I was excited to see this. Tales of Eternia is the third Tales game. So now this is the oldest Tales game they've gone back and remade. It's only Fantasia and Destiny are before it. And you probably know this, Dustin, because you're a PS1 collector. Tales of Eternia in the States was known as what? Tales of Destiny 2. And it had its own special box art and all the rest. And then there was a Tales of Destiny 2 actually released, like a proper Tales of Destiny 2. That was a
Destiny 2?
That was a PS2 game. What'd you say?
I said Destiny 2?
Oh, Destiny 2. Yeah, right, exactly. Wrong Destiny 2. We'll talk about that later. So I just thought that was kind of an interesting thing, because as I recall, Tales of Eternia had a PSP release, but it never came out in the United States. It came out everywhere else, but it never got a North American release for some reason. So we've never gotten this game released under the proper name in the United States. It was known as Tales of Destiny 2. And then Tales of Destiny 2 was a proper sequel to Tales of Destiny 1 that was released on PS2 in Japan and never came out here. So there's all sorts of confusion with it. But I think this is pretty exciting. So this will come out. And by the way, it was a late PS1 release too. And I remember that as well, 2001. So after the PS2 came out. So this, of course, was a Wolf Team game back when they still made the Tales games. And I'm excited about this. I don't expect you guys to care, but I wanted to throw that out there. Yeah. Nice piece of nostalgia when Tales still looked very chibi.
Right.
Which I liked that look back in the day. It's a little old now, but. All right. And finally, just a couple of things. I wanted to note that Yacht Club, my friends at Yacht Club, congratulations to them. Mina the Hollower has surpassed 500,000 copies sold. The studio is safe and sound. I've been talking to a friend of mine over there that I've known for many years. We've been emailing back and forth. And what I've realized in talking to him is like, oh, he listens to this show. Because like I emailed them and I'm like, hey, man, congratulations on the sales. He's like, yeah, I'm sorry, you're not feeling the game kind of thing. And I'm like, no, it's not that I'm not feeling. And then we had to have a conversation or whatever about that. And I'm like, oh God, I got to be careful with what because I think, remember I told you that he was also like, I'm sorry, like kind of like being like, I'm sorry we disappointed you about not doing more Shovel Knight. So I'm like, I gotta shut up. Hurting my friend's feelings. So congratulations to them. That's an awesome success story for Mina. And people really, really seem to like it. And then finally, new PS Plus games for the game catalog. So this is at the extra and premium tiers, not for the essential tier. So not most of us, but some of us have the PS Plus. I don't, but some of you have the PS Plus extra premium and have access to the game catalog. So the big addition for this month, and these additions begin, let me see here. Yeah, I guess, is there no date? Oh, June 16th.
It says,
sorry.
Yeah, June 16th.
Final Fantasy 16 being added to the game catalog. Huge. Love that. Definitely check it out if you haven't already. I think you'll love it. Sonic Cross Shadows Generations on PS5 and PS4, bringing down the mood. Bringing up the mood a little bit, Kingdom Come Deliverance on PS5 and PS4. Life is Strange Double Exposure is coming to PS5. That was the last one, right? Not the most recent one, but the one before that.
I think so.
I don't know.
Farming Simulator 25, behemoth of a game. No irony in what I'm saying. Like those games are killing. They'll be there. Blades of Fire is, I guess, some sort of action RPG. And then Black Desert is actually coming out as well. And then, as promised during State of Play, some interesting PS Plus premium games will be coming out for PS2. And the first one is Gitaru Man, or Gitaru Man from PlayStation 2. We talked about that a week or two, or actually just in the last episode. So some good stuff here, but definitely Final Fantasy 16 is the big one. And actually, this is what I was confused about with the date, Dustin, is that these are all dated differently. Final Fantasy 16 is June 16th. Sonic Cross Shadow Generation is June 10, so that's already out. Kingdom Come Deliverance is June 23rd. Life is Strange is June 23rd. Farming Simulator is June 30th. Blades of Fire is June 30th, and Black Desert is June 30th, and Gitaru Man is June 16th. I assume they're doing this to stop people from canceling, right? You should. I mean, it makes sense to have things to add constantly. Like, why not add instead of adding 8 games at a time, add 1 or 2 a week? Right. I think that makes perfect sense. It might be a little annoying to some people. It's going to be annoying to communicate it, as we just saw. Anything here for you guys?
Nothing for me. I currently don't have PlayStation Premium or Extra, but if you haven't played Final Fantasy 16 and you have this service, what's wrong with you? Do it.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
I actually have here, I looked up Polygon real quick. Let me see if I can get this. I'm blocking ads. Well, let me read it. There we go. These games are leaving on June 16th, so you'd be warned. Red Dead Redemption 1, Lego The Incredibles, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, the game complete edition, Lawn Mowing Simulator, and We Love Katamari Reroll. You've been warned. All right, that's all we have for the news. All right, we're back with what we're playing. We just took a break, as we usually do, before we finish the show, and I stepped outside. It's 95 degrees out. Hot as fuck outside right now. Just absolutely insane. I also got in my HOA newsletter for the month, and I just love the passive-aggressive shit in it. Like community reminders.
Yeah.
Yard maintenance. Please remember to keep your yards tidy and well-maintained. Regular mowing, trimming, and weeding not only enhance the beauty of our neighborhood, but also uphold property values. And another one I like is speeding in the neighborhood. We kindly remind everyone to adhere to the posted speed limits within our community. Let's keep our streets safe for pedestrians, children, and pets. And then I like this other one as well. Power washing your home. As seasons change, consider power washing your home to keep it looking fresh and vibrant. A clean exterior not only enhances your property, but also contributes to the overall appeal to our neighborhood. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Actually, I'm making fun of it, but my HOA is totally fine. They don't bother anyone. Yeah, I haven't heard any problems with them at all. Because you hear these HOA like nightmare stories, and I can't relate. I just can't.
Yeah.
They're totally fine. They don't do anything. In fact, sometimes I look around, I'm like, you could do a little more if you wanted to. This guy doesn't really mow his lawn very much. All right. Back to what we're playing. I'll go first, and I know you're playing it as well, Dustin. 007 First Light. I beat it last night.
Oh.
Have you beaten it?
I have.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you guys are, oh yeah, of course you have. You guys are doing the spoiler cast tomorrow, as we said. We're recording, and that will go live next week.
Yes.
We'll have that in the bank, which will be cool. I am really impressed by this game. It's incredible, actually. And I don't think it's my favorite game of the year because I think it lacks a little bit of, the shooting is not quite as fine as I would have liked it to be. Things like that. But I think from a systems level, well, a few things. Presentationally, it's awesome. The voice acting is great. The writing is great. The presentation's great. I like the characters. I think that the villains are compelling. I like the protagonists and like his friends. I might have, I don't know if I said this on a stream or something, but one of the things that I think is really clever about the game is the way it does tutorials.
Yeah.
Like training sequences and stuff. I'm like, I've never seen anything quite like this. Now, I'm not a Bond guy, as I've said before. I don't know anything about it. And in fact, a few times I was playing and laughing, Mike was watching a little bit, where I'm like, I know this because Austin Powers makes fun of this. like this thing or whatever. And I'm like, that's so funny. Like there's a scene where like, there are a couple scenes where it's like, just kill him. Like where they have Bond and it's like, just kill him.
Yeah.
And again, it reminds me so much of Dr. Evil and Scott Evil, like arguing over how they're going to kill this person. And like, I'll go get my gun. We'll kill him together kind of thing. I just,
Right.
I didn't know like what they were making fun of. I just thought it was so funny for different reasons. So I really like that. I like Bond himself. I think 007 is, well, he's not 007 in this, but really, really cool. He's debonair and interesting and worldly, but also kind of grounded and relatable, which I don't know that Bond always was. I don't remember Pierce Brosnan being like that. That's really the only Bond I know. And I like Pierce Brosnan and I like those Bond movies. And then, as I said on the stream, I think, and to get a little more into it, it's just the bones of Hitman are all over this game, and it's so funny. Like I guess I just didn't realize how much it was going to be like Hitman, and well, Dustin and I were talking about it on the stream. I'm like, I actually have played Hitman 2016. I played it quite a bit actually, and actually my ex at the time was really into it, so I was actually quite familiar with it. It was weird. It's like this weird thing she liked. And that was during the Square Enix days. And I was like, yeah, this translates really well. The party sequences, like like the crowds at these different places, like you're going around these different facilities and, blending in. But then there's these mechanics on if you get caught and you can like kind of bail your way out of things and try to like fake things or use your Q watch to like poison or blind people. Like I did that over and over again where like someone had something on them, so like I would just blind them and then just steal it from them. It's not that hard to like get around the systems, but the systems exist, and the big thing to me here is that there's something here. Like that's why I'm even more disturbed by Amazon talking, although I think they were just talking out of their ass. I don't think they really are gonna like, where they're like, we're publishing and making it's like, you'd be an absolute fucking moron if you went in a different direction after this. Stupid as fuck. Because the sequel to this game, now that they know what they're doing, is going to be really, really impressive. No doubt. No doubt about it. And it probably won't come out until 2020 or 2030 rather or something, but it's like, fine. So I think they really are onto something here, and Amazon should be so grateful that they serendipitously walked into a game that's actually good, because for many, many years they've been completely unable to publish or develop anything that anyone cared about. And here it is. So I think it's an awesome game. I think Pragmata is probably still my favorite game of the year, but because that's such a systems game. But I really, really loved this game, and I'm kind of blown away by it. Like I didn't expect it to be so compelling. I wanted to keep playing it. Like I'm like, oh, I want to know what happens next. I want to resolve this tension. I want to know where this person is. And a lot of sad shit happens in the game, actually. Kind of horrible shit. And the one thing I do love, the villains, almost Metal Gear Solid style, like his mask and shit like that. Like it's like a Roman mask with like the crown and stuff like that. I'm like, this is great. It's good shit. So yeah, really, really like it. I think it's weakest when you're shooting. It's still fun and works, but it's a little stiff. It's not. Yeah. The controls are a little wonky. I didn't even look if you can remap, but like the way you crouch, the way you run, the way it's like, it gets a little confusing. It's like, well, why am I doing it this way? Why couldn't I? Maybe you can remap those things. I don't know. So a little bit cumbersome, but these are small issues. Overall, I again, not a Bond person, so I don't know how James Bond people feel about it, but like, I think it's awesome. And very similar to you, Chris, totally compelled by 007 now, where I want to like go and really get deeper into it. Like absolutely 100%. So yeah, that's where I stand with it. Dustin, so do you have anything else you want to say, or do you want to reserve your commentary for the spoiler cast?
I will reserve most of the commentary for the spoiler cast, but I beat it and I loved it all the way through. I talked about this for the last like week
you
or so.
beat it and you loved it all the way through.
I beat it and I loved it.
Oh, gross.
I think the shocking part is just how good some of the set pieces are in this game. And I know when it came out, some people are like, oh, look, you just have to go forward. It's just like point A to point B, where it's not really a lot of gameplay. Specifically in like some of the car sections.
Oh yeah, I was surprised by how much they built some of that stuff out, considering there was so little agency. But it was cool because it felt like you were in like a movie, like a Bond movie.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And dude, some of the mechanics in maybe not the last level, but pretty close to the last level get kind of silly in the right way. That I was like, oh, this is actually really cool and fun. And I think you're absolutely right, Colin, that this game was so incredibly good with some areas that can use some improvement. But that's the thing. A sequel to this game,
yeah,
please. And with it being IO, like, though their last Hitman games came out at a pretty good clip. Now, there's nowhere near as much story or cinematics in those games, so I could see that making the development of a sequel a little bit slower. But I hope that they get the next one going soon because I need more.
Yeah, I assume it's what around 3 million sold now. The game was apparently pretty expensive. They're Danish, right? So I mean, it's not that cheap to live and work there. But I think they'll be just fine. The biggest concern I have for them moving forward is that they self-publish this, so they put it all on the line and netted returns, but they will simply not be able to self-publish anymore. So the money is going to be lessened. Obviously, they have a licensor that they have to deal with, but the licensor now wants to be the publisher. That's going to change the dynamic a little bit, but hopefully everyone learns how to deal with each other, because it's like Uncharted Drake's Fortune, or even the original Assassin's Creed, or some of these other things where it's like, you gotta see this through.
And I really earnestly feel like it's a stronger foundation than either one of those, to be honest. Like what's here in 007 is like so good. Like this, I'm so glad you ended up really liking it, because I felt the same way. I was just like, I can't believe how interested I am in all of this. Like the angle that they're going, like the specific, and again, it gets into spoiler territory, I think, a little bit, but like the subject matter of what the game's really about. Yeah,
it seems very timely.
Yeah, it's just, and it's very clever the way that I don't know. I highly recommend 007. It's great. The one thing, so I was also playing it more. I was kind of going through it again and trying to do all the collectibles. I kind of wanted to get the platinum because I loved it so much, and I was doing some of the tax sim stuff, which is pretty fun. Some of the challenges in that are awesome, because there's like, just throw people off the platform, and it's like, okay, and you just like running up to these people.
I'm gonna do that stuff tonight. Yeah, I want to do that stuff tonight.
Now listen, Colin, I don't mean to put a damper, but I feel like I have to say this. I'm going for the platinum.
Yeah.
I got all my MI6 intel. I collected all of them. There's a trophy for it. In game, it says I have all of them. Didn't get the trophy.
Really?
So I don't know.
Well, I did notice that the platinum rate is kind of low. It's like 1.5 for a game that has been it's interesting, because I think 40% of people who've played the game have beaten it. So that would be which is crazy. I mean, that's like crazy levels of velocity through the game at this point. I haven't really. It's funny, man, because I was so into it.
Yeah.
That I was like, I'll just worry about the collectibles later. And so, no, but what I was saying is I never even looked to see if the trophies are actually broken. Collectibles are not bugged. Be careful. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff here. Bug. So apparently you might be able to fix this. Let's see.
I mean, hopefully. I'm not going to lie. I saw that and I deleted the game from my hard drive, because I was like, that took me out of it a little bit. Also, I finished it already. There's not really much more I can do in it. But I did want to bring that up in case anybody takes our recommendation and wants to go through and get all the trophies. It's relatively trivial to find these collectibles, because there's a chapter select and a checkpoint select within the chapter select, so you can literally just go to where you need to go and like get them. It's really not that big of a deal, but just be aware. At least the MI6 intel, I got 23 of 23 in game, and it says I have 22 of 23 on PlayStation, and it didn't update. As far as, I mean, maybe it's updated since I last checked.
Well, I'm reading here that they apparently, it might be an always online glitch, because that's the one thing, is that the game is always online. You can disconnect, but you have to manually do it. So people think it might have something to do with that. And then apparently a patch was deployed today that was then taken down because the patch accidentally stopped people from playing offline at all.
That's crazy.
So apparently that'll be fixed. So it looks like maybe if you give it a couple of days and then just turn it on, it'll pop. The broken trophies are still catastrophic, but not as bad as they used to be. It seems like companies have understood, like, you kind of can retroactively make them pop by setting certain checks when you start the game up. It's cumbersome coding and like annoying and unnecessary, but you can just do it. Like you can just say like upon startup, just check to make sure everything is there. And for the random person, it'll pop their trophies. So.
Yeah, I did want to bring it up though, because I do think it's relevant, but also because I just wanted to bring up the fact that like, man, my luck is so shit, because the only games that I try that I care to platinum are completely bugged. Alan Wake 2 happened the same thing. I have the platinum in that game ostensibly. Like I do.
I wonder if you start that up, if it'll pop for you now. If you
maybe it has been long enough.
Updated.
But I think based on what I was reading, they did fix it, but I would still have to go back and do it. So it's just, and also like, God damn it. Okay, fine. But this is the other one where I'm like, okay, this is the only other game that I've been driven to platinum, and it's got a fucking bugged collectible trophy. The same thing. And I'm like, are you kidding me? If Campaign Evolved has a bugged platinum, it's over. I'm gonna go insane. Like I will become the Joker at that point, because it's like, what are you doing to me?
Yeah, that sucks.
But no, 007 is great. Highly recommend it.
Yeah, me too. IO did a great job. And please look forward to the Sacred Symbols Plus episode that everyone will go into on 007, get into the nitty gritty of all of it. I think there's a lot to say. And yeah, per the story, I won't get into what the story is about, but it is incredibly timely.
Yeah.
Cool. Shockingly so, considering they wrote it probably 5 or 6 years ago. All right. Chris, you're also playing Fable. Do you want to talk about that?
I don't know how much I can say about it, really. Like, I only started, so I'm playing Fable Anniversary, because obviously they just announced Fable. I played a lot of Fable 2 back in the day, and I even still regularly kind of every now and again jump back into Fable 2, because I'm at a checkpoint in Fable 2 that I think is hysterical, where you're chasing this like really raspy sounding British man, and he's like, I'm the fastest man in Albion. And it's like, it builds up to this boss encounter where he's like standing on an arch, and you press triangle or Y once, and you shoot a bow at him, and he dies in slow motion, and a nice voice says, well done. And it cracks me the fuck up, and I haven't progressed. Every now and then I'll just go back and do that just to get a laugh, and then I'll stop. But I really like Fable, but I never really played the original. It's really only 2 that I know. I played a little bit of 3. I didn't really like the direction they went with 3. They made you like a king. They kind of started you at the top, which I didn't really like. It kind of defeated the purpose a little bit. But so yeah, I figured let me jump into Fable 1 a little bit. So I'm still really early. I think I've only just gotten to the point where I've graduated the academy, or like the guild, the Heroes Guild. So I'm like really, really early on. I'm still kind of getting a feel for it. But I do like it. It's very charming. Anniversary is very ugly. Not as ugly as like other games, but it's like, it's got this weird like, it's the bones of an Xbox game with like the textures of a 360 game. So it's like it's fucking deeply unsettling. But also, I'm pretty sure the original Fable was also not particularly not unsettling either, like the big heads and the weird hands. So it's not really that distracting. It's cute. I like it so far. I like the vibe of it quite a bit, but I'm still so early that like I don't really know what I can meaningfully say that is all that different. I'll keep playing it though, because I'm in a mode right now where like there's so much that I'm actively looking forward to now in particular, and it's so close that it's hard for me to get into the headspace of playing anything specific. Like it's hard for me to start something because I'm just thinking about I just want to play Control, or like I just want to play Gears. You know what I mean? Like it's like I'm in that headspace of wanting to play those games so badly that like I can really only go back. And so that's kind of what I'm fucking around with right now. Maybe next week I'll move on to something else, but it's about to be real. It's about to be real crazy, you know, this summer and coming out of it.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, certainly. I mean, I got to use the summer wisely. I got to really map it out.
Yeah.
Because Mike and I were going through like upcoming games, and I'm like, I'm actually kind of good until Beast of Reincarnation. There'll probably be some random shit that comes out, but that's August. So I should be able to kind of like maybe bang some things out that I need to still get through. And I want to actually play that Lego Batman game, which I think I'll do next. And I got to go back and platinum Pragmata. I'm going to platinum 007. Hopefully, we'll see. Yeah. And then yeah, I think I'll play that Lego game and just do a few odds and ends. And then yeah, I want to kind of like I want to replay Control. I got to beat Alan Wake 2. I got to do all that before Control Resonant comes out. And a few odds and ends. We'll see. All right, that's what we're playing. All right, let's get into listener inquiries and wrap this show up. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. You've heard your inquiries throughout the show already. You can submit them on the threads in the newsfeed that we put up for each show each week. Sacred's threads go live Wednesday afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern time, and they are deleted the next afternoon. So you have one day to get your inquiries in. We'll begin with Nathan Densley, who says, hello, retard wranglers. After all is said and done, another year of post E3 coverage shot, cut, and posted. What are each of your top 3 moments and most anticipated games? I don't have any moments. There are no moments anymore. Everything's fucking live to tape.
Yeah, moments are gone, unfortunately.
Yeah, like the whole like Mr. Caffeine, the Konami press conference,
it's
giant
over.
enemy crabs, like that shit's never happening again.
Ridge Racer.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like the old PlayStation shit, like that stuff's, and just the dead affect of the crowd after he said that, it was fucking awesome.
Yeah. You ever wonder what the bottom of an Avatar shoe looks like? Well, bam, there it is. I think about that. I have the choreography of that twisted, fucked up Avatar like tattooed in my brain. I know exactly how I could pull it up in fucking 4K.
You know what's an underrated one, Chris? Is the Wii Music presentation.
Oh yeah.
The guy playing the drums.
That's a great
and there's like
one,
a great old NeoGAF gif of like him playing the drums, and then it culminates in like a nuclear bomb going off. Have you ever seen that? Like the mushroom cloud, because it like he gets like all fast and they speed it up and then it just explodes. So good
stuff.
Those days are gone. So no moments. Games. Nothing's really changed for me in this regard. I think Blood of the Dawnwalker is the most imminent, and then Judas and Intergalactic would be my other 2. So not even things we necessarily saw here. So those would be my 3 most anticipated games. Do you have an answer, Dustin?
Well, I do have one moment to point out but it was from the Nintendo Direct where they stopped the show in order to demo the thumb wrestling in the new sports game.
Oh yeah, Micah told me that.
And then people are memeing the clip on poor Koizumi. There's a part where it looks like he's just jorking it.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I have seen that.
So
I'll definitely get that going in my repertoire at some point.
Yeah, it was it was just funny that it's like, okay, why are we getting a demo for the thumb wrestling game in the middle of this really good Nintendo Direct? But now the memes, of course, have been really great. My most anticipated games: Final Fantasy Revelation, Persona 4 Revival, and Kingdom Hearts 3. It's anticipated, obviously, but the excitement of that game being shown again after so many years was definitely one of the top. I guess that's a top moment and anticipation.
Chris, anything for you?
Yeah. I'd like you. Judas is still pretty up there. If in the spirit of the question, I guess, like from what we saw or what was there, I guess the answers for me, I guess, in order of how imminent they are. It's probably Control. I'm really stoked about Control. I love Alan Wake and Remedy and the first Control. Probably Gears. I didn't think so during the showcase. Like when they opened up with Gears, I wasn't that impressed with it. I thought it looked kind of okay. I thought it looked it looked good, but it looked reasonably what I expected from it. And we didn't watch the the Gears Direct on stream, so I watched that later. It's actually really impressive, a lot of the stuff that they're doing. There's actually a lot more there than I thought, and like that got me like way more excited. I love Gears. I've been a fan of Gears forever, and it looks like a real return to form. It looks like they've really rebuilt everything. It looks modern, but still unmistakably itself, which is nice. I love those characters, so seeing those characters again is kind of like a no-brainer. Like it's kind of a win for me. That's kind of shot up, in my opinion, to just kind of most anticipated level, and the stuff that they're doing with Horde with like 12 players seems kind of cool. My hope is that I'm curious how they're going to handle the multiplayer too. All the fucking Hispanics wall bouncing around all the goddamn time. Like I don't know how they're going to please that audience without alienating everybody. But I'm really curious about Gears. I'm really excited about Gears, and then probably honestly just based on. Dude, Crazy Taxi. I'm so excited for Crazy Taxi. It's so stupid that I am as excited as I am for Crazy Taxi, but like that was just such a good vibe. I loved hearing The Offspring again and seeing it look as good as it does. And also like there was an interview with I think the lead guy who was I guess like part of the original team too. I think you read that earlier, right, Colin?
Yeah. It's the
I was reading an
original
interview.
creator.
Yeah, I was reading an interview with that guy, or I guess it was like a secondhand source or whatever. But I heard that like he was giving an interview and he was talking about how like, yeah, kind of want to do this because everything kind of sucks right now, and I want to give people like a reason to smile, and this is just dumb fun. And it's just like that is what I kind of need right now.
Yeah, Kenji Kano is his name.
It's good stuff. So, I mean, there's also obviously a bunch of stuff too, like Judas and stuff that we didn't see at the showcase, and stuff that's maybe a little bit more substantive and a little bit more fundamental as far as like stuff that I'm really excited for. But like that's the one that got me. Like I jumped out of my seat for that one, and I can't say that about most of the other stuff that we saw.
It's interesting. I'm looking at his Moby Games list, and he hasn't done anything really since Crazy Taxi Fair Wars. So he's like been out of the game, literally.
Yeah, he's just like, I'm back.
Pretty cool.
But yeah, those are the three for me.
That's
good
list.
Honorable mention for Ocarina, because I never played Ocarina of Time. I've only played Majora's Mask, and I am curious.
It's funny, man, you say that, because I am so disturbed by that image of Link.
Oh yeah,
of him like looking like, you know, laying in the bed looking fucking weird, where I'm like, I don't know. We'll see. Very dangerous to remake that game, but I think necessary as well. It'll do it'll do great. It'll be one of the best selling games of the year.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Next up. Oh, I scrolled up on my list here. There we go. All right, Dustin, we promised we'd get to this. Dirty Income Tax wrote in and said, hey, fellas, let's get right to it. And by the way, a million of you wrote in about this shit. I just using this inquiry. Is Xbox leadership straight up lying to us, all and hoping we won't notice? They're saying Gears of War, E-Day, and Clockwork Revolution will never hit PlayStation. Sure. Aaron Greenberg tweeted years ago that Starfield was not a timed exclusive either. They released and delisted a video that confirmed E-Day was going to launch on PS5, and Greenberg responded this was not a last-minute change without any real clarification. Matthew Ball is out here saying demand for Xbox Series X and S is outpacing supply. Yeah, fucking right, in parentheses. Ball also refused to comment when asked why Senua, State of Decay 3, and Grounded 2 are all coming to PlayStation. Matt Booty clearly dodges questions around Xbox's new platform doctrine. There's too much smoke to ignore the fire. Deliberate and poorly executed obfuscation can instill confidence in the brand, right? Got to hear your thoughts. I mean, there's a shit ton of things to say about this, and again, I'm going to do the Sacred Symbols Plus episode with the Dukes that will come out imminently. We're going to get really deep into this, and I certainly want to hear what you guys have to say. I mean, there are a lot of things about this, but like, I guess, Dustin, since you're eager to talk about it, we'll go to you first. The big thing that I feel here, and this is, I think, at the top of all of it, and this is just what I feel, there is almost no chance that anything's going to change for Xbox. Like, these games are not sufficient to change the trajectory of the console. I'm not entirely sure if they made all of their games exclusive, that it would change the trajectory of this particular console, because they'll never abandon PC. So there's just always another place for people to go. And I kind of think they don't really have there's no plan. I think what's interesting is that Asha's letter that they released, I think, makes it more clear than ever that they're in trouble and that they have to make massive changes. And they're in a bind because they want to drive people towards their hardware, but they can't, because they can't afford it. They can't afford to not put their games elsewhere. Here's my theory, Dustin, is that this is all to buy time because they can't tell their people they're out yet. So they're going to try to do something. They hope it works, but they can't like signal a total capitulation to Sony and the other first parties at a time when they're going to try to sell hardware and get people convinced. You have to do that. If you're going to do that, you have to do that later. You have to kind of keep the status quo now. So this and their fan base, their hardcore fan base, many elements of it are so easy to manipulate, and they know that I think they've sufficiently bought themselves goodwill and time with their moves. What do you think?
Yeah. So earlier, talking about the exclusivity stuff and the messaging, which I'm glad this write-in brings it up. The idea of Gears, we were talking about Senua, and it's like, okay, well, why is Senua, which was a game that nobody knew about or, hadn't been leaked or anything like that to my knowledge, that it's like, okay, well, that's coming to PS5, and he brings up State of Decay as well. I find this whole situation around Gears specifically very interesting, and he mentions like they're straight up lying to us. There's a detail here that I saw reported from Eurogamer yesterday, where they were talking to the studio creative director at the Coalition, and they were asking about the change in plans. And he said, quote, "Well, we never talked about it going to PS5. Quote, it was never changed." It's like, well, yes, that is kind of technically true that
Whatever.
your messaging, your messaging that you put out about this has technically not changed. Other than we know that it was coming to PS5. In fact, you accidentally leaked it to us that it was coming to PS5 in the in that podcast that came out that had the PS5 branding at the end. The Peggy rating that leaked as well. And you bring up Aaron Greenberg as well. This is a conversation you and I were having, Colin, I think off air actually, where it's like, okay, it's one of two things. Because Aaron Greenberg said, well, no, this wasn't last minute. I knew about this for over a month now. It's like, okay, so this means one of two things is true. Either A, Aaron Greenberg is lying, or B, you mentioned this, Colin, he's admitting to the gross incompetence of the fact that this podcast came out and had the branding on it.
He's the market. He is the lead of Xbox's marketing. So it's like, are you? So you're basically saying like your people are incompetent. Then,
right?
It's funny. I told you guys this. I might have said this offline, but I think I said it on the stream too. Is like I was told last week that E-Day was by a source that E-Day was not coming to PlayStation late last week. And what's interesting about it is that how much do I want to say? It was making its rounds amongst people that you wouldn't think would know, you know? And so I think it was I think that read to me as a fairly recent thing. And I think what I've learned, what has been later reported by, I think, Jason Schreier, where Microsoft removed the Halo trailer that was captured in PS5 Pro from the state of play, hurting their relationship with Sony, which I believe. And I think that it comes from that ecosystem of information where it's like, yeah, there are things being bounced around, like that there's contention between the sides now, and this stuff is coming out about what's going on. Because you have to understand that Sony would have to know about E-Day ahead of time, and they had to take the storefront down. Right? Like, now a lot of that stuff I don't want to get too deep into because I don't even know what I'm allowed to say about this stuff from a developer standpoint, from the stuff at Lilymo, but like you do a lot of that stuff on your own. But like you still have to pass, like you still have to you have to get permission. Pipelines have to open for your game, and so on and so forth. So like people knew that this game was being pulled. Whether it was last minute or not, I don't know. I believe they probably knew in late May because there's a picture of Asha filming that part of the thing in May, in like May 22nd or something. So Aaron Greenberg might be right, like where it's like, yeah, we've known about a month or whatever. I don't know. I don't think it even really matters. I think the bigger thing is the strategy behind it. And it's as you're saying, that it's what I was saying earlier. They won't shut the fuck up. So now they're already in a brand new pretzel. They just got rid of all these people like Sarah Bond and Phil Spencer and got out of it. And this is what I was saying, right? Like they should have just cleaned house. No problem with Asha getting hired and whatever. You need a new Matt Booty. You need a new Aaron Greenberg. Like you need new people. And I don't want to throw people's jobs around like they're meaningless or that, you know, I actually realized Aaron Greenberg follows me on Twitter for some reason. So I was like, oh, that's a little weird. I have no personal problem with these people. I just think you need fresh faces that didn't say all the other shit. And anyone who has the patience, and I don't, but anyone who has the patience to go through and comb through the shit these people have said over the years, you can find contradictions in all of it. Now, that's the way it goes in the corporate world. Things aren't working. You change tact, but you also have to change people because otherwise it comes off as disingenuous. The stuff you're saying about Senua and all of that, I think is interesting too, because there's this idea, Dustin, and this is what's really getting under my skin a little bit, is like, they're contractually obligated. It's like, no, they're not. They're not contractually obligated to release games. They might have a la carte one-off marketing deals. They might have special splits. They might have exchanged money and like the assumption will make this. Even if those contracts exist on a game-by-game basis, you can break them. You can pay out of them. Right. You know, it might be disappointing for Sony not to get Halo or Gears or whatever, and they're going to sell millions of copies of these games, so they're going to make a lot of money on them. But like this idea that it's like they're locked in. It's like, so what you're telling me is they're locked in for the game that comes out, that wasn't announced, like Senua, that comes out next year, but they weren't locked in for the game that was rated on their platform and that many retailers had listings for the game, including box art for the game, but that wasn't locked in. It, like, when you really just think about it, it makes no sense. Like, that's a bunch of nonsense. I'm not saying that there aren't specific situations where it's like, yeah, you have to deliver this thing. We have this thing where we ordered this, but it's like, it really doesn't work like that anymore, especially because physical copies of games aren't that important anymore. So it's not even like you have to go and be like, oh, I'm sorry, we're not releasing Gears on PlayStation anymore. So you're not going to sell 3 million physical copies of it. That's going to disappoint Walmart and Amazon. It's like, no, you'll probably sell a couple 100,000 physical copies of it. And that's your prerogative. Remember, games are certified and published on the back end and don't get released. This happens fairly often. We've gone into them. Think about the fucking Prince of Persia game. That game is literally sitting there. Right? So it's like, to me, I just feel like people make so many excuses. It's like, no, you made decisions, which is fine. I don't give a shit, really. I mean, it's like, whatever. I care much more about Clockwork Revolution being exclusive than Gears, to be honest. I just think like their rationale makes no sense. And you know what the biggest thing, and he mentioned this as well, is like this idea that there is demand for Xbox Series X and S outpacing supply isn't true. As far as I can tell, just go to any storefront. What are they talking about? The fuck are you? They're like, we can't make enough of them. It's like, dude, I can go to any website and buy one right now. What are you saying? That makes no sense.
Yeah.
That to me is the most transparent bullshit. They might have like something where it's like, oh, we can't make a volume of machines. That's different, right? Than saying like, we can't make enough to sell. Because I go to all these different websites. I did it last night. It's like, you can find an Xbox Series X or S on Amazon. You can find it on Walmart. You can find it on GameStop. You can find it on Xbox's own merch pages. Well, why is no one calling this out? You know, is that not weird to you guys?
Yeah.
That whole line where it's like, guys, you're selling so few of these things that you might be selling a couple 100,000 every month. Nothing. Oh, I'm sorry, every quarter, rather. Less than nothing.
Yeah.
Xbox Series, you can buy, I'm looking at them right now on all sorts of them. Xbox Series S, Xbox Series X, different versions of Xbox Series X. They're all here. Am I crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I you don't want to say, I'll retract. You don't want to say a person's necessarily lying because I don't, it would be kind of illegal for them to do that actually as fiduciaries. But there's some obfuscation about like, there is no demand for the hardware. If you're not making enough of them, that's your problem to fulfill.
Are they talking about the what is it? The 25th anniversary console?
Maybe, I don't know.
Because I could see that. I could see that being a thing that people like and want, and that they can't, you know, they don't have the supply for. I could see that. But it is weird. Like
I just think that's such horseshit. Like I'm sorry, like to each their own. Everyone can interpret that differently, but that I was like, your hardware doesn't sell. It got to the point where Moore's Law, who's incredibly well connected, and other people have been reporting this too, is that like there was assumptions that they just stopped making them. And if that's what he's talking about, that's different. And what he might be talking about, Dustin, in fact, is, and we talked about this with PlayStation 6 and why it's going to be so hard for them to back away from it, is they might have been like, we're giving up our place in line. We're giving up our place at Foxconn or wherever they're getting their ship manufactured. We're getting rid of and then you have to get to the back of the line and work your way back in and find all the goods. And that might be what they're saying, where like decisions made in the last 5 years have made this very difficult for us, which Asha has said. So it might be that they just kind of abandoned the pipeline. And she was saying that just didn't happen with the competitors, that the competitors are not dealing with this in nearly as bad of a way. Like she was talking about something like 5x increase in a year in storage. It's like, that's not possible unless you botched your contracts or something, or just like didn't have things in line or whatever, which might be the case. And it seems like they're also going to maybe rethink Helix, but I don't know what they were thinking with it to begin with, if it's really going to be a PC. And I saw some compelling stuff that I think the ultimate solution is probably just going to be OEM.
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought when I read that, because they were mentioning their partners. Right,
exactly. It's like, it's like, listen, I've said this before. I understand why people are upset about Xbox and the situation going on over there. If you're an Xbox fan, and it's like, cool, I have no problem with that. It's like the lack of critical thinking around it all. They are taking so deep advantage from my perspective of a parasocial relationship with some of these people and like how that propagates that I think they know exactly what they're doing. You can rely on these people to mimic anything. I mean, look what they're all saying something totally different than they were saying 2 months ago about exclusivity. Now that the exclusive games are back, and then people come to me and be like, oh, you would care. And I'm like, you're arguing with the person who doesn't give a shit about exclusives. So you're not going to nail me to the fucking cross. Sorry. But you might want to look critically at the people that were selling you something, selling you A and are now selling you B, and they keep a straight face while they do it. It's bonkers and preposterous. I also think they chose the wrong games.
Yeah.
Like, listen, I think Clockwork Revolution looks really cool. That game is not going to sell. I don't think that game would sell even if it was on PlayStation. I think it would do fine. It's like, and their language is like, we're doing one exclusive this year and one exclusive next year. That's what they said. It's like, open your eyes. They're running 3% margins. They're telling you literally, I mean, to Asha's credit, we've gotten more data out of her than we've ever gotten out of Xbox since the early Xbox One era, probably. Game Pass went down month over month, 8 months in a row, she said. They lost millions of subscribers when they raised the price, which is wild. If you remove Activision from Xbox's financials, they lose $500 million every year. They've spent $20 billion and are running deficits on non-Activision related acquisitions. And one of the interesting words she uses that a lot of people are not keying into is she uses the word subsidies. Like that. So in other words, they might already be subsidizing their hardware. They're obviously subsidizing Game Pass. I mean, I've been saying that for years. Open your fucking eyes. There, big choices have to be made. And people think it's going to go back. Oh, they're going to get Gears E-Day. Now everyone's going to be an Xbox fan again. I'm like, I think you're delusional. Sorry. I think you can multiply. I think Fable, Halo, Combat Evolved, Senua, State of Decay, Spyro, all those games could be exclusive to Xbox and it's not going to matter. Right. I believe that. You want to know why? Because you've had all of these exclusives this generation already, way more than PlayStation has had, by the way. Way more.
Yeah.
Not even close. And it didn't even matter.
The issue isn't the console exclusivity. The issue is PC as a gateway into it.
Right.
That really is the thing. Like, there's no real reason. Like, there's nobody I know that has. It's not about like, oh, Halo's on PlayStation or whatever, so now there's no reason to buy an Xbox. It's like there was no reason to buy an Xbox already because Halo's been on PC for a while, and it's like I like that personally from a selfish angle. Like, dude, I love the fact that all these things are multi-platform. Like, I think it's great for me. I don't give a fuck. But like,
I don't think exclusives drive things like they used to anymore. I've been saying that for years. They matter, but they don't matter that much. You have to have a confluence of them, and you have to have a community of people that play third-party games. That's why they're really there.
Well, I do think I don't know. They obviously drive things. It's just a matter of because, like, I mean, you know, Switch is pretty much entirely like Nintendo entirely operates on that. You know, like I think I don't know. You can't just have a back door into your ecosystem that is so easy. Like Xbox games going to PlayStation is not the reason that Xbox doesn't sell. Xbox doesn't sell because their games are available elsewhere, and there's no reason to it, especially now, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
like,
you'd be crazy to buy an Xbox at this point, in my opinion.
It's insane. Like, most people probably have a PC of some kind. They have access to Xbox's entire catalog. They might not have like the highest end shit, but like you can on PC that doesn't even matter because you can just pare it down. You could make it run fine on whatever it is that you have within reason. So like anybody who cares already has the equipment to deal with it. I do think the only way that they could even have a shot of being where they were before is the thing that's impossible for them to do financially, which is, everything's just on the box now. Because that does create demand. If you have a game that you're really excited for and you need to get the machine to play it, that you're going to do it. That's what's the baseline strategy has been for this entire fucking time. The entire time this industry has been a thing, basically, or damn near. especially when it was starting to make buco bucks. You know, that's the thing that you care about is your exclusives. The reason to get the machine, because without them, why get the machine? And it's, I don't know. I understand that third party is huge and it's important, but third party helps sustain things for a long time. It's the exclusives that draw you in. Like deciding what to buy, that's what the exclusive does. It's like, oh, I got a 360 for Halo. And because I had a 360, that's where I played Assassin's Creed. That's where I played Doom. That's where I played XYZ. And it becomes your ecosystem. And the third party keeps you there. And maybe even drives you there in some ways if you have enough friends on those platforms. But with crossplay, that doesn't really matter. It's just a different ecosystem entirely. So like, I just don't know there's no plan. Because until they pare back from PC, which they will never do, it's not a serious plan. That would be a serious move.
Yeah, and it would be really serious. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be massive. And it would be extremely expensive. It would cut their consumer base in, oh my God, like to degrees that are ridiculous.
It would be all in at that point. Like you would kill the brand if it didn't work.
Yeah, but that drives demand. That is probably what would get machines selling again if you had compelling stuff. But I just don't know. It's such a different world, and like the economy is so fucked and everything's so expensive. And especially now with like even just machines that came out 5-6 years ago being damn near twice as expensive as they were on launch. That's kind of crazy. Like I don't say it's exactly half, but like it's way higher than it should be. Like what is PS4 like $900 or something? Xbox Series X is like how much? How much is Xbox Series X right now?
Is it? Oh, it's more than that. 700, right? Something like that.
Jesus,
I can buy one
Christ.
at Best Buy for $650.
$650. Not so bad.
Yeah.
Maybe
so with
that's
tax, you figure that's like $7, like almost $7. Like that's $700 for an Xbox that has nothing locked to it. What are you doing? For collectors, I'm sure that 25th anniversary thing's big, but like I mean, like that's not millions. You know?
Yeah, it's a
I don't know, dude.
It's just I feel bad because I feel like we're picking on them sometimes, and people are like, "Why are you so curious about this?" And I'm like, "Well, for two reasons. One is I'm just really interested in interesting stories in the industry, and they're by far the most interesting company. They have been for years. I mean,
yeah.
So that's attractive, and interesting is not necessarily a good thing, by the way. The second thing is that I think I am tired of. There's like a Stockholm syndrome going on with this thing at this point, where it's like, why don't you? I would gauge it from my own internal war games or whatever. They have a low to mid single digit percentage chance of turning it around, in my opinion. Like in a hardware perspective, let's say 1 in 20.
Right. Yeah.
People attack me all the time, but never attack what I say because they know they can't explain it. There are too many problems with what's going on over there right now. And she admitted what I had been saying for years, which is they are, in her letter, vastly overextended from a development perspective. They took the Embracer perspective, reasonably so, of we have this Game Pass service and we need to service it with games, big and small. And I think what they realized is that like Game Pass isn't going to work. And a lot of people are like, Game Pass is cool at 20, 25, 30 million. It's like, whatever. Phil Spencer will be the first person to tell you that like that starts churning real profit for them when it's at 80, 90, 100 million. Then you have like a runaway train. Then you invest in it and you have a Netflix situation where it's like, yeah, we're spending an enormous amount of money on content, but look, instead and I've said it before, I know it's so trite at this point, but I don't blame them for making some of these moves. The Activision move was bad, but like the whole Game Pass thing was, okay, they just don't have the talent to do it. And I mean that both literally and figuratively. They literally don't have the talent internally to do it. And they also don't have the leadership to do it. And that was proven years ago. So Game Pass never took off. And it gets to the point now where like you have to kind of ask yourself questions about what's going to happen to this stuff. Like the only way people they're in a catch-22. They train their audience not to buy. Period.
Yeah.
And why would you? Like that? It's almost like people think it's like blaming them. It's like, no. You have the subscription. Why the fuck would you pay for anything? but you're locked. Then when you buy things outside of that locked ecosystem, you feel like you're kind of getting ripped off because it's like, well, I could just be playing this thing. Yeah. And that stops people from buying games, period. End of story. Obviously, fucking obviously. So, and it's been obvious for years. So like, you almost have to wonder, it's like, do you just get rid of day one Game Pass games completely? If you do, what does that do to the subscription? But you can't convince people to buy your games if you're going to put them in the subscription service on your platform. And if you're not going to release your games elsewhere outside of PC, then your a la carte sales are going to be lessened. They probably cost themselves a couple million sales on PS5. That's not nothing.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and if you do that over and over again, you see like this exact opposite thing with some people who are like, I can't wait for Call of Duty after the contract's up to be exclusive, or Elder Scrolls. I'm like, you're delusional. You know, like, you think they're not going to release the Elder Scrolls 6 on PlayStation? You think they're going to spend $500 million wherever that game is probably fucking cost or is going to cost at the end of the day, and they're going to be like, yeah, we're not going to. The place where a la carte more people buy games than anywhere else. Or I'm sorry, not a la carte, per capita. Buy an a la carte, but buy games more than anywhere else. You know, like Nintendo sells a lot of Nintendo games. PlayStation sells a lot of other people's games. You see it over and over and over again in the sales analytics. And so I don't blame them for doing what they want to do. Do whatever you want. I don't really give a shit about any of these games. Like I said, Clockwork Revolution is the one I'm probably most disappointed about. But it's like, whatever. We went over like all these games. Like, it's like there's a million games to play. I don't think anyone in the PlayStation camp should be like, oh, like, what if they pull the games? It's like, well, you'll have other things to play. Don't worry about it from that perspective. What I'm more curious about is like what people don't understand about what's happening. And that like turning it around is going to be almost impossible. By the way, in the way that people want it to be turned around, not in them becoming a dominant publisher of games, which they have every opportunity to become. But the hardware thing is just not going to happen. Not in the way people think it's going to happen. There's never going to be a competitor where it's going to be like, this is the generation Xbox wins, or this is a generation Xbox beats PlayStation or Nintendo. Like that ship has sailed, dude. Now what you have to ask yourself is like, can you have a more niche hardware ecosystem while being a third-party publisher? And that's probably the best that they can hope for. And people don't want to hear that, but it's just true. And by the way, I've been way more right about this stuff than I've been about almost anything in my career, which is kind of bad and good. I mean, considering like I get way more wrong in my own sphere, but seeing that, maybe it's because of the clarity of seeing things from the outside. And you guys can give me credit where credit's due. Not that I'm asking for, but it's like, I've been beating this drum for a long time. Long before Activision.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and I think that Microsoft is simply not a good steward of these studios, and they don't really know what they're doing. And I also think that it just might not be winnable. And one other thing I want to say, and I'll leave a lot of this for the Sacred Symbols Plus episode, but I am so sick of the argument of being like, why don't you want competition? And I'm like, well, why do you think that Microsoft has to be involved for there to be competition? Was there no competition in the space before Xbox in 2001? No one competed before that. The competition only goes through that brand. It's like, it's nonsense. Nintendo, Steam, and PlayStation are competing with each other every minute of every day. Period. And I think that they're not particularly worried about what you're doing anymore. Yeah. I think they want your games. And I think you kind of gave them, and that's the worst thing, is like you kind of gave them a taste and pulled it away. And that's probably annoyed some people at PlayStation, no doubt. And what can they really do? I don't know. I think you might ask that question in 2 or 3 years when you have to come back to them and say like, you know, maybe Gears does come. But by the way, I do want to be clear about this with Aaron Greenberg. I don't think he's lying. And I don't think he was lying about Starfield. I think things change.
Yeah.
And so we'll see. Like, I don't think he would just come out and lie. I don't believe that. I just think that like what's true now is not true in a year or 2 years, and there's nothing you can really do about that. He's the marketer.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with pretty much everything that you've said. And I want to be clear that I agree with you. And I come at this from an angle that is like I'm a fan of what they do. I think, dude, some of the comparisons between Gears and Wolverine are very funny. Like, it is kind of crazy, like how good Gears looks in comparison. Like, it's not even a matter of like, oh, we're a PlayStation podcast, so like obviously we're shitting on. Like, it really is just as an Xbox fan, I don't feel a drive to buy that machine when it comes out next time. Like, outside of my own personal curiosity, which I know most people do not have the financial flexibility or curiosity to have, or you know what I mean. Like, that's not a space that most people are in. Oh, I'm going to buy a new machine because I kind of want to see what it's like. It's a very good position to be in, but it's not
fortunate.
most people's position.
Yeah, definitely.
So I just don't know there's no way out of this that doesn't involve eating costs for years and cutting yourself off early in the hopes of like long-term gain. Like you're basically like cutting your legs off, really, really early. If you really are serious, you'd be like, they're not coming to PC.
Yeah, but they can't. They just can't do it. That's exactly right, Chris. They can't do it. They can't do it.
So yeah, there's so many things that are locked in, and so many habits that have been formed, and not even to mention the fact that like the brand has been really, really inconsistent and wishy-washy, and like we're gonna do this, and then never mind, and then like we're doing this again. It's led to a level of just a complete decimation of trust, and not even necessarily that you should trust companies. It's not necessarily maybe that's not the right word, but I can reliably assume that when a game comes out on PlayStation, it'll be on PlayStation at least for a while before it goes elsewhere. At the very least, I know that. And now, like, we know that they're pulling back entirely, and I have more confidence in them sticking to that choice that they've made over on PlayStation side, where they're like, we're not going to go on PC. Then I have confidence in Microsoft's saying, oh, we're not putting on PlayStation anymore. Because the financial reality is like, I don't know how you manage to fund any of this without that massive audience sitting there. Like Gears, I really do think Gears, if that came to PlayStation, I think like that would have been fucking huge for them. Because it looks great.
Yeah, well, it looks awesome.
It's not like a wishy-washy kind of like, it's not like Starfield where there's like, people are upset with Bethesda or whatever, and like there's like some maybe. But even Starfield would have done great on PS5 as well if it came out day and date as well. And we've been over that. Where like the time that Starfield had to fester on Xbox actually hurt it over on PlayStation, because people heard about how like not interesting it was and how boring it was for most people, and nobody's curious about it on the other team. But if they're all out at the same time, like, dude, Gears would have done huge.
Yeah, I think so too. Like
now it's like you better hope that Gears is great, and I do, and it looks great. But like,
yeah, well, it does look great. It does look great. You're right though in that, like, I think a lot of people look at Gears 1's performance on PS5, which was lukewarm as well, and I'm like, come on, guys, like, yeah, that's true. Some games sold better than others on PlayStation from the Xbox family, but this is a game from 2006. It's like you can't really garner, and it's been re-released a bunch of times, and people have played it, and they might not be that interested. Also, it was a little bit pricier than I think people thought it was too, or should have been. So it's whatever. I told someone this on Twitter actually, because they were like, "What do you think I should do with Xbox? Should I continue to buy Xbox games?" And I'm like, "Buy whatever you want." I honestly don't think as PlayStation owners, like our behavior is going to make or break this for them. Like, I think they have to just figure it out the hard way, unfortunately. And I think that I will say that it feels to me like Microsoft listens to like its parasocial wing. I feel like it's almost obvious, and I feel like it's intentional. And when you are leaned into that intentionally, you have to understand that it's a game and they know they're doing it. And you let yourself kind of be used as a malleable piece of clay to say whatever they want you to say. And I've had close relationships with people at Sony over the years, for sure. And I still do. But I don't carry their water. And I would love for anyone to show me an example of me doing otherwise, including in interviews face-to-face with them. So I just feel like there's got to be more skepticism. I've had in the past, Shu's not on at Sony anymore, so the last two interviews we had were not like this, but like I've had pretty adversarial conversations with him about things in the past, and he would always check me and confront me on the things I've said. And I feel like that's good. That tension is good. It doesn't mean you don't have to like these people, but you don't have to deify them. These are a lot of this team are the team that got you into this position to begin with. I want you to remember that. And just because they have a new figurehead that's like a mercenary CEO doesn't mean anything's going to change. And I honestly and earnestly feel bad for people at this point, because I don't know what you don't get. You're setting yourself up for a bad situation. And it is what it is. Dustin, you want to say something?
Here's my question about this whole situation. Going back to the very specific Gears of War E-Day and even a little bit of Halo. Why is my main question. And maybe there's something I'm missing here that I was thinking about. It's like, okay, the idea that's presented to everybody is like, oh, this is the return of Xbox. We are giving you Gears of War as an exclusive title. And it seems like there is something weird with Halo. That there was that trailer that was supposed to be in State of Play, and they took it out for some kind of optical reason. And I agree with you, Colin. They could have canceled that. Like maybe they're regretting some of the former decisions that were made. Like maybe they wish they could have made that they could make Halo exclusive now. I do think there's some kind of marketing deal with Sony.
There might be, and there's no doubt that that's possible. But again, you can get out of that stuff if you really want to. It doesn't matter.
Well, here's the thing, Colin. There's definitely some kind of marketing deal because when you go to, at least on my PlayStation Store, it's Halo is on the front page, like in one of those top icons, and it says sponsored. And it's clear that it seems like that trailer was supposed to be in the State of Play. I wonder if it was a situation they're like, okay, well, we can cancel this game for PlayStation and we can eat the whatever deal we have, but like, is it worth it to do that?
Yeah,
like especially because this is where the question comes back in. The overall question, it's like, okay, they announced this is exclusive, and then a few days later, we see the open letter from Asha that's basically like, we are burning money. And this is so bad even that we need to rethink our strategy going forward. Okay. So why would you then choose to take the game that is going to make you a lot of money on PlayStation and be like, okay, no, in fact, right now the optics for our very hardcore fan base is more important. Why? What is the end strategy of that?
I think a lot of it has to do with like they can't lose their core players at a time when they need them to transition, right? Like you can't. This is why I think that they're just giving them little breadcrumbs, and not even things that will hurt them that much. Like Clockwork Revolution was never going to be, and it's no insult to the game. Like I said earlier, I think it looks awesome, but it's not a big seller. Like so, it's easy for you to say like, yeah, we'll just pull this one, and I feel bad for the people at the Coalition because I was saying this, I'm like, if you know anything about the way games are developed, like this build is done. Mm-hmm. Like this thing has been QA'd to death probably. Like they had a whole pipeline open for it for probably a while. And probably not at the impetus of the game when it was in development, but probably for a couple of years. And it's a waste of time. And the bigger thing is that if they operate like Sony studios do and a lot of other studios, it's like, well, you're going to destroy their ship bonuses, their performance bonuses. Like they were probably so excited. You know, because they get the best of both worlds where they're going to have a big Game Pass game. Plus they get to sell it a la carte in a major way beyond PC. And it is my sincere hope that they came in, like Xbox came in and we're like, we know. And like, we're going to make it like financially right. Like we'll project what we were going to sell and make sure everyone's rewarded or whatever, because it sucks. It's what I've been saying about, I've said it. It's so the timing's so funny because I've been talking recently about the studios that were sacrificed to PSVR and to Vita. And it's a similar kind of thing. It's like, yeah, we're going to sacrifice your game. Sorry.
Yeah.
You know, and that's kind of rough. And then you look at games like Senua and Spyro and you're like, but these are games that should be exclusive. You just said it. And people are like, oh, there's deals. I'm like, there's deals for Senua? What are you fucking talking about? No, there isn't. Sony probably can give a shit less if you release that game on PlayStation, you know? And the same thing, like, it's like, you don't want to release Spyro only on Xbox because you know it's going to sell. And this is the conundrum, dude. And indeed, Gears is I mean, if you look at it, anything, Gears might have been pulled because they're like, well, it's what I was saying earlier. It's like, well, maybe the sales will be soft. And so we don't really need to worry. I don't know about that though. It's a tough one, man. Like I appreciate they're trying. I think it's fascinating. As I said earlier, like what they're trying to do and like all the things that they have to figure out behind the scenes. I think it's a losing cause, almost a lost cause. And they should lean into probably some future of OEM PCs that allow people to have backwards compatibility to Xbox and Xbox games in perpetuity, which I think they'll do. Segue them to Windows gamers and then see what happens from there, and then publish your games wherever you feel like it's convenient for you to make money and sell, because I think that ship has sailed. I said it, man, like the Activision Blizzard thing was a bad fucking move for them. I don't care what it allowed them to absorb. It destroyed the brand. It brought all of this financial pressure on them. that they didn't really need, and it didn't move the needle. In fact, putting Call of Duty on Game Pass hurt them. They said it themselves. So I don't know, man. It's an interesting story. I'm interested to see what the Dukes have to say. I feel like this thing's a clusterfuck for them. And I just feel bad for like what I feel like is false hope.
Yeah.
That anything's going to change. And I think that all we have to do is wait. And you'll see how this all goes. That's it. Greg's First Sit wrote in, said, "Hey, hello, Sacred Gents. Recently, I picked up and replayed The Order 1886, and honestly, I was shocked by how well it holds up. The characters are great, the performances are strong, and the story is surprisingly well paced. Granted, it's not a 10 out of 10 game, but seeing the scores around 6 out of 10 felt a bit harsh. Looking back at it today, I think some aspects of the game were ahead of their time. With the recent trend of journalists and gamers praising shorter, more focused experiences such as James Bond, Mafia: The Old Country, and even Hellblade, I can't help but wonder, is this the right time for the franchise to make a comeback? More broadly, should Sony invest more in high production value games that are shorter, leaner, and less expensive to develop, rather than constantly chasing massive open world experiences? Anyway, I'll hang up now and start praying for incoming little Furman." Very nice.
Thank you. That's a lot better than what most people say after they hang up.
Yeah. I don't want to know who you're going to fuck or whatever you're going to do. So we've talked about The Order recently a few times, and I want to reiterate this because I think it's important for people to remember and understand. The Order 1886 is a 7-hour game. And if you think Sony would get away with releasing a 7-hour AAA game today, you got another thing coming. If you thought it was bad for The Order 1886 in 2015.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I understand what people are. I've said this before. Not all hours are created equal. Once your game gets to 12, 14, you're in kind of better shape. But that's a big difference between 7, 8, 9 hours. I haven't played The Order in over 10 years. I platinumed it back in the day. I can't imagine you can even possibly spend more than 8 hours with it. I don't even know how that would be possible. And people had a problem with that back then, and I think reasonably so. As I said at the time, they kind of forgot to make the game. Like, there needed to be more. And I think The Order with 3 to 4 more hours would have been a totally different story, even more than that. But they didn't make the game. And so I think the revision around The Order is interesting because it's not a bad game. And 6 out of 10 might be a little harsh. If you just look at it through the lens of this, is this fun? Is this good? Is the presentation interesting? Like, it passes all those with good marks. But the idea that like people are bitching about Resident Evil Requiem's length and Pragmata's length and 007's length and all the rest, and then you think they're going to be okay with The Order, I think you're fucking crazy. I think that would be horrible for Sony. So The Order can come back. I wouldn't mind to see it come back. It was supposed to have a sequel, but I think people are losing sight of what this was really all about when it came out, and that people didn't like it for a reason. Like, also things were better for PlayStation from a first and second party perspective then. So there was more room to be like, what's next? And Until Dawn, as we remember, came later that year. So Dustin, you have something to say?
Yeah, the Order is dead. And like a revival of The Order probably doesn't make any sense because, as you were saying, a lot of people did not like it. I really liked it, but I had totally different expectations from someone going in and spending $60 on it because it is, yes, a very short game. But I do think he has a point here that he says, should Sony invest in more high production value games that are shorter, leaner, less expensive to develop? Overall, yes. Because if you look at a games like James Bond, there's a couple retards on Twitter that are like, oh, this game's too short or whatever. But by and large, everyone's loving that game. A lot of people are buying that game. And so, yeah, you're right, Colin. The 12 to 15 hour mark is a real sweet spot. And Sony was really on to something when they were doing some of these, like Miles Morales, I feel like, where it's like, okay, well, let's take what we have to lower the development costs. It's kind of like a pseudo sequel. It's a little shorter. I think that direction was really interesting, where it's like, I think a lot of times people don't need a full reinvention of a game for a sequel. They just kind of want more in a new story with a couple bells and whistles. So I do think that that's an interesting direction. And we've talked about this before, Colin, many times, where it's like Sony kind of created this expectation themselves, and they've kind of put themselves in this trap. And they were trying something really cool with those, like, and I think Lost Legacy is another example of like using what we have to make something new. So I would like to see more of that, but I don't think they will.
Yeah, it's funny because Miles and what Venom will be as well are games that only work if, like you said, the predicate is set. In other words, if you release a full-fledged Spider-Man game as Miles Morales the first time, people would be like, what the fuck is this? You know?
Yeah.
You can build off and spin off. They're almost like glorified expansions. The Order was different. And again, I don't think it's a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. I really liked a lot of it, actually. I just think it was inexcusably short, and you should expect a little bit more out of a PlayStation game than 7 or 8 hours. And by the way, Chris, as I say all the time, I think people actually, it was my sorted out on Summon Sign a couple weeks ago was people that say how long games are sorted out, because they're almost always wrong. They'd be like, this game is 10 hours long and it's like 16 hours long. And I'm like, there's a big difference between 10 and 16 hours long. But that's not true with The Order. In fact, when people say it takes them 7 or 8 hours, I feel like they're lying. You know, like in the other direction where I'm like, I don't think it did.
Yeah, I think I beat it in like 4 or 5 hours, I think.
I mean, it's crazy when you think about that. I can't
remember exactly. I really don't even think that's the problem. I think the issue in my opinion isn't that The Order is a short game. The issue is that The Order isn't a very replayable game. Like once you've played through it once, that's kind of it. Like there's no different way to do anything in that game. Every firefight is going to result in the same way. You're going to go about it in the same way. There's not really a lot of dynamic systems to take advantage of. Like, I just think about a lot of games that are like relatively short. Like Halo 3's campaign is, I think, 5 hours or 6 hours or something. It's very short. But like the ways in which you can finish that game over and over again in completely different ways is insane. Like it's like there's dynamism to it. And I think about Dead Space, where even though that's more linear, like what is Dead Space, the original? Probably like 9, 12 hours, something like that.
I would say like 12, but let me look.
I can't remember exactly. I don't remember it being that long though. But like that's a game that I finished and I was immediately excited to play it again, because when you're playing it again, you're going into like so you get like New Game Plus, and you know you're going through the game entirely in a completely different way. Like you're kind of powered, you kind of know what's coming up, and so you can kind of like, it becomes a bit of an action game, which is actually like the best way to. I love that about horror. It's like how Alien and Aliens, like Alien is a horror movie and then Aliens is kind of like more action. I think that's a great way for horror games to do it. But The Order just didn't have that. There is no New Game Plus. Even if there was, there would be nothing meaningful to gain from it. There's not a lot of systems to fuck with. It's not very interactive. It's like Hellblade 2. It's like I am not going to play Hellblade 2 again. It's the problem with that game isn't that it's short. It's that I don't want to experience it again. I can't even tell you how many like 3 to 4 to 5 hour games I've played like a ton over and over again, that I've got like 30, 40 hours and really short games, because they're just very replayable and dynamic, and there's a lot to chew on. The Order is not one of those. I liked it a lot, actually. Like when I played it, I actually I dug it quite a bit. I dug the Nikola Tesla angle. I loved I really liked a lot about it, setting wise. But that video game is very unremarkable. From the gameplay part, which is what you're doing, what you're going to this medium for.
Let's leave The Order in the past. There are better games to revive. Paul Andrew wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Crew, I'm wondering if a lot of people wrote in about this as well. I'm wondering if you all have been paying attention to the Destiny community's frustration about there being no Destiny content in development. The chats for the state of play and almost every social media post by PlayStation are flooded with 'We want Destiny 3' posts. The June 9th update saw a concurrent Steam player count of around 160,000 players, almost double Marathon's all-time player count record. Do you have any thoughts about this? Is this franchise on ice? Is there anything Sony can do to right the Bungie ship at this point? Thanks and have a great day." I don't want to talk too much about Bungie holistically because I don't know what's going to happen with them. I really don't. I think they're obviously in deep trouble. Chris, I wonder what you think about this. Like, there is a move Sony could make where they're like, okay, we need 5 years and a lot of money. I mean, you're going to outsource a lot of this shit if you want only 5 years, $500 million probably to make a game like Destiny 3. That to be what it needs to be, with a robust maybe season 1 and season 2 of stuff already in development and all the rest. It would be kind of an interesting move for them to say, like, okay, and actually like spend the money. I just think the unfortunate reality is they should have done that when they bought the studio.
Yeah.
And instead they wasted all of this time such that they burned all of that money already. And now you're going to have a burn rate in the hundreds of millions in addition to what you've already lost. So I just feel like there's a way out of it. But I also think that like once the game would be ready in the early 2030s or whatever, very different world, you know, where people might not care about it.
Yeah. It should have been, Destiny 3 should have been 2 years into development by now. You know, it should have been maybe even, we should have seen it this year, maybe even in like a teaser capacity. Like, oh, this is happening with a release of like maybe like a year or two from now. That would have been the ideal kind of trajectory, especially with the final shape being the end. Look, I get it. Like, dude, that last update, I didn't mention it in what we're playing because I'm cognizant of people not caring about Bungie stuff. But I've been playing a lot of Destiny lately, and it's awesome. That new update is really great. Like, it's actually fantastic. But it's one of those things where it's like I've seen this whole thing. It's like let's slam the servers and let's play to show them or whatever. And it's like that's cool, but like you got to spend money. Like that's the only. And I've said this before, and I really believe this is true. People didn't stop playing Destiny because they didn't want more of it. They stopped playing it because you gave them an off-ramp to do so. Like you ended the story with a full-on credit sequence and everything. Like you ended it. You ended the 10-year journey that you set out on in 2014. And to your credit, you're the only studio that's ever said we're going on a 10-year journey, and you did it. That is true. Like Halo Infinite had that too. It's like we're a 10-year plan. Well, guess where we are now with that? Hilarious. But in order for anything meaningful to change as far as like Sony's direction with Destiny or Bungie's direction with Destiny, in order for anything meaningful to change, it's not about player numbers. It's about like what people are spending. Are people willing to like drop money on Destiny? And if all 160,000 of you are buying silver and like buying the expansions that you didn't buy before and like all that stuff, it's like I could see a reality where maybe they look at it and be like, oh, maybe there is some juice here, and maybe decide. But like that all depends on a litany of factors, not the least of which is economic realities that are not necessarily improving. So I don't know. I've said this before, but like, dude, running Bungie is expensive.
Mm-hmm.
They're in, where are they? Bellevue, I think.
Yeah,
I remember
Bellevue.
they were in Bellevue.
Yeah,
they're
outside
Bellevue,
of Seattle,
Washington.
for people that don't know.
Yeah, they're in Bellevue, Washington. It's I've been there. It's not cheap.
Yeah, it's where Sucker Punch is, I think, too.
It's a very fucking nice area. Almost disturbingly nice. There's like a quality to it where it's just like, this feels distinctly segregated. But it's really nice. It's really expensive, and it's not getting cheaper as time goes on. If anything, it's getting more and more expensive to run a studio out of there. So like they need to make a shit ton of money. If Bungie was in fucking Helsinki or something, you'd have Destiny 3 already. But I don't know. It's weird. I do think Destiny has a lot of life in it, and I do think with the right direction and the right management, it could be a real moneymaker. But there is also the reality of like, this game's not going to be ready for another like 4 or 5 years minimum. What does the industry look like?
Mm-hmm.
What does the economy look like? What do players' habits look like? Because it's certainly going to be a little bit different. And then, I mean, it could work with you or against you. Like in 5 years, people could see a Destiny logo come up and they could be like, oh my God. And they could be stoked about it. It could be like a nostalgic kind of thing where it could be like, oh my God, this thing that I loved is coming back. How cool. And that could be a real hype moment for you. Or it could be, oh, isn't that the game that died? I haven't cared about Destiny for years. They're doing another one of these. It could easily be either one of those. And I truly don't know which one is more likely. Like, earnestly, like I think it's so unpredictable. The market, the economy, all of it. But I don't think player numbers are enough. I think you have to spend money. And if you could spend money on a game that's ostensibly dead, which is, I understand that's not exciting, but it would send the message that you think you're sending by logging in. Sony doesn't give a fuck about your login. In my maybe I'm wrong, but like my assumption would be like they're not really looking at that.
Yeah, I think they're probably having conversations and acknowledging it behind the scenes. I wonder what you think, Dustin, because I feel like Sony. The unfortunate reality is I feel bad for Destiny fans and I feel bad for Bungie fans, but like what's best for Sony is to get out of this deal. Write down the rest of it, either reduce Bungie to a few hundred people at most or shut the studio down. And hopefully it's just keep them alive as a few hundred people work on Marathon, maybe get something else spun up silently. But I think Sony would reasonably say like, we've already lost so much money on this team. Why would we continue to even go down this route? There are other things we could have done. And it's just shocking that they bought them and then didn't greenlight Destiny 3 or didn't buy them understanding Destiny 3 was being developed. It's weird. And I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. What do you think?
Yeah. I don't want to speak too much out of my ass here because I know that there are a lot of people that are really invested in Bungie and to my understanding of their like absolute shit leadership. So my take on it is just, I wonder if Sony, after being in bed with them for a few years, is like, yeah, we wouldn't trust these guys to develop a game for $500 million. I've seen theories about, maybe you know more about this, Chris, is like, what was it in their evaluation that made them worth so much money? And were those things I don't want to call them fraudulent, but maybe made to look much more promising than they actually were?
Yeah, you almost can't even believe the valuation of the company.
Well, yeah, to the point where eventually that Sony was like,
yeah,
certainly there was like a slow realization that's like, oh shit. Like so many things behind the scenes that we didn't even know about too.
Yeah, well, they had gummy bears probably spooled up a little bit, or like proto gummy bear, because I know Marathon's been in development for 2019. I think was the earliest I remember hearing rumblings about it, or 2020. So it's been a while for that. I know the evaluation. I think the thing that people forget about the evaluation of Bungie around that time is that like money was damn near free at the time to make investments like that. Like that, I have no doubt that like before that period of time or after that period of time, that evaluation would have been just not, they would not have been sold for that money. So they were paid for with fake money in the first place, or sold for fake money in the first place. So it's like, it's a very weird time for them. But I don't think it's unlikely that there's some level of scam going on with Bungie's higher ups. I think they probably had a bunch of stuff like spooled or like in the chamber, like, oh, we're working on this and it's going to be the next big thing, or like we're working on this other thing and we've got X number of players that really care, and that is valuable, especially to Sony at that time, who's like who was deeply interested in live service. It doesn't surprise me like why they went with them or whatever. The thing that confuses me now is just like, what do you do? Do you sell them? Because realistically, like who's going to buy them? Probably like Tencent or something. You know what I mean? That's like that's the alternate outcome, which would be like really tragic. But I just don't know, man. I don't know. I do know the higher ups at Bungie have sucked for a long time. Since early Halo. So not even like recent. Like this is like a long standing. It's a miracle they put anything out that's as good as it is with the leadership that they've had. But we'll see how it goes. I want to be clear too. Like people are like, oh man, Chris is gonna be so sad when Bungie shuts down. I was like, it'll be a bummer, but like it's like I'm not invested in Bungie at all. Like it would be just another casualty of the reality of the games industry, which is just like, it's a bummer. But like I would much rather them go out having a great update for Destiny and building Marathon, which I think is exceptional, than floundering around like fucking BioWare has been doing for like 10 plus years.
Agreed. Yeah, go out in a blaze of glory.
Fine by me.
It's sad just because clearly there's so much talent in that team. You brought up Marathon being in development since 2019. My theory about Marathon is that the Marathon we're playing today came together pretty quickly in the last year or two, based on
certainly
what's available and the level of balancing they're doing to the game now. I know like the original version of the game was designed to be like an open server type game where people come in and out of the level. Like the vision for Marathon was
it was a
very, very different.
It was like a live map that it wasn't round based.
Right.
It was like here's an instance and people come in and come out at like whenever. It's very, very odd.
Yeah,
like the Dark Zone in the Division almost in a way.
Yeah. So I guess my point overall is like the fact that they were able to pull together what they did for Marathon. And again, I always want to be clear when I'm speaking out of my ass and I'm theorizing that like in more than likely a much shorter amount of time, because they needed to put together what the actual game was when what they were doing before wasn't working, is so impressive. And then the way they've been able to already change Marathon so much to make it so much better. And the one last comment that's kind of unrelated with this whole Destiny, the fandom, the fervor around Destiny, that I think is worth emphasizing is the people that are out there. They're like, we need Marathon to fail in order for them to be able to make Destiny 3. This is some of the dumbest shit I have ever heard.
Yeah, it really is just backwards.
If you really want Destiny 3, I'm not saying you need to go buy and play Marathon, but wishing for its downfall is only going to accelerate the death of Bungie, which is probably already inevitable.
Yeah, I mean, Sony, it will just...
So...
Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
You've got to be so fundamentally stupid to think that. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I don't even know how to have a conversation. I know. It's like, this is how I know that, like, everybody, like, I don't even care. Like, whatever. Everybody's cooked. Like, nobody can read. Nobody knows basic critical thinking. Oh, the only thing that Bungie has going for it, you want it to fail so that you get the next really more expensive thing greenlit. Okay. Have at it. Absolutely. I wish you luck. I wish you luck with that train of thought in every other aspect of your life. Like it's befuddlingly stupid.
Yeah, it's you're right, and it's frustrating that people don't understand that. Although they're different enough games where it's like, yeah, unfortunately, the balance between these two games means that it just might not survive because the player bases are different, and thus one simply refuses to support the other. But this all goes back to just bad decision making all the way down. Like Sony should have never, ever done this deal, and it fucked everything up, and it might have fucked things up for Bungie. Like either a Bungie that remained independent or a Bungie under different guidance might have been in a different position, and then maybe Marathon wouldn't be struggling under the fucking guise of being this first party game that has to do well. It would have been this other third party game that people liked and enjoyed, and there wouldn't have been that Sony pressure on it. Like, it is such a catastrophic decision that it's amazing to me that anyone that was involved in that acquisition is still with Sony. Yeah. There's
a spotlight on that game. There's a spotlight on that game that doesn't really make sense.
No,
because I don't think
it's not a Sony game either. It's like it is ostensibly, but it's like it's not. Like it's
yeah. But
so also shitty to make it that, you know.
But also the idea that like it was like supposed to like I really don't think that in any world this was meant to replace Destiny. Like, I really just don't believe it was ever seen that way. I think Bungie is smart enough to know that extraction shooters are very, very particular kinds of games that are not going to... I mean, dude, even what is it? Arc Raiders has lost like a fucking insane chunk of its players, which is normal, by the way.
Yeah, it sucks that everyone's obsessed with with that stuff when it's like that's the normal course for most games.
Well, yeah, I mean, it should be bigger, undoubtedly, but it's like a game like an extraction shooter was never going to replace a game like a fucking RPG FPS MMO that has like a mode for every mood. Like these are not. This was clearly something that a small team was doing on the side that they really dug and really made and put out. And it seems like something that they could support for a very lean. It doesn't seem like it demands a lot to support and keep operating. I would imagine that they were working on their real next thing or trying to spool up their real next thing, which, by the way, many Destiny things have been pitched and not greenlit, so I don't know what the fuck is going on. That's, to me, is the most baffling thing. It's like, bro, people want more. People showed up for this update. And there's been no advertising for it. This is just Twitter. This is just anybody clued in online. I know a lot of people who probably don't even know that this is happening. Who would take part if there was a budget behind marketing this as like an expansion of some kind. But like, yeah, I don't know, man. They got to figure it out. But
this will be resolved soon, I think.
Whatever happens.
Yeah, like I think I was looking at Marathon's numbers and they're up a little bit, even and holding up higher before the season refresh. So I think I've said before, I think they have something healthy in Marathon and they should continue it. It's a matter of like how many people you need to do that. And then if you can get something else going at Bungie. But the thing is that if Bungie's going to really survive, I think they have to reimagine what they are. And I almost wonder if making a single player game would be the right move. Reduce heavily the headcount. Let's say the headcount will go down to 300. You have 100 people on Marathon, and then you have 200 people on a single player game. And then maybe you try to get your mojo back. That's how it all began to begin with. And so
that is true.
Maybe that's your best chance. I do love the idea of Sony seeing all this and being like, fine, we'll do Destiny 3 and announcing it and being like, give us years, but we're going to do it. But it's not going to happen. I doubt it. And I think it would be kind of foolish for them to make that bet after losing billions of dollars on Bungie's absolute fucking retard shit, man. Like I can't get over it. I can't get over that they did that. I still kind of remember waking up and seeing it and being like, what?
It's especially
Bungie?
crazy. It's especially crazy considering they were just like, actually, no, we're not doing live service. That's the crazy thing to me, was that like, okay, you spend all this money and now you're just like, never mind.
Yeah, it's all yeah, they don't even serve a purpose now.
It at least made sense on some level. I mean, the acquisition price never made sense. I feel that way about most of these acquisitions.
Yeah, at like one point, Chris, at like 1.5 billion, I think that would have been fine. 2 billion.
Even that's high. Most. Like I think I really do believe that like Halo 3 Bungie at its peak was maybe almost $1 billion. You could make that argument. Maybe. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It just seemed money was cheap. And so they just spent a lot of it. Whoops. Like, I also feel the same way about Bethesda also. Like,
they're
crazy. Like, I like Fallout a lot. I like Elder Scrolls. That is not. That's crazy. And Activision is unreasonable. Like, all of the acquisitions around that time just feel kind of insane. All of them. But yeah, I don't know.
BMJ614 wrote in. Said, hello, fearless leader, bold, second in command, and unpredictable wild card. What are y'all's ritual when beating a game? Do you delete the game off your system and put it on the shelf, then go to the next game instantly, or do you take a break to recollect yourself after hours of conquering a game? Dustin, what do you do?
What are you asking? What my ritual is when I beat it? The beating it ritual.
Tell me about when you beat it. What you do?
Yeah. Normally, after I beat a game, I just leave it on my hard drive. I'm finding more and more because there's so many games that once I'm, through the credits that I'm not going back and doing extra stuff. Like even for Bond, I went and I did a little bit of the extra mode that's in there. I can't remember what it's called.
Oh, Tax Sim, yeah.
Tax Sim. I tried it a little bit. I'm like, this is cool, but I think I'm good for now. But I'll leave it on my hard drive just because I have all this space on the PS5 Pro and I have my old SSD in there as well that I'll just leave it on there. Maybe I'll come back at some point. And I almost never delete games until I have to. And then I'll just go in and look at like, okay, what games haven't I touched in potentially years? And then go and delete those. But a lot of times for me, it's just on to the next.
What about you, Chris?
It depends. I don't know if I have like a specific ritual that I adhere to. I do know like the bigger the game is, the less likely I am to delete it. Just because there is so much space, but it's more about the fact that like this is going to be annoyingly long to re-download if I want to play it again. So I've had Destiny. Like Destiny is a really like big game, and I've had Destiny installed on my PS5 for like months, even though I haven't like played it until recently, just because it's just like it's a big game. It takes a long ass time to install relative to other things. I'll leave it on, but like I don't know. Sometimes I'll delete it immediately. Sometimes I'll leave it there for months. Like I don't know if there's anything specific. If I really loved it, I'll keep it there and I'll jump back into it. But I don't know if I have like a thing that I specifically like make a point to do when I'm done with a game.
Yeah, I like deleting it immediately. Micah makes fun of me. It's like my tradition. I like go to and just hit options and just delete it.
Yeah, because it reads as if you hated it.
Yeah, exactly. Totally. It's like to me, it frees me up. It feels like a freeing moment. I send the save to the cloud for the last time. I look at the trophies maybe again. And then I move on to the next game. I do feel a certain melancholy when I beat a good game, which I like. That's always been true, and I like that feeling. There's something about that where it's like, oh, I don't want this to really be over. Especially long role playing games where you play for even though I make fun of Dragon Quest 11, I platinumed it in 130 hours. But when you're really done with it, you're like, oh, like that's kind of sad. I actually spent a lot of time doing this. So yeah, there's something about that too.
There's something too that like, I don't know if you guys care about this, but like I'm weirdly superficial with how my cross media bar looks. So like, sometimes I'll see a game where I'm like, I don't really want to play this, but it looks good where it is. Like I like that it's there. It looks good. It's got a good box art. It's got a good icon that I quite like. I feel that way about like paragraphs sometimes too, where like just like the structure of a paragraph. I remember writing like essays for school. Remember, and I remember like I don't know, like it would like there would be like maybe like one word on another line. You know, it would end on one word, and that one word would be on the other line. I'd be like, I can't have this. I can't have it end on one word on a separate line.
Yeah. I like the variable Word and Google Docs and stuff does is like the variable spacing that will like they do in printing.
Right.
Where,
yeah.
So that
like that well.
like if a word will never be held on like a dash and continued on the next line. So like every space will be smaller on that line. It's really cool. I love that shit.
Yeah. I feel kind of that way about my cross media bar. It was like, dude, there's absolutely like, I think I have, I can't remember the name of the game. I definitely have games on my cross media bar like sitting there that I'm just like I've not played in forever, just because it's like I like seeing that color in that spot for some reason. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, I like to just remind myself and prod myself of things that I could be playing or whatever. Like, oh, check this out next, perhaps, or go back to this, perhaps. Nice little reminder.
Yeah.
All right. Finally, Elliot Hillis wrote in and said, "Hello, everyone. Simple question: where the hell is Naughty Dog? This past week was one of the biggest weeks in gaming we've seen in years, and not a peep from them. What's going on? Starting to worry that the rumors about Intergalactic skipping the PS5 entirely are becoming more and more plausible. How can this be? I feel like there's no way they would do that.
That would be so insane.
To sacrifice Naughty Dog of all the studios to do something like that, I think would be nuts. I mean, there is something really compelling about being like, if people really, and I think when people see the game, they're gonna be like, holy shit. And if you can really compel them to buy a PS6 for it, but I just feel like that's crazy.
The days of studios like that making a console exclusive that is not available on previous consoles on day one on launch is over.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not happening.
Again, like while we've said this before, Chris, I have a hard time believing there will be any PS6 exclusives. You kind of intellectually know there has to be, and I think you don't do that to Naughty Dog. And you don't do. Yeah. First of all, this game is probably like The Last of Us Part 2 is what, $225 million to make? This is probably 400 million. I mean, I like who know? It's like no fucking way. You're gonna fucking saturate the PS5 with this. You're lucky it's not gonna be on PS4. Where are they? I think they understand that they need to show the game next. There's not going to be another trailer, I don't think. Or if there is another, there will obviously be more trailers. But what I'm saying is there won't be a trailer of. It'll be gameplay. They're going to show the game. That's what I think.
The next time we see it, will be gameplay. Yes.
And I think that's at the Game Awards. I also was saying that, like, I don't think they needed to go now. You kind of have to clear your plate a little bit. There will be one last burst of games, I think, for PlayStation 5 from first party after this. So, like, right now you have, like, Tokon, Wolverine, Until Dawn, God of War. There'll probably be something like Intergalactic and maybe like an Uncharted game or like one or other two things. I don't know if you saw, by the way, that I've been saying it. I don't know why no one believes me, but that like Jordan from VGC was saying there's an Uncharted game in development. I'm like, yeah. So maybe you leave it as that last burst. In other words, you don't want to distract from the things that are on everyone's plate. I think once you're post Wolverine and pre God of War, then you talk about it. let's get through a couple of these games first. There's really no reason to mix things up. And I think Sony has been really disciplined about saying nothing. And I don't feel like you can objectively look at the situation and be like, they're wrong to do that. It's working great for them. Just don't say or do anything until you absolutely have to. So I think Naughty Dog is laying in wait, and I am very, very excited. My assumption is that what they show next will shut a lot of people up. Dustin, where are you on this?
I think that Game Awards could be possible, but I was looking to make sure I was remembering correctly. Last year, in September, they did do a state of play after doing a June state of play. So, and I was looking, the September state of play last year had Wolverine, which I think that was the
re-reveal, right? Yeah,
the re-reveal of it. So
yeah, maybe there.
And they had Saros and showed off gameplay there at the September state of play. So it could be as early as September. But it also, since, as you said, there's a lot of stuff on the table right now coming, it could be a little later in terms of Game Awards.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if it's not this year, then it's going to be a real question mark.
If I were a strategist, yeah, I would at Sony, I would be like, yeah, you got, and managing the catalog, and be like, you got to hold it for now. There's just no reason to show this. And I think you want to give it a spot. I think the Game Awards are where you'll see it again. Yeah. That's my prediction. As like a big thing there, maybe with a release date. We'll see. All right. That's it. It's time to get the hell out of here, boys. It was good to talk with you as always. So let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. Anything to share with the audience before you go?
No, man. That's it. It's just you and me now.
I know. Back to the old days.
It's gonna be weird.
We still like to do things the old ways sometimes, so we'll do it that way. It'll be fun. But Dustin, we'll miss you. Be well. When do you think you'll come back? Maybe in like a couple months?
Well, my estimate right now is about a month and a half.
Just for the show, by the way.
For the show? Just for the show? I really don't know.
You're only going to be gone for a month and a half from like your actual tasks?
That's what I estimated. That's why I told Locke that it's in my mind.
Okay.
But
I mean, do what you want.
Possibility this kid...
Be clear.
Yeah.
I've told Dustin to do whatever he wants. So.
Yeah. To be clear, this kid could come and I could be like, yeah, I need more time. I'm, fully, could be a possibility.
He comes out, he's already at a 7th grade level, and you're like, I got to really invest in this kid's education because he's going places. He's
going somewhere. So,
his scholastics.
Sorry. my return to Sacred Symbols will be sooner than that because I don't want to be gone too long, and I like doing the recording once a week. It's all the other stuff that's can be a lot. So I won't be gone too long, but for the audience, thank you guys for so many people wishing me well, and the baby and Holly. I always make sure to let Holly know that everyone's thinking about her as well. And your support of us over the last 2 years has been incredible. I'll never forget it. I'm always appreciative of it. And make sure I'm not going to be like posting like tons of pictures of the baby online.
Are you going to do the face emoji over the baby?
No, I don't think so. When he's a baby, I don't think. Maybe when he's a little older, I'll reconsider that. So there will probably be a picture of the baby on Monday on my Twitter. So if you want to see that, go there. Yeah, that's it. That's me signing off.
Very well. Very well. Very exciting. Yeah. Everyone's prayers and thoughts are with you guys. And we'll see you in the coming weeks. And we'll, of course, keep up with you on social media as well. Thank you again. And congratulations ahead of time, because this is a very exciting moment for you. And I'm sure that all the anticipation has been, it's like summer break. And by like mid to late August, you're like, I kind of want to go back to school, and the time just passed, and then suddenly you're there and you're like right back in it again. I think it's very exciting. Very exciting.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just me. I was always ready to go back to school. At some point.
I felt that later. When I was a kid, I was like, "This is miserable." Like August, I hated August. It's like, it's over. This month is wasted.
Yeah, it is. I'm like that too, where I'm on the clock at that point, But I remember back in the day, it was probably like this for you guys when you were younger too. Like you would get in the mail, like what your teacher was gonna be. Like it would be like a tradition.
Yeah.
And then you would share with your friends. And once that came, it was real. and then it was on.
That was always like depressing to me. Like I always hated it. I did not like it.
It was exciting. I remember just figuring out like who is it with who and what or whatever.
Yeah,
and
who
then
was in whose lunch or whatever.
Yeah, I like that.
That's it. That part's fun. But it's like, I don't know. It's kind of like how the real weekend is Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, sure.
Like Sunday kind of feels like, I guess
the Sunday scaries, as people say.
Yeah.
I was so bored when I first moved to San Francisco. I've told you guys when I was at IGN, like I had no friends when I first moved there and like didn't know anyone. So I was like, I hated the weekends. Like I hated, I like wanted it to be over so I can go back to work and like have a social life and do things. All right, my friends. Well, it's good to see you as always. And thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of all things Sacred Symbols and Last Stand Media. Couldn't do without you. Patreon.com/laststandmedia and laststandmedia.store for merch. I'm going to go hire an hour. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.